Chapter 1. The Escape. Harry moved cautiously along the narrow footpath, his head lowered, though his sharp green eyes flickered constantly up and down the street, every few seconds. He glanced over his shoulder or towards the dark hedges lining the road. His right hand hovered near the pocket of his faded, worn-out jeans, where his wand lay hidden but ready. His fingers curled and uncurled without him noticing. To most people, the cool, misty night would have felt calm, almost comforting. To Harry, it felt suffocating. As he turned the corner onto Privet Drive, he froze. His gaze swept the silent street ahead. Everything looked ordinary. Neatly trimmed hedges, darkened windows, silent parked cars glistening faintly under the street lamps. And yet, someone was there. He knew it. Lurking in the shadows, hidden beneath an invisibility cloak, or concealed by magic. He could feel the presence as surely as he could feel the cold air filling his lungs. Harry stood still, waiting. His patience was wearing thin. It had been like this every single night since he had returned to his aunt and uncle's house. The same waiting, the same silent exchange, the same cage. Then, just as always, a figure slowly materialized from the darkness. Harry relaxed only slightly as he recognized the tall shape of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley had already scanned the street before pulling off his invisibility cloak. He gave Harry a brief nod as he approached. When they were only a few feet apart, Harry spoke first. "What's happening? Who's here with you?" His voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp and urgent. "Anthony Goldstein is at the other end of the street," Kingsley replied in his deep, steady voice. "But he'll be relieved by Nymphadora Tonks at midnight. I'm here until dawn." Even while speaking, Kingsley's gaze never stopped moving. Nothing to report. It was the same conversation every night. "No, nothing." Harry barely looked at him as he stared down at his shoes, scuffing the pavement. "So, when am I getting out of here?" Kingsley sighed almost imperceptibly. "Nothing yet, I'm afraid." He had grown used to Harry's impatience. This was the 5th time in 8 nights that Kingsley had been assigned to guard him. "Give it time," he said. "Things aren't as simple as they used to be." He rubbed a hand across his bald head. "It's going to take a lot of organizing. Podmore has to leave early tonight." He paused. "So I'll be alone for about half an hour." Harry's head jerked up. Then he quickly looked away again, hoping Kingsley hadn't noticed. This was it. The chance he'd been waiting for. Half an hour. One guard. Enough time to slip away. He'd have to be quick. But he could do it. "Any other news?" Harry asked. He hated asking. But he needed to know. If he was really going through with this, he needed every scrap of information the Order of the Phoenix had. Silence stretched. Harry kept his eyes on the pavement. If Kingsley looked directly at him, Harry was sure he'd see the guilt there. Kingsley cleared his throat. "Some of the usual," he said carefully. A few more disappearances. He hesitated. Then his deep voice lowered. They found Cornelius Fudge's body late last night. The words hit Harry like ice. The night suddenly felt colder, and the darkness around Privet Drive seemed to close in. Harry turned his face away, jaw clenched. Cornelius Fudge had never been his favourite person. When Harry had returned from the graveyard, clutching Cedric Diggory's lifeless body after the Tri-Wizard tournament more than 2 years ago, Fudge had refused to believe that Lord Voldemort had returned. And afterward, he had done everything in his power to discredit Harry, to silence Albus Dumbledore, to crush every warning, to bury the truth beneath lies and denial. But for all his faults, for all his cowardice, Fudge had not deserved this. Harry drew in a slow, cold breath and turned back to Kingsley Shacklebolt. Something inside him had hardened. The news had done it. The last push. Now, when he met Kingsley's eyes, there was no hesitation left. "What are Voldemort and his Death Eaters doing?" Harry demanded. His voice was low, edged with fury. "They must have a plan. You must know something following the trail of blood they leave behind." He spoke Voldemort's name with such hatred that Kingsley barely reacted to it. Instead, he seemed to flinch at Harry's tone. "We don't know exactly," Kingsley said carefully. That was it. The final straw. 8 days. 8 endless days trapped inside number 4, useless and waiting. Waiting for news. Waiting for a chance. Waiting while the world burned. The pressure inside Harry finally exploded. "If you think," he said, his voice shaking with rage, "that Dumbledore didn't know I was ready for this." His green eyes blazed. "Then you've already lost to Voldemort." His whole body had gone rigid. Kingsley shifted uncomfortably. But Harry didn't care. If he was leaving Privet Drive tonight, if he was truly going to carry out the task Dumbledore had left him, then he needed answers. And he needed them now. He had no intention of hunting Voldemort yet. Not yet. First, the Horcruxes. The hidden fragments of Voldemort's shattered soul. They had to be found. Destroyed. Only then could Voldemort die. No, Harry needed information for one reason only. To stay hidden. To move unseen. Because if he was going to do this, he had to do it alone. And the last thing he needed was Voldemort discovering what he was planning. Other than Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, no one would know where he was. Not the Order of the Phoenix. Not Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Not even Ginny Weasley. "Look," Kingsley said at last. He fidgeted with the folds of his invisibility cloak. "I don't know what good it'll do you to know too much right now." He hesitated. "You can't leave until you turn 17 in a few weeks. It's safer that way." His voice softened. "You're better protected here than anywhere else, now that Dumble." He stopped awkwardly, making a vague gesture. Well, you know. He met Harry's eyes. It's what he would have wanted. Harry let out a long breath. The anger drained from his body all at once, leaving only exhaustion. He knew he couldn't explain. Couldn't tell Kingsley about the Horcruxes. About Dumbledore's final mission. About the promise Harry had made. So he gave up. For tonight. He turned away, shoulders slumped, and started back toward number 4. His chance had come, and slipped away. He had only gone a few paces when Kingsley called after him. Same time tomorrow night, then. Harry stopped. Slowly, he turned. For a moment he simply looked at Kingsley standing there in the mist. "Yeah," Harry said quietly. "I'll be here." But as he turned away again, a cold, sinking feeling spread through him. Would he ever see Kingsley again? Would he ever see any of them again? Harry straightened to his full height. His hand drifted once more toward the wand in his pocket. And with silent, measured steps, he disappeared back up Privet Drive. Ready for whatever came next. Harry knew exactly what he had to do. The road stretched before him, dark, uncertain, and dangerous, and he would walk it alone, just as he had so many times before, as he approached number 4, Privet Drive. He noticed the faint glow of light slipping through the cracks in the curtains. Someone was still awake. He crept toward the front door and carefully turned the handle, easing it open inch by inch, trying not to make the slightest sound. The last thing he wanted was to give Uncle Vernon another excuse to start shouting something that had become almost a nightly ritual. Harry had long suspected that the Dursleys' chosen method of thanking him for bringing Albus Dumbledore into their home the previous summer was to make his life even more unbearable than before. Perhaps it was because of what Dumbledore had said about Dudley, their precious, spoiled, lumbering son who, in their eyes, could do no wrong. Harry slipped inside and gently pushed the door shut behind him, but the moment he turned toward the stairs, he froze. Uncle Vernon stood in the kitchen doorway. His thick arms were folded across his enormous stomach, his small piggy eyes glittering with triumph. A smug smile spread across his purple face. He'd been waiting. Harry felt, for one brief second, like prey caught in headlights. "I knew you were up to something," Uncle Vernon hissed, his voice low with satisfaction. "I told Petunia you'd been sneaking around," and now his eyes narrowed. "Now I've caught you." He stomped forward. "Where have you been, boy?" he barked, out terrorizing the neighbors, creeping around the streets, causing trouble. Harry almost laughed. This, from the man whose own son, Dudley Dursley, was the neighborhood's biggest bully. Dudley could punch, kick, threaten, and torment smaller children, and somehow Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would call it high spirits or boys being boys. Harry knew better. Dudley was simply an idiot. Uncle Vernon's thick finger shot toward Harry's face. "Out with it," he roared. "Where have you been going every night?" Harry blinked. He was honestly surprised his uncle had paid enough attention to notice, and then a spark of mischief flickered through him. "I've been reporting to my guard. Actually," Harry said casually. The effect was immediate. Uncle Vernon faltered. Guard," he croaked. Harry nodded, fighting the urge to grin. "Yes, guard." He let the word hang in the air. "They're posted down the street. Been there ever since I got back from school." He paused. "You've met some of them before, at the station." Uncle Vernon looked as though someone had punched all the air from his lungs. Harry could almost see the memory flash behind those tiny eyes, Alastair Moody's magical eyes spin his scar. His Harry pressed on, his tone laced with fake annoyance. "They insist I keep them updated while I'm here," he sighed dramatically. "Honestly, they're a bit overprotective. For a moment." Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. He looked completely stunned. His arms dropped limply to his sides as he shifted awkwardly on his feet, unable to think of a single reply. Harry had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from laughing. At last, Uncle Vernon cleared his throat nervously, and, for the first time in a long while, Harry felt like he had won. "You'd best get to bed." Uncle Vernon muttered the words without meeting Harry's eyes. Then, with one final uneasy glance, he turned and retreated into the kitchen without another word. Harry smirked after him. Strictly speaking, everything he had said was true. So he felt no guilt whatsoever for thoroughly unsettling his uncle. If the Dursleys were worried about Harry's guard, then perhaps they should consider why a guard was necessary in the first place. Still faintly amused, Harry climbed the stairs and slipped into his bedroom. A soft hoot greeted him. He looked up and smiled. Hedwig sat proudly atop the cupboard, her bright amber eyes fixed on him. She was the one thing that made life at the Dursleys remotely bearable. Harry sat down on the edge of his bed, and as the silence of the room settled around him, the humour drained away. Tonight. He had been planning for this night ever since he'd returned to the Dursleys, and now his chance had finally come. A pulse of adrenaline rushed through him so suddenly it made his hands tremble. There were still a few final things to do before midnight, but almost everything was ready, packed, prepared, waiting. The biggest obstacle had always been Alastair Moody. Mad Eye's magical eyes saw through nearly everything: walls, doors, even invisibility cloaks. At times Harry had been convinced Moody could see straight through the walls and into this very room. On the nights Moody was on guard duty, escape would have been impossible. But tonight, Moody wasn't there. Tonight, there was only Kingsley Shacklebolt. And Kingsley would be alone for only 30 minutes. That was all Harry needed. He glanced at the digital clock beside his bed. 10:35 p.m. Less than an hour. Less than an hour until he left Privet Drive forever. Harry inhaled sharply and jumped to his feet. Crossing to his desk, he pulled out a sheet of parchment, a bottle of ink, and a quill. As he sat down and began to write, the scratching sound filled the room. Hedwig twittered softly, ruffling her snowy feathers in excitement. She knew. She was eager to fly again. In the last 8 days, she had left only once. To deliver a short, hastily scribbled note to Ron Weasley. A note that had said almost nothing. It wasn't safe to trust important information to owls anymore. Ron would be at the burrow now, trying to gather scraps of information by lurking near doors and listening to whispered conversations between his father and Bill. Harry's thoughts drifted back to the train ride home from Hogwarts Express. Ron and Hermione Granger had kept to themselves in a compartment, speaking in low, urgent voices. Planning. Strategizing. Working out ways Ron and Hermione could gather information once they were at the Burrow. Hermione had arranged to stay there after spending only a week with her parents. Now and then their discussions had been interrupted by members of the Order of the Phoenix patrolling the corridors, or by students like Neville Longbottom wandering in. But mostly, they had been left alone. The loss of Albus Dumbledore had cast a heavy silence over the train. Even the usual laughter and chaos of the journey home had been muted. Everything felt quieter, colder, as though the wizarding world itself was holding its breath. And now Harry sat in the dim light of his room, quill moving steadily across parchment, counting down the minutes, until he vanished into the darkness. Every time the compartment door slid open, Harry looked up, expected, hoped to see Ginny's face, but she never came. He had spent the long journey back to London feeling as though part of him had been torn away. It was the beginning of the end of the most wonderful, most comforting thing Harry had ever known. More than anything, he had wanted Ginny beside him. He wanted the soft scent of her hair drifting in the air, wanted the warmth of her leaning against him, wanted to pretend, for just a little longer, that he could have something normal, something good. But he had made his choice. He had chosen to leave her behind, and Ginny understood. She understood that he had to go. She understood that he had to face what was coming alone. She understood. Harry stared down at the note he had just finished writing, like the one he had sent to Ron Weasley. It was deliberately bland, careful, meaningless to anyone who intercepted it, but this one was far more important. He rolled the parchment tightly and sealed it before he could set it down. Hedwig fluttered gracefully from her perch and landed in front of him on the desk. She thrust out her leg expectantly. Harry smiled despite himself and scratched her neck affectionately. "I'm not sending it yet." Hedwig clicked her beak and then nipped sharply at his finger. "Ow," Harry whispered, laughing under his breath as he jerked his hand back and rubbed the red marks. Hedwig flapped her wings indignantly and stalked back toward her cage for a drink. "You'll have to be patient," Harry murmured. "It won't be long." He placed the scroll carefully on his bed and reached for the old knapsack nearby. He had found it days ago in one of the closets, a forgotten relic from one of the Dursleys' failed family camping trips. Bought for Dudley Dursley? No doubt. Discarded, forgotten, just like everything else in this house that had outlived its usefulness. Harry knelt beside his bed and lifted the loose floorboard. Underneath lay his stash, a modest collection of provisions he had gathered piece by piece. He had stolen them during the dead of night under his invisibility cloak, slipping silently through the darkened kitchen. Bread, packets of instant porridge, dried peas, tinned fruit, anything he thought might keep him alive. Aunt Petunia had blamed the missing food on Dudley's inability to keep to his diet, and, given the evidence crumbs, wrappers, and greasy plates abandoned around the kitchen, it had been an easy conclusion to reach. One night, thanks to Dudley's enormous appetite, Harry had nearly been caught. He had just raided the pantry and was creeping back upstairs under the cloak, arms full of supplies, packets of porridge, dried peas, and a tin of apricot halves when Dudley appeared. Harry froze. Dudley was sneaking out of his own room and lumbering down the stairs, straight toward him. The staircase was narrow, far too narrow. There wasn't room for both of them to pass without Harry bumping into him. Heart hammering, Harry scrambled backward and dropped the tin. Clunk! It hit the stair, then rolled. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The sound echoed down the staircase. Harry stumbled backward, trying desperately to stay out of Dudley's way while keeping the cloak over both himself and the runaway tin. Dudley stopped dead. Harry could see his cousin's piggy little eyes widen in terror. From Dudley's point of view, the stairs below were empty, and yet something unseen was clattering down them in the dark. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Harry had to bite his lip to stop himself laughing. When Harry and the runaway tin finally skidded to a halt at the bottom of the stairs, he looked up. In the dim yellow glow spilling through the window from the street lamp outside, he saw Dudley's face. It was ghostly white. His tiny eyes were bulging. His lower lip trembled uncontrollably. For one glorious second, Dudley looked as though he had seen a real ghost. Then he let out a strangled squeak. He spun around so fast he nearly tripped over his own feet and bolted back upstairs. Harry watched, frozen under the cloak, as Dudley threw himself through his bedroom door and slammed it shut so hard the walls shook. A muffled, panicked whimper came from inside. Harry had nearly laughed out loud. After that night, Dudley never again ventured out in search of midnight snacks, which suited Harry perfectly. He stuffed clothes and a bottle of water on top of the food from beneath the floorboards and shoved them deep into the knapsack. Then he carefully filled the outer pockets with the rest of the essentials. The bag bulged heavily on the bed. He reached into the closet and pulled out his broomstick, placing it beside the sealed scroll. Next came the invisibility cloak, which he draped over the back of his chair. Finally, he packed his trunk with everything else he owned. Books, robes, odds and ends. The few things in the world that truly belonged to him. He checked it all once, then again, and again. He could not afford to forget anything. Not this time. Because this time, he wasn't coming back. Across the room, Hedwig watched him from her cage, her round golden eyes following his every movement. She gave a soft screech as Harry sat down at the desk one final time. He pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward him and wrote, "Aunt Petunia, I want to thank you, for you have done more than you know. Because of you, my mother did not die in vain. Harry." He laid the note squarely in the centre of the desk. For a moment he stood there, staring at it. Then he turned to Hedwig. "Okay," he whispered, raising his arm. "Come here." Hedwig fluttered down and landed gracefully on his outstretched arm. "I need you to go to the park and wait for me there, Hedwig," he murmured. "Do you understand?" She gave a soft hoot. Then, without hesitation, she launched herself through the open window and vanished into the night. Harry locked his trunk, slung the heavy knapsack onto his back, gripped his broomstick, and swung the invisibility cloak over himself. Then he left. Harry entered the park tense and alert. He hadn't needed to pass Kingsley Shacklebolt. Kingsley was stationed at the far end of the street. But Harry kept expecting Nymphadora Tonks to suddenly appear out of thin air. As soon as he left the path leading from number 4, he quickened his pace. The pack on his back was bulky, the broom awkward under his arm. The cloak did not quite conceal everything. Every now and then, the tip of the broom or the edge of his shoe slipped into view. But urgency was winning over caution now. He hurried across the dark grass. His eyes darted constantly. Left. Right. Behind him. Searching. Listening. Watching for anything unusual. Still, he suspected he was safe. The Order of the Phoenix was guarding the Dursleys' house to stop danger getting in, not to stop Harry getting out. The dull orange street lamps glowed weakly through the mist. Long, twisted shadows sprawled across the empty park. The night felt cold, lonely, unwelcoming. Then he saw her. Hedwig perched atop the swings, her bright eyes fixed directly on him. With her sharp night vision, she had almost certainly spotted the careless edge of his broom or the flash of a shoe beneath the cloak. Harry slipped into the shadow of a great oak tree and pulled the cloak off, stuffing it into his jacket. Hedwig swooped down soundlessly and landed in front of him. Harry bent quickly and tied the scroll to her leg. "Take this to Rubeus Hagrid," he whispered breathlessly. "Don't stop for anything. Okay." Hedwig trilled softly. Then she was gone. A silent white streak cutting through the dark sky. Harry wasted no time. He swung on to his firebolt, gripped it tightly, and kicked off the ground. The wind hit his face as he shot upward into the night, following Hedwig into the darkness. With any luck, the Order of the Phoenix wouldn't discover he was gone until the following night, when he failed to make his usual report. There was always the chance that Alastair Moody might take an earlier shift and spot the empty bedroom before then. But even in that case, Harry would have at least 12 hours head start. It was the best he could hope for. As he leaned forward into the freezing wind, guilt stabbed unexpectedly through him. He could already picture the chaos his disappearance would cause. He could imagine the shouting, the panic, and most of all, Remus Lupin. Lupin would blame himself. Harry could see his worn, strained face as clearly as if he were beside him now. Over the last few weeks, Lupin had tried reluctantly and imperfectly to step into Albus Dumbledore's place. Harry had seen the burden in his eyes on the Hogwarts Express when Lupin had quietly pulled him aside to give him instructions for the summer. He would be sick with guilt when he learned Harry had vanished. But Harry saw no other way. The wind cut through his jacket like knives as he soared over the dark hills below. Ahead of him, Hedwig flew like a pale ghost against the night sky. Harry had always known she was fast. But tonight, she was magnificent, silent, swift, unstoppable. Even on his firebolt, Harry found himself admiring her determination as he chased her through the darkness. Everything would have been easier if he were 17. If he had been able to apparate confidently, he could have arrived in seconds. But magic at the Dursleys while still 16 would have triggered the Ministry's trace immediately. And once the Ministry knew, the Order would know. And Harry needed time. By the time he began to descend, he was frozen to the bone. Hedwig had led him true. Straight to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Straight to the newly rebuilt hut of Rubeus Hagrid. But Harry didn't dare fly over the castle walls. He had no idea what enchantments protected them now. So he landed near the edge of the Forbidden Forest and pulled his invisibility cloak back around himself. Without the usual blaze of torchlight in the castle windows, Hogwarts looked strange, dark, cold, less like home. It seemed to Harry as though the castle itself mourned Dumbledore. When he finally knocked on Hagrid's door, Fang exploded into furious barking inside. Something crashed loudly. A muffled curse followed. Then the door creaked open only a few inches. Hagrid's beetle-black eyes peered suspiciously through the gap. "Who's there?" he grunted. Harry lifted the edge of the cloak just enough for Hagrid to see his face. "It's me," he whispered. "Can I come in?" "Oh, it's you." Hagrid relaxed. For about half a second. Then his eyes widened. "Wait a minute," he bellowed. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Shh," Harry hissed, slipping inside quickly. He pulled off the cloak, leaned his broom against the wall, and hurried around the hut, yanking the curtains shut. Behind him, Hagrid slammed and bolted the door. When Harry turned around, Hagrid was standing with his huge arms folded across his chest, his face thunderous. "You're not supposed to be here," he growled, quieter now but no less furious. "You're supposed to be home where you're safe." Harry noticed the note he'd sent lying open on the table. Beside it, Hedwig pecked calmly at a dish of food. He rubbed her head affectionately before shrugging off his pack and tossing it into the corner. Then he sat down heavily in one of Hagrid's enormous wooden chairs. He met Hagrid's furious gaze. "I need your help." The words hung in the air. Harry's voice was steady. "There's something I have to do, something I can't do alone." He swallowed. "It's important, really important. And I need your help." Hagrid stared at him. For a moment he looked too angry to speak. Then he exploded. "What are you talking about?" he roared, throwing his arms into the air. "You can't just waltz in here with some mad plan that'll get you killed again." He jabbed a finger the size of a sausage at Harry. "You can't just go sneaking off like this." Hagrid's face was red with anger. His wild beard trembled. And if Harry hadn't known him so well, he might have been frightened. But Harry knew what lay beneath the anger. Fear, worry, and love. "I have to go." "Hagrid," Harry said, his voice low but firm. His green eyes locked onto Hagrid's, burning with a desperate intensity that made the giant falter. "I need to know what happened. I need to see it, the place where it all began." Hagrid's enormous hands lay flat on the table, his fingers twitching slightly. He seemed torn between anger, fear, and pity. Harry swallowed hard. I need to know what's still there. Hagrid frowned deeply beneath his tangled black brows. What do you mean? Still there? Harry hesitated. For a second, he almost spoke the truth that this journey was more than grief, more than memory, that something inside him was pulling him toward Godric's Hollow with a force he couldn't explain. But instead he said quietly, My parents' house. What's left of it? Hagrid let out a slow, heavy sigh, as though the weight of the past pressed down upon him. It's mostly as it was that night, he muttered. Least, as much as anything can be after what happened. His dark eyes drifted toward the window, as if he were seeing the ruined cottage in his mind. After Sirius went after Pettigrew, and Pettigrew blew half the street to pieces, there wasn't much left. The whole place was near destroyed, walls cracked open, roof blown apart. He shook his shaggy head sadly. No one's lived there since. Harry's heart hammered painfully against his ribs. So no one's been inside? He asked quickly. No one at all, since Voldemort was there. Hagrid scratched at his beard, thinking. Dumbledore went, he said, at last. Went not long after. Put powerful enchantments on the place, spells to keep muggles out, and to stop witches and wizards poking around where they shouldn't. Harry leaned forward. Did he ever say why? Hagrid shrugged helplessly. Could be he thought there were dangerous magic left behind. Could be he wanted it left alone, like a memorial. His voice softened. Or maybe he knew you'd come back one day. The words hung in the air. Harry stared at the rough wooden tabletop, his scar prickling faintly beneath his fringe. Maybe Dumbledore had known. Maybe he had always known. Hagrid's great hand came down on the table with a thud that made the cups rattle. But that don't mean you should go now, he burst out. Not now, Harry. Not with you-know-who stronger than ever. If they think for 1 second, you might go there. I don't care, Harry snapped. The words exploded out of him before he could stop them. Fang whimpered softly in the corner. Harry stood abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. I can't stay hidden anymore, he shouted, his hands clenched into fists. Dumbledore's gone. Snape's gone. Voldemort's out there, and I'm supposed to just sit and wait. His voice cracked. For a moment, the room fell silent except for Harry's ragged breathing. Then, quieter now, almost broken, he said, I can't, Hagrid. Hagrid's black beetle-like eyes filled instantly with tears. Oh, Harry. The anger drained out of him as quickly as it had come. He looked at Harry not as the boy who lived, not as the wizarding world's last hope, but as the small bundle he had once carried from the ruins of Godric's Hollow. Hagrid wiped his eyes roughly on the tablecloth. You look so much like your dad when you get like that, he muttered thickly. Harry looked away. After a long silence, Hagrid let out another enormous sigh. All right, he said gruffly. Harry's head snapped up. I'll take you. For a moment, Harry could not believe he had heard correctly. But, Hagrid said, pointing a sausage-thick finger at him, we go careful. And if I think there's any sign of trouble, any sign at all, we turn right back around. You hear me?" A surge of relief and gratitude swept through Harry so suddenly it almost made him dizzy. "Yes," he said at once. "Yes, thank you." Hagrid grunted, though his face was still miserable. "Don't thank me yet," he muttered. "I got a feeling this ain't gonna end peaceful." Outside, beyond the darkened windows of the hut, the wind moaned through the trees of the forbidden forest like a warning. And somewhere far away, hidden in the night, Destiny waited. Harry sighed and looked away. "I have to go," he said quietly. "It's something I've got to do." For a moment he seemed to be speaking more to himself than to Hagrid. His eyes drifted toward Hedwig, who was perched silently by the window, her bright amber gaze fixed on him. Then Harry turned back. "And I'll go with or without your help, if I have to." Hagrid slowly shook his head, his eyes dropping once more to the scarred wooden table. "You're staying here till the order comes for ye," he muttered. "I can't let you do it. Harry, I'm sorry. I understand why you want to go, but it ain't safe." He pushed back his chair with a scrape. "I'll send 'em a message. Let 'em know you're here." But Harry moved faster. He sprang to his feet, his wand in his hand, before Hagrid had fully risen. Expelli. No spell came. The word died in Harry's throat. His hand was shaking. Still, he aimed the wand straight at Hagrid. "I'm going," Harry said, his voice trembling but fierce, "one way or another." Hagrid froze. One huge hand still braced on the table. His beetle-black eyes flickered to the wand, then up to Harry's face. Harry swallowed. "You can help me," he said, forcing the words out, "or you can step aside." For a long moment they stood there in silence. Harry's arm ached from holding the wand up. Then, slowly, something changed in Hagrid's expression. Not fear, not anger. Pity. "Fursley," Hagrid rumbled at last, "I know ye won't use that thing on me, so ye might as well put it away." Harry's cheeks burned. He lowered the wand. And secondly, Hagrid turned toward a cupboard and yanked it open. "Better have something to eat. It's a fair way to the Hollow, and we don't know how long we'll be gone." He pulled out a plate piled high with rock cakes. Harry blinked. "You'll take me?" Hagrid grunted, as though annoyed with himself. "Don't make me regret it." A short while later they were hurrying across the Hogwarts grounds. The sun was just beginning to rise, painting the horizon in streaks of pale gold and pink, hidden beneath his invisibility cloak. Harry half ran to keep pace with Hagrid's enormous strides. They stopped at a battered old wooden shed near the greenhouses. Hagrid pulled out a monstrous ring of keys that jingled loudly with every movement. He fumbled through them before selecting one, long and rusted. The lock clicked. The door groaned open. Darkness swallowed them. Harry lifted the cloak and drew his wand. Lumos. A pale light filled the dusty space. The air was stale and thick, as though the shed had not been opened in years. Strange wooden carvings littered a workbench. Leather harnesses hung from hooks in the rafters. Rusted cages of all shapes and sizes were stacked against the walls. And in the far corner, Harry's breath caught. A huge black motorcycle gleamed faintly beneath the dust. Hagrid grabbed an old rag and swiped it across the seat, sending up a choking cloud. Harry coughed and waved the dust away. "The lace trip this bike made," Hagrid said softly, "was to take you from your parents' house and to your aunt and uncle's." He looked down at Harry. "And now, 16 years later, it's taking ye back to the beginning." He raised his eyebrows. "If we can get it started, of course." Harry stared. Sirius's bike. A sharp ache twisted in his chest. "Yup," said Hagrid fondly. "Kept it here all these years. Didn't have much use for it myself." He patted the handlebars. "Come to think of it, it's yours now." Harry looked up sharply. "You want to drive it?" Hagrid asked with a grin. "No," Harry said quickly. "I mean, I don't even have a license." Hagrid barked a laugh. "Well, you're in good company then. Neither do I." Minutes later, the engine roared to life. Harry climbed onto the back behind Hagrid. "Nox," he muttered, extinguishing his wand and tucking it safely away. The bike lurched violently, then rolled out into the dawn. Harry gripped the pillion bar tightly. "Yeah, all right, Harry," Hagrid bellowed over his shoulder. "Yeah." Hagrid steered between the greenhouses and out through the gates. Then he twisted the throttle. The front wheel lifted. A second later, the rear wheel left the ground. They were airborne. Harry's stomach dropped as they soared over the dark canopy of the forbidden forest. The wind howled in his ears. The engine rumbled beneath him. And for the first time since Dumbledore's death, Harry felt as though he was moving towards something, toward answers, toward the beginning. Hours passed in a blur of sky and cloud. Harry's thoughts wandered. Ron and Hermione knew. He had told them enough so they would understand. They would lie for him if they had to. Ginny! A familiar ache spread through him. She didn't know, but she would guess. Ginny was always quicker than most people gave her credit for. He pictured her fiery hair catching the sunlight, the fierce look in her eyes, the warmth of her hand in his. He would see her again at Bill and Fleur's wedding. He wouldn't touch her. Wouldn't dare. But seeing her, that would be enough. Wouldn't it? By the time they began to descend, the sun was high overhead. Hagrid landed the bike in a clearing near the edge of a pine forest. They walked for miles. Harry, once again hidden beneath his cloak, looked around him as they approached the town. The houses grew closer together. Shops began to appear. And then Harry slowed. A strange sensation washed over him. Something about this place. The shape of the rooftops. The curve of the streets. The distant church spire. It all felt familiar. As though somewhere, buried deep beneath memory and pain, he had been here before. Chapter 2. Back to the beginning. The nearer they drew to the heart of the village, the busier the streets became. People turned to stare. Hagrid towering above the crowd like some wandering giant from a fairy tale, attracted attention wherever he went. Heads swiveled as he passed. Conversations faltered mid-sentence. More than one person stopped dead in the middle of the pavement to gape openly at his enormous frame. Hagrid, however, seemed not to notice. He lumbered steadily onward, stooping now and then to avoid low-hanging shop awnings or swinging signs, his great boots thudding against the cobbled street. Beside him, hidden safely beneath his invisibility cloak, Harry kept close. Hidden safely beneath his invisibility cloak, Harry kept close. Some passers-by instinctively moved aside at once, crossing the street rather hurriedly, rather than risk brushing against him. Others merely stared in astonishment. Yet Harry noticed something curious. A few of the older villagers, very old witches and wizards by the look of them, did little more than blink in mild surprise, before returning calmly to their conversations or peering into shop windows as though the sight of an enormous half-giant was hardly worth remarking upon. Godric's Hollow was the greenest and most beautiful place Harry had ever seen. Even on the walk into the village, he had noticed how lush the fields were. The grass rolled in thick emerald waves beneath the sunlight, and the trees seemed taller somehow, their branches heavy with leaves that shimmered in the warm breeze. Everything looked alive, thriving. Closer to the centre, every corner seemed bursting with colour. Ivy climbed warmly over old stone walls. Flower boxes spilled bright blooms from every windowsill. Roses curled around iron fences in thick, fragrant clusters. Every windowsill, roses curled around iron fences in thick, fragrant clusters. Scarlet, gold, blue and violet flowers nodded in the sunlight, their colours so vivid they almost hurt the eyes. Even the people looked different here. Healthier, brighter, as though the very air itself carried magic. The village was spotless. Though many of the buildings were clearly ancient, there was no sign of decay, no cracked brickwork, no peeling paint, no sagging roofs or boarded windows. Everything was lovingly preserved. It felt strangely timeless, as though the village existed half a step outside the ordinary world, untouched by age while the rest of Britain hurried on without it. But it was not merely the beauty of Godric's Hollow that caught Harry's attention. The first sign had been the sign itself. Welcome to Godric's Hollow. It stood proudly at the roadside in the shape of a shield, painted in rich scarlet and gold. At its centre reared a magnificent lion, claws outstretched, mane flying wildly, mouth open in a silent roar. The Gryffindor lion. At the bottom, silent roar. The Gryffindor lion. At the bottom, in curling golden letters, were the words. Population 2,297. Harry slowed beneath his cloak, staring. And once he had seen it, he began to notice it everywhere. The same lion crest had been carved into old keystones above arched doorways. Some were faded with age, their colours worn away by rain and sun. Others gleamed brightly, freshly painted in the old Gryffindor colours. Small bronze lions crouched atop gateposts. The street signs bore shield-shaped plaques. Even the ironwork curling around balconies and lampposts seemed to twist into leonine shapes. The whole village seemed stamped with the mark of Godric Gryffindor. Harry felt a strange thrill run through him. He had known Godric's Hollow was the birthplace of one of Hogwarts's founders, but he had not expected it to feel so proud of that history. Then they reached the village square. Harry stopped dead. In the very centre stood a vast marble statue, surrounded by a circular bed of vivid scarlet and golden yellow flowers. It rose at least 15 feet into the air. The man depicted there stood tall and noble, his robes sweeping around him like wind-whipped banners. A travelling cloak hung from his shoulders. A travelling cloak hung from his shoulders. His broad-brimmed hat rose to a soft point that drooped slightly to one side. His left arm was raised, his open hand cupped as though offering or perhaps holding something unseen. His right hand rested upon the hilt of a great sword whose point touched the earth. Even before Harry's eyes dropped to the plaque at its base, he knew. This was Godric Gryffindor, the founder of his house. The man whose sword Harry himself had once pulled from the sorting hat in the depths of the Chamber of Secrets. For a moment, Harry simply stood there beneath his cloak, staring upward. And for the first time since entering the village, he felt he had come somewhere he truly belonged. As they moved closer to the heart of town, the streets began to fill with people. Hagrid drew attention instantly. Passers-by could not help but stare at his enormous frame. Some stopped dead in their tracks, mouths hanging open. Others grabbed their children and hurried them aside. Hagrid lumbered steadily along the pavement, ducking every now and then to avoid smacking his head against shop awnings, while Harry walked silently beside him, beneath the invisibility cloak. A few people gave Hagrid a very wide berth, even crossing the road to avoid him altogether. Yet there were also some very old witches crossing the road to avoid him altogether. Yet there were also some very old witches and wizards, so old they looked as though little in life could surprise them any more, who merely raised an eyebrow at the sight of him before returning to their conversations or peering curiously into shop windows. Godric's Hollow was the greenest and most beautiful place Harry had ever seen. Even on the walk in, he had noticed how unnaturally lush the fields were, the grass thick and vibrant beneath his feet. The trees seemed taller, somehow, fuller, as though every living thing here thrived under some hidden blessing. The closer they came to town, the more breathtaking it became. Every corner overflowed with deep green ivy, flowering vines, and dazzling bursts of scarlet, gold, purple. Corner overflowed with deep green ivy, flowering vines, and dazzling bursts of scarlet, gold, purple, and blue. The air smelled of fresh earth and blooming flowers. Even the people looked healthier here, brighter-eyed, rosy-cheeked, and somehow lighter. The town itself was spotless. The buildings were clearly ancient, some perhaps centuries old, but each one was lovingly maintained. There were no crumbling bricks, no peeling paint, no sagging shutters. It was as though time itself had slowed here, while the rest of the world rushed on. But it wasn't only the beauty of the town that caught Harry's attention. The sign reading "Welcome to Godric's Hollow" was the first clue. It was shaped like a great shield, painted to Godric's Hollow was the first clue. It was shaped like a great shield, painted richly in scarlet and gold. At its centre reared a proud lion on its hind legs, mouth open in a frozen roar, claws outstretched. Beneath it, in shimmering gold letters, were the words: Population 2,297. Harry looked around. The lion was everywhere, carved into the keystones of ancient archways, moulded into the stonework above old doorways, perched in bronze atop iron railings, stamped into street signs and shop fronts. Some had faded with age. Others still gleamed with age. Others still gleamed brightly in the afternoon sun. It was as though the entire town lived beneath Gryffindor's shadow. In the very centre of town stood a towering marble statue. It rose nearly 15 feet high from a circular bed of vibrant red and golden yellow flowers. The bearded man stood tall and proud. He wore what looked like a travelling cloak and a broad-brimmed hat that rose to a point and sagged slightly to one side. His left arm was raised high, his hand loosely cupped as though holding something invisible and precious. His right hand rested upon the hilt of a great sword, its tip planted firmly in the earth. Harry did not need to read the plaque at its base. He knew exactly who it was. "Guess you know who that is," Hagrid said, as the base. He knew exactly who it was. "Guess you know who that is," Hagrid said, as they neared it, nodding toward the enormous figure. "Yeah," Harry said quietly, glancing around to make sure nobody was close enough to hear. "This used to be a wizarding town, didn't it?" "Yep," Hagrid replied. "Long time ago, though. Muggles have lived here for centuries now, but there are still witches and wizards about." He looked around and added, "They're the ones what keep it all going. Keep it true." "True." Hagrid scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Dunno if you noticed, but things don't exactly age here like they do elsewhere. He looked up at the statue of Godric Gryffindor. He was a powerful wizard, by all accounts. Put all sorts of enchantments on the place to stop it getting spoiled. Wanted it to stay true to Gryffindor long after he was gone. His family lived here for generations, built it up, kept the magic going." Hagrid sniffed. "Mostly older witches and wizards here now, stayin' in memory o' him." He lifted a huge hand to shield his eyes from the lowering sun. "Couple more hours till dark. Best get moving." Harry turned away from the marble figure and followed Hagrid down the winding streets. The road twisted deeper through rows of quaint old cottages. The sinking sun bathed the rooftops in honey-gold light, while long shadows crept across the cobblestones. The whole town looked like something from a dream. But Harry barely saw any of it. He was aware of only one thing. He was getting closer. Closer to the place where Voldemort had destroyed his family. When they turned into Achilles' Lane, the change was immediate. Gone were the bright gardens. Gone were the warm cottages. The houses here stood abandoned. Grey. Cold. Lifeless. Overgrown weeds choked the gardens, crooked for sale. Signs leaned in the grass, no lights shone behind the dusty windows, no voices drift. He made his way toward the partially standing room, picking carefully through the wreckage. His eyes darted over the ruins as he moved, though he had no real idea what he was searching for. Every now and then something would catch the fading light and make his heart lurch, but each time he bent to inspect it, it was only broken glass, glittering among the rubble, or fragments of cracked plaster and torn wallpaper. At last he stopped beneath the leaning wall. He looked up at the sagging ceiling above him, and beyond it, to the darkening sky. He didn't have much time before sunset. Drawing in a slow breath, Harry forced himself to shut out everything else and focus only on the task at hand. Harry! He turned sharply. At hand. Harry! He turned sharply. Hagrid was shouting from outside the little white gate. Harry, I think you ought to come back. I can't get past the block. Hagrid looked as though he were pressed against a pane of invisible glass. His broad face was squashed oddly, cheek flattened, and lips distorted as he strained against the unseen barrier. Harry stared. And then it hit him. Dumbledore had protected this place from everyone. Except him. Either Dumbledore had known Harry would return here one day, or he had meant to bring him here himself. It's okay, Hagrid, Harry called back loudly. Don't worry, I think Dumbledore wanted me to come here. He glanced around the ruins. It'll be dark soon anyway. Just wait for me. I won't be long. Hagrid stopped pushing and stepped back, breathing hard. Then he lowered himself heavily onto the low stone wall by the roadside. Just hurry up, he muttered. Don't want to stay here longer and we have to... Then he called. What are you looking for anyway? Harry ran his fingers along the cracked wall beside him. I don't know, he answered. His voice sounded hollow. I don't know, he repeated under his breath as he crouched to sift through the broken bricks. The sun vanished behind the trees long ago. Night. The moon gave only the faintest silver light. Harry's hands were scratched and bleeding in places. Dust and white powder coated his clothes and hair. But all he found were useless scraps. Twisted metal. Splintered wood. Shattered tiles. Bits of nails and hinges. Nothing. After what felt like hours, Harry sank down onto a broken beam of wood. He looked over toward Hagrid. Hagrid was still perched on the wall, slumped heavily now, head drooping as though he might have fallen asleep. Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He buried Ace in his hands, breathing hard. Nothing. Not one single thing. Frustration burned through him. Disappointment hollowed him out. He had been so sure. There had to be something left of them here. A photograph. A toy. A piece of clothing. Anything. Anything at all. He dragged his bleeding hands down his face and stared into the dark. The emptiness inside him grew. The cold night air bit through his clothes. He shuddered and pulled the invisibility cloak tighter around himself. How could he have been so stupid? Dragging Hagrid all this way for nothing. Like poison. A cold, dead claw seemed to wrap itself around Harry's heart, squeezing the warmth from it, squeezing the hope, squeezing the light. His breath misted softly before him. The whole journey had been pointless. All hope drained away. The darkness inside him felt complete. Then Harry froze. A sudden realization struck him like lightning. His head snapped upward. He leapt to his feet. His wand was in his hand instantly. Heart hammering wildly, he scrambled toward the gate. Eyes searching the black sky him all at once. "Hagrid!" Harry bellowed. "Hagrid!" He heard a snort, a groggy stir. "Hagrid!" But before Harry could reach him, dark shapes were gliding in from every side. A swarm of black cloaks. Dementors. They drifted soundlessly toward Hagrid, their ragged robes billowing like smoke. Harry's blood turned to ice. He knew exactly what to do. He forced his mind toward the brightest memory he had. A day with Ginny by the lake. Sunlight on her hair. Her laughter in the warm summer air. The feel of her hand in his. Expecto Patronum. Harry roared the words. The memory flooded through him, and from its tip erupted a great silver stag. Perfect. Blazing. Magnificent. It bounded forward, head lowered, antlers gleaming like moonlight. It charged the Dementors. But the instant it struck the invisible magical barrier surrounding the house, it shattered, vanished into silver mist. No. Harry stumbled over broken bricks, scrambling toward Hagrid. Hagrid was on his knees now, flailing his pink umbrella helplessly at the advancing creatures. Expecto Patronum. Again the stag burst from Harry's wand. Again it dissolved against the invisible block. Hagrid let out a horrible, strangled moan and collapsed. Hagrid. Harry hurled himself over the tiny white gate. The moment he crossed beyond the enchantment. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag exploded from his wand once more. This time, it hit. It ploughed through the Dementors like a living force of light. They reeled backward. Scattered. "To Hagrid!" Harry shouted desperately, pointing. Get them away from him. Harry ran behind the Patronus as it carved a path through the darkness. Now, out he could hear them. The awful, rattling, sucking breaths of the Dementors. The sound of death, of despair, of emptiness. And there were more of them. More and more. Closing in. Ranks reforming behind Harry and the stag as he reached Hagrid. "Keep them back!" Harry yelled over his shoulder. He dropped to his knees beside Hagrid, grabbing fistfuls of his coat and shaking him. "Hagrid! Hagrid!" Hagrid groaned. His eyes fluttered weakly. "Get Back, he wheezed. Behind. The block. Harry. Harry looked up. The stag was circling them now, holding the Dementors at bay. They pressed closer. Closer. Relentless. Harry knew the truth. His Patronus wouldn't last forever. There were too many. Hagrid tried to lift his head. His eyes were half open. His skin looked pale beneath his beard. His whole body trembled violently in the Dementor's freezing presence. "Get back!" he rasped. Behind the block. "It's all right, it's okay," Harry said quickly, gripping him tighter. "They can't get to us." But even as he said it, he looked up and knew he was lying. The hooded figures swarmed all around them. The silver stag was dimming, flickering. They were finished. Harry wouldn't even have time to cast another. "Harry, get back." "I'm not leaving you, Hagrid," Harry snapped. Then, softer. "Stop trying to talk." His mind raced wildly. He had no plan. No idea how to save them. But he knew one thing. He would not leave Hagrid here. He would not let the Dementors take his soul. He would get them both out. He had to... Crack! The sound split the night. Then another. Crack! Folks. Harry's stomach dropped. Cold dread crashed over him. Death Eaters! Harry could hear shouting beyond the swirling black mass. Loud voices carried on the wind. But he couldn't make out the words. He closed his eyes for one brief second. I should never have come. I should never have brought Hagrid here. He trusted me. The guilt hit him like a curse. Then Harry opened his eyes and stood. Something hardened inside him. A new strength took hold. The fear drained away. If this was where it ended, then he would die defending Hagrid. He raised his wand. Ready. The Dementors seemed to be retreating now. Eaters could move in. Those on the outer edge were peeling away rapidly. Soon Harry would be face to face with Voldemort's followers. Or worse, Voldemort himself. Then, something changed. The Dementors jerked suddenly as one, like a school of blackfish scattering from circling sharks. They turned away from Harry, and then panic spread through them. Some shot upward into the sky. Others seemed to crumple and fall away as though struck. A gap opened in the darkness. Harry stared. A large boat was charging through the Dementors. It lowered its horns and drove them back effortlessly. To Harry's left flashed another Patronus, a huge silver wildcat. To his right, an enormous vulture with outstretched, glowing wings. They swept through the swarm, scattering the creatures in every direction. And behind them came 3 very old wizards in white robes. 2 had long silver beards streaming behind them. The third was almost entirely bald. All 3 ran surprisingly fast. They skidded to a halt beside Harry and Hagrid. "Are you all right?" gasped the tallest, skinniest one, bent double with his hands braced on his knees. "I'm fine," Harry said quickly, breathless himself, but they got to Hagrid before I could reach him. He watched as the other two wizards recalled their patronuses. The last of the Dementors vanished into the night. Harry's silver stag turned toward him one final time, as if recognizing him, then faded into darkness just before reaching his outstretched hand. Its strength spent. The freezing cold lifted at once. The night became merely cool, still, quiet. Harry dropped back to his knees beside Hagrid. "It's all right, Hagrid," he said urgently. "They're gone now." Hagrid groaned. He was already beginning to recover. His giant blood made him far tougher than ordinary people against Dementors. Harry glanced up at the old men. "Don't suppose any of you've got some chocolate?" What was wheezed the shorter, rounder, bearded wizard in a rough, grainy voice. "All that about." He squinted at Harry. Then slowly, recognition dawned. His eyes widened. He had probably seen Harry's face in the papers often enough. "You," he breathed. What are you doing here?" Before Harry, the old wizard rounded on him. "Now why'd you be asking a daft question like that for Fudd?" He flung an arm toward the ruins of Harry's parents' house. "Eh," said Fudd, screwing up his face and cupping a hand behind one ear. "What'd you say?" The bald wizard groaned loudly. "Look where we bleedin' well are, for goodness sake." He jabbed a finger toward the wreckage again. "What do you think he's doing here, on holiday? Doing a bit of sightseeing?" He snorted. "Doddery old bludger," he muttered, not nearly quietly enough. Even in the middle of the wreckage, even with Hagrid half-conscious, Harry nearly laughed. As they hurried away from the ruins, the old men, still arguing under their breath, the shortest and baldest of them barked over his shoulder. "I heard that." The stockier wizard snorted. "Oh, so you hear that just fine, do you?" said Fudd, blinking owlishly. "What was that?" "Never mind," the bald wizard roared, throwing up his hands. "I do not think it is wise to stand here bickering amongst ourselves," interrupted the tall, thin wizard sharply. His voice was cracked with age, yet it carried an authority that silenced the others at once. "We must leave, immediately." His pale eyes swept the darkness beyond the ruined gate. "They may return, and in greater numbers." Then he turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you and your friend will come with us for tonight. You can go no farther in this condition." Harry nodded breathlessly and bent to help Hagrid. "Hagrid, come on." Hagrid groaned as he struggled upright. He was grey beneath the wild tangle of beard, swaying heavily on his feet. Harry hooked an arm around his enormous middle and nearly collapsed under the weight, but Hagrid gradually found enough strength to steady himself. Together they stumbled away from the wreckage. The streets of Godric's Hollow were eerily silent now. The flowers that had looked so bright in daylight were pale and ghostly in the moonlight. Their footsteps echoed along the cobbles. Harry's lungs burned. His arms ached. His arms ached. His body still trembled from the cold left behind by the Dementors. After several minutes, he looked up at the tall old wizard beside him. "Who are you?" The man glanced down, white brows lifting. "We must make haste," he said quietly. "There will be time for introductions later." Harry studied him in the glow of a passing street lamp. He looked impossibly ancient. His face was deeply lined, almost carved from parchment, and his long white hair shimmered silver in the moonlight. His wand remained raised in one trembling hand, though his eyes were alert and sharp. They turned onto a broad avenue lined with towering trees. The houses here were larger. Grand grey stone buildings stood far apart, behind sweeping lawns and iron fences. The place felt older, nobler. At last they stopped before enormous golden wrought-iron gates. Harry stared. Beyond them was nothing. No house. Only darkness. It looked like the entrance to some private park, enclosed by high stone walls and ancient trees. The thin wizard motioned for Harry and Hagrid to lean closer. In a whisper so faint, Harry barely heard it, he said. "Gryffindor's 7th on Hollow." At once the air shimmered. Harry jumped back. Out of nothingness, a vast stone mansion began to unfold before them. It rose silently, from invisibility expanding outward, as if the night itself were peeling away. Massive old trees shifted aside. Flowering shrubs bent and rustled as the building pressed into existence. Harry's breath caught. He had seen magic like this before. 12 Grimmauld Place. A hidden house. Secret. Protected. Unplottable. Hagrid gave a startled grunt. The old wizard smiled faintly. Dandelion. The gate swung inward with a long metallic groan. They passed through. Approached the manor. Harry saw the great carved oak doors bearing an enormous scarlet and gold lion crest. The mark of Gryffindor House. Unlike the grand homes nearby, this mansion was strangely plain. Solid. Severe. Built for strength, not beauty. Its stone walls were dark with age. Its windows were tall and narrow. Its towers rose square and watchful into the night. It looked less like a home, and more like a fortress. Harry tightened his grip on Hagrid as they climbed the steps. Somewhere behind them, beyond the dark streets and ruined house, the past waited. But here, behind these walls, something else waited. Answers. You get the door. Waldo, Fudd bellowed, straining under Hagrid's enormous weight. Harry tightened his grip as Hagrid lurched dangerously to one side. The little bald wizard muttered darkly under his breath and hurried ahead. He drew his wand and ran its tip lightly along the seam where the double doors met, between the two massive cast-iron handles shaped like roaring lions. There came a series of loud metallic clunks. Locks sliding, bolts withdrawing, chains releasing. Then the great doors groaned inward. Harry half-carried, half-dragged Hagrid across the threshold. "This way," said the thin old wizard. He raised one long arm and guided them into a smaller room just off the entrance hall. The moment Hagrid reached the bench beneath the main window, he collapsed onto it with a groan that shook the cushions. Harry sank onto the arm of a leather chair nearby, chest heaving, and looked around. The room was unexpectedly warm. Cozy. Safe. Harry shuddered involuntarily. Only moments ago he had been surrounded by dementors, suffocating beneath cold and despair. And now this. A great fire crackled merrily in an old blackened stone hearth along the far wall, throwing dancing orange light across the room. A circular iron chandelier hung from the high-beamed ceiling, thick with dripping candles that burned steadily without smoke. The furniture looked ancient. Deep leather armchairs softened with age. Polished oak tables scarred by time. Thick woven rugs faded but lovingly kept. Everything in the room felt old. Comfortably old. Like the men who lived here. "Oi, Sooty!" Waldo barked suddenly, peering into thin air. With a sharp crack, a small figure appeared in the middle of the room. Harry blinked. A house elf. But unlike Dobby or Creature, this one looked remarkably young. Its skin was smooth and pale grey, without the usual deep wrinkles. Its eyes were enormous and silver, and its tiny nose resembled a pink strawberry. It wore a neat red and gold tartan kilt wrapped around its body, pinned at one shoulder. The elf was fidgeting nervously. Then it noticed where it had apparated. Directly on top of the coffee table. It gave a tiny squeak. "Oops!" With a flustered hop, it jumped down onto the rug and clasped its hands together. "Yes, sir," it squeaked anxiously. Waldo shifted in his chair. "Right then, bring some tea for our guests, and chocolate." He squinted at the elf. "And don't forget the sugar pot this time." He paused. "Or the milk." Another pause. "Or the tea, for that matter." The elf's ears drooped. "No, sir, I mean, yes, sir." It spun around and scurried from the room. Fudd snorted from his chair by the fire. It'd be a miracle if she remembers cups. He rolled his eyes and propped his feet up on the stool in front of him with a grunt. Harry almost smiled. The absurdity of it. After everything. Nearly made him laugh. "So, Emmerich," Waldo said, leaning back as he tapped ash from a crooked old pipe into a dish on the table. Emmerich, who had remained standing all this time, moved toward the hearth. He bent and prodded the fire with a long iron poker. A burst of sparks shot upward, vanishing into the chimney. He stared into the flames for a moment. Then he turned. The firelight caught the deep lines in his face and made his pale eyes gleam. He looked first at Hagrid, slumped and breathing heavily. then at Harry. And when he spoke, his voice was quiet, measured, serious. "First," he said, "I think owes us an explanation. You'll both stay here tonight," Emmerich said at last, his voice calm and firm. He rested both hands on the iron poker and looked toward the doorway through which Sooty had vanished. "Sooty will prepare a room for each of you." Then his gaze shifted back to Harry. "You will be safe here, until morning, at least." The pause that followed made Harry's stomach tighten. However, Emmerich's pale eyes fixed on him from beneath heavy brows. "By now, you know who will know you are here." The words seemed to make the room colder. "There will almost certainly be some of his followers in the hollow already, searching for you." Harry's chest tightened. I strongly advise, Emmerich continued, each word deliberate, that you do not attempt to return to Achilles' Lane under any circumstances." Harry lowered his eyes to the worn rug beneath his trainers. A fresh wave of disappointment swept through him. Nothing. He had found nothing. No clue. No keepsake. No trace of his parents. Only rubble. And now, Hagrid had nearly lost his soul because of him. Guilt settled over Harry like a weight. What if this had all been selfish? What if he had dragged Hagrid all this way for nothing but his own desperate need to feel close to the dead? Emmerich turned back toward the orange light flickered over his lined face as he stared into the flames. "We were fortunate tonight," he murmured. Harry looked up. "You must have caught them off guard. They were not watching the sight as closely as I would have expected." His eyes shifted back to Harry. "Next time." His voice hardened. "You will not be so lucky." "Lucky," Hagrid repeated hoarsely from the bench. Harry felt sick. The memory of the black-cloaked swarm closing around them made his insides twist. The hollow, rattling breaths. The freezing air. The hopelessness. He couldn't imagine worse. And yet, listening to Emmerich, Harry believed him. There was something in the something that reminded Harry painfully of Albus Dumbledore. Wise, steady, unshakable. A sudden bright tinkle broke the silence. Sooty had returned. She stood in the doorway clutching a silver tray so overloaded that it wobbled dangerously in her hands. Harry found himself automatically checking. Tea. 5 cups. Sugar. Milk. Chocolate. She'd remembered everything. He almost smiled. And then disaster struck. Her enormous foot caught the leg of the cloak stand. There was a deafening crash. The tray flew upward. Tea sprayed everywhere. The cloak stand toppled after her, burying the little elf beneath a mountain of coats and scarves. The silver teapot bounced across the rug. Chocolate skidded under the chair. Harry sprang up instinctively. He dropped to his knees and yanked the pile of clothes off her. Sooty emerged in a tangle of tartan and limbs, squeaking in embarrassment. Harry hauled her upright by one skinny arm. She was trembling and tittering nervously. From the fireplace came Fudd's muttered grumble. Useless. Couldn't dry a dish in a desert. Waldo snorted. Emmerich sighed softly and drew his wand. With 2 swift flicks, the tray righted itself. The teapot flew neatly back into place. The cups lined up in a row. The spilled milk, tea, and sugar vanished from the carpet. And the slab of chocolate slid obediently back onto the tray. Everything settled perfectly on the table, as though nothing had happened. Sooty stood staring at it all, blinking. Emmerich smiled kindly. Not to worry. Sooty. The elf's silver eyes lifted. Why don't you see if you can prepare 2 rooms for Mr. Potter and his friend? She nodded rapidly, brushing crumbs and dust from her kilt. Yes, right away, sir. She turned to hurry from the room, then froze. Her ears shot upright. Her huge eyes widened. Every wizard in the room looked up. Sooty slowly turned back toward Emmerich, trembling. And in a tiny, frightened voice she squeaked, "Sir." She swallowed hard. "There's someone at the gate." Sooty had turned to leave when her wide silver eyes landed on Harry. She froze. Her mouth fell open. She stared. Harry grimaced awkwardly. It was the same expression people always wore when they realized who he was. Some mixture of disbelief, awe, and the strange urge to stop functioning altogether. It reminded him, rather alarmingly, of Dobby. Only female. And younger. Mr. Potter," she squeaked. Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Hey, Harry Potter." Her hands flew to her cheeks. "The H. Harry P. Potter." Emmerich chuckled softly. "Yes, Sooty," he said, clearly amused. He thought she might faint. "Harry Potter," she breathed. Harry stared resolutely into the fire, ears burning. At least she could say it now without stammering. Then she clasped her hands tightly against her chest and squealed. "James and Lily's son." Harry's head snapped around so fast his neck hurt. "What?" Sooty spun in a circle, almost tripping over her own feet again. "You're James and Lily's son." She pointed at Harry with one shaking finger, then whirled toward Emmerich. "Harry Potter, James and Lily's son." Emmerich smiled patiently, as though explaining something to an overexcited child. "Yes, Sooty," he said kindly. "This is Harry Potter, James and Lily's son." Sooty gave another tiny shriek, as though hearing it for the first time all over again. Harry barely noticed. His pulse was pounding in his ears. James. Lily. The name struck him like a blow. The reason he had come here. Chapter 3. The Last Day of Peace. Bill, with one arm flung across his face, staring into the darkness behind his eyelids. Sooty had left him feeling as though he might shatter under the weight of it all. Earlier that evening, he had longed for some deeper thread that bound him to the parents he had lost before he could know them. Now, As the night bled slowly toward dawn, he felt hollowed out. The emotions had come in waves beneath the silver wash of moonlight, grief, love, anger, longing, until they had poured out of him completely. And somewhere, in that silent flood, Harry had found them. He had found his mother. He had found his father. The memory of James in the pensive still lingered sharply in his mind. That arrogant, laughing boy had unsettled him once. Harry had wanted a hero, someone flawless, someone worthy of worship. Instead, he had found someone painfully real, someone reckless, someone cruel at times, someone human. And now Harry understood. At times, someone human. And now Harry understood. James Potter had not been perfect, but he had loved. Loved enough to stand wandless before Voldemort and try to hold him back. Loved enough to die buying Lily and Harry a few precious seconds. And Lily! Sweet, fierce Lily. She had been offered life. Voldemort would have spared her. But she had chosen Harry. She had stepped between darkness and her son without hesitation, and died for him. As the pale grey light of pre-dawn crept into his room, Harry rose from bed. Every movement felt heavy, as though the night had drained years from him. He dressed in silence, then crossed to the small basin and splashed icy water over his face. Droplets ran down his skin as he lifted his head and met his own reflection in the mirror. He barely recognized himself. His face was drawn and pale. His green eyes looked older, somehow shadowed by too much pain, too much understanding. It was as if an entire lifetime of anguish had burned through him in the space of one night, leaving behind only ash. An empty shell. Harry moved to the window. Outside, dawn spread golden fingers across the dew-soaked lawn, chasing away the darkness. A new beginning. And with it came Dumbledore's voice, echoing in the quiet chambers of his mind. The prophecy does not mean you have to do anything. You yourself will never rest until you've tried. He will continue to hunt you. Harry closed his eyes and drew in a long, steady breath. Something had changed. Not outside. Inside. As the sun climbed higher, so too did a new certainty within him. He no longer feared his own weakness. He no longer feared the road ahead. When the time came, he would face Voldemort. And one of them would not walk away. Harry would end the darkness, or die trying. He owed his parents that much. He owed the world that much. Ed and carried it downstairs. The old house was silent. He paused at the sitting-room door and peered inside. Waldo and Fudd were gone. The fire burned down to dull red embers in the grate. Across the entrance hall, an open doorway spilled faint light into the gloom. There was movement beyond it, soft, shuffling. Voices. Familiar voices. Harry's heart gave an odd lurch. He followed the sound down the narrow passageway until he reached the doorway. Inside, A figure stood hunched over a thick wooden table, back turned to him. Harry set the chest quietly onto a nearby bench. "Harry." Hermione collided with him. She flung her arms around him so tightly he nearly stumbled backward. Her breathing was uneven, as though she had been running or worrying. Harry froze for half a second, then wrapped his arms around her. Warmth. Solid, real warmth. After the loneliness of the night, the feeling nearly undid him. He held her close. Hermione. His friend? His anchor. The emptiness inside him eased, just a little. And when she finally pulled back, Harry looked down at her anxious face and smiled. For the first time that morning, it felt real. When we heard what happened, her lips trembling as she struggled to catch her breath, "Are you all right?" Her eyes were wide with fear, every inch of her face etched with concern. "I'm fine. Hermione, really." Harry tried for reassurance, but she still clung tightly to his arms, as though afraid he might vanish if she let go. "Really?" he repeated more firmly, nodding. "And Hagrid?" she asked urgently. "Is he okay?" "He's fine too. Don't worry." Harry gently peeled her hands away from him. Hermione let out a shaky breath. "I'm glad to hear it." Harry looked past her shoulder. Lupin had turned from the table and was watching him. Harry's chest tightened. Lupin looked dreadful, grey-faced, drawn, his illness etched into every line of him. Guilt stabbed Harry at once. "Lupin," Harry began awkwardly. I'm sorry." But Lupin lifted a hand. "Don't," he said quietly, shaking his head. His voice was grave, exhausted. "I know why you came, Harry." Hermione took Harry gently by the arm and guided him toward the table opposite Lupin. Harry glanced around with a crooked, humourless smile. His ever-present guard had caught up with him yet again. By the window, Sturgis Podmore and Hestia Jones stood deep in whispered conversation, both casting frequent looks in Harry's direction. At the old-fashioned stove, Elphias Doge was wheezing instructions at Sooty as though directing an orchestra. "Fold," he croaked, waving a spotted hand. "See. Don't stir." Despite himself, Harry almost smiled. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked, sitting down heavily. "How did you know?" "Emmerich sent us a message," Lupin said, studying Harry with unreadable eyes. "Told us you were here." He paused. "He knew we'd be looking for you once word of the Dementors got out." Lupin's voice hardened. "What he didn't know was that we'd already been looking for you since midday yesterday." Harry sighed and shut his eyes briefly. "Of course." Moody, dropping in to deliver Tonks a message, Lupin continued, his expression severe. "We probably wouldn't have discovered you gone until it was time for you to check in." His gaze sharpened. "But I'm sure you already knew that." Harry looked up. "In fact," Lupin said coldly, "you were counting on it, if I'm not mistaken." "I knew you wouldn't let me come here otherwise," Harry shot back, struggling to contain the anger rising in his chest. He was sick of it. Sick of being watched. Sick of being protected. sick of everyone deciding what was best for him. "Have some breakfast, Harry." Hermione cut in quickly, sliding a plate of scrambled eggs under his nose like a peace offering. She was doing her best to stop the storm before it broke. But it was too late. "Well, you're right about that at least," Lupin said, ignoring her completely. His frown deepened. "I most certainly would not have allowed you to come." His voice sharpened. "Look what almost happened. What you did." Harry snapped. "I would have thought, out of everyone, you'd understand." His chair scraped loudly against the floor as he surged to his feet, fury blazing in his eyes. "You were one of my mum and dad's best friends." His voice cracked like a whip through the room. "You would have done the same thing if you were me." Everyone had gone still. Even Elphias stopped instructing the eggs. "Would have expected any different either," Harry shouted, breathing hard now, every word burning as it left him. "Because I'm too much like them to believe they wouldn't understand." The silence that followed was thick and heavy. Harry stood there, chest heaving, fists clenched at his sides. His anger finally unleashed. "Hey!" Lupin was looking at him strangely. Not with anger. Not even disappointment. It was almost as though he was seeing Harry clearly for the very first time. "You are like them, Harry," Lupin said softly at last. "Very much indeed." The hard line of his frown had faded, replaced by something sadder, more thoughtful. "Which is one of the reasons I'm here now." Harry let out a heavy sigh and dropped his gaze to the table. "I know." "Harry." Lupin leaned forward, folding his hands. "We all have to look out for each other, and for you especially. But you have to understand." Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow and placed a plate in front of him with unnecessary care, as though trying to cushion the weight of Lupin's words. Lupin continued, "You are Voldemort's #1 target." The words landed heavily in the room. "He will stop at nothing to get to you." Harry met Lupin's eyes. Lupin's own were shadowed. "I am not Dumbledore," he said quietly. "I cannot protect you the way he could." He gave a small shake of his head. "None of us can—" Harry held his gaze. "I'm not afraid anymore." There was no bravado in his voice. No anger. Only certainty. Something in the way he said it made Lupin's mouth twitch into the faintest of smiles. "I've never doubted your courage, Harry." A loud splat shattered the moment. Everyone turned. Elphias let out a noise somewhere between outrage and despair. Sooty, apparently misunderstanding the meaning of fold, had obediently flipped the scrambled eggs right over the side of the pan and onto the hot iron stove. "Shovel," Elphias wheezed indignantly. Hermione darted across the room at once. "Oh, Sooty. It's all right, really. It's all right, we've got loads more eggs." She fussed around the elf, patting her shoulders and glaring daggers at Elphias. Harry noticed Sooty staring at Hermione with deep suspicion, as though she were an escaped patient from St. Mungo's. Hermione, of course, noticed none of it. She was too busy muttering darkly under her breath while rescuing the remains of breakfast. The tension in the room broke. Soft laughter rippled around the table. A little later, Emmerich entered, smiling and nodding at Harry before taking the seat beside Lupin. He quickly became absorbed in quiet conversation between mouthfuls of food. Then Hagrid ducked through the doorway. Harry looked up at once. Hagrid seemed more himself now, his face less pale, his movements steadier, but he carefully avoided Lupin's eye and went out of his way to sit at the farthest end of the table with a mountain of eggs and toast piled before him. Harry frowned slightly. That was odd. By early morning, the kitchen had filled. Voices overlapped in a cheerful, chaotic blur. Waldo and Fudd, it seemed, rarely left the Hollow these days, and they were making the most of a kitchen full of witches and wizards to gather every scrap of news. Harry caught bits and pieces of conversation here and there. He strained especially hard to hear what Lupin and Emmerich were saying. Their voices were low. Urgent! Once, just once, Harry thought he heard the name Tom Riddle. He leaned in. Harry. Hermione. Again. He jerked his head around irritably. What? Hermione blinked. Harry saw at once the hurt flash across her face. His anger drained instantly. He exhaled and turned away from Lupin and Emmerich's murmured conversation. Then he reached over and gently placed his hand over hers. Sorry, he said quietly. I didn't sleep much last night, she said, with a small, tired smile. I don't suppose you did. Hmm? The moment Harry caught sight of the burrow, his heart lifted. It felt like slipping into a pair of old, comfortable shoes. Home! Before he'd even made it through the door, Mrs. Weasley had flung herself at him. She enveloped him in one of her fierce, breath-stealing hugs, fussing over him in a whirlwind of relief and indignation. Oh, honestly, Harry. Her hair was escaping its bun, her eyes red-rimmed with exhaustion. Looking around the kitchen, Harry's stomach twisted. Everyone looked tired. Worn out. They'd all been awake most of the night, waiting for news. Guilt settled heavily in his chest. Only Fleur Delacour appeared entirely untouched by sleep deprivation. She looked as luminous as ever. Harry, it is so good to see you, she purred, sweeping forward and kissing both his cheeks. Harry blinked. His eyes glazed slightly. We've been worried, sick about you. She placed a dramatic hand over her heart. I was beginning to think you would not make A to Z wedding. She narrowed her eyes and wagged a slender finger at him. You are very naughty to do that to us. Then she pouted magnificently and sat back down at the kitchen table like a queen resuming her throne. Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. Oi! A heavy hand thumped Harry on the shoulder. He turned to see Ron Weasley grinning at him from ear to ear. It's good to have you back. Harry couldn't help but grin in return. After everything, the fear, the exhaustion, the endless tension, it felt unbelievably good to be back in Ron's company. Safe. Normal. Or as normal as life ever got around the Weasleys. Still, even as he smiled. Harry found his gaze flickering restlessly around the room. Searching. "Have you had breakfast?" Harry called Molly Weasley from the stove. Sound of the kitchen battlefield. Frying pans clattered, plates soared through the air, sausages sizzled furiously, and a kettle shrieked somewhere in the chaos. "Yeah, thanks," Harry replied. "Got to hand it to you," Ron said, lowering his voice as he steered Harry toward the foot of the stairs. "You really know how to get up the Order's nose." He smirked. Harry gave a tired huff of laughter. Ron's eyes dropped to the small black chest Harry was carrying. "What's that?" "Breakfast will be on the table in a minute, Ron," Molly shouted without turning around, "so whatever you've got to talk about can wait." Hermione Granger gave them an apologetic smile. All three turned obediently toward the table. "Not you." Harry stopped dead. Molly had spun around, wooden spoon raised like a weapon, and was glaring directly at him. "You can go straight upstairs to Fred and George's room and get into bed." Harry opened his mouth to protest. All he wanted was to stay here with Ron and Hermione. He doubted he'd sleep anyway. Molly said sharply, narrowing her eyes. "Up, you, go." Harry sighed. "Well, I've had breakfast too, so Hermione began. "Oh no, you won't," Molly cut in immediately. "You can stay here with the rest of us. Harry needs his sleep." "But none of us slept," Ron protested indignantly. Molly wheeled on him so fast he visibly shrank back. "That's not the point." She pointed dramatically. Harry bed. Then jabbed the spoon toward Ron and Hermione. "You two sit." Ron and Hermione exchanged utterly bewildered looks. Harry, despite himself, smirked as he slipped away and began climbing the crooked stairs. The familiar house groaned and creaked around him as he wound his way up to Fred and George's room. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was just as chaotic as ever. Bits of half-finished inventions littered every available surface. Strange mechanical whirring came from somewhere beneath the bed, and several brightly coloured boxes stacked in one corner gave suspicious little rattles. Harry crossed to a tall wooden chest of drawers near the door and placed the small black chest carefully on top. His trunk was already there at the foot of the bed. Lupin must have brought it. He knelt beside it and opened it quietly. Carefully, he slipped his father's old cloak inside. Just before they'd apparated back to the burrow, Rubeus Hagrid had handed Harry the silvery bundle. Harry had dropped it in the chaos earlier, and Hagrid, bless him, had scooped it up and stuffed it into one of his enormous coat pockets. Harry had completely forgotten about it until now. He ran his fingers over the smooth fabric. He was glad Hagrid had thought to retrieve it. He had a feeling he was going to need it again, especially if he ever found himself trapped somewhere, needing to disappear. His thoughts drifted back to Privet Drive. Apparently, the moment Lupin had discovered Harry missing, he and Alastair Moody had stormed straight to the Dursleys. Harry could almost picture it. Lupin pounding on the front door. Moody looming behind him like an avenging nightmare. the Dursleys opening the door, and nearly dying on the spot. Harry snorted softly. Of course, it had all been pointless. The Dursleys hadn't even realized he was gone. They'd probably silence, and once two wild-looking wizards started demanding answers, well, Harry could imagine Uncle Vernon spluttering in outrage, Aunt Petunia shrieking, Dudley hiding behind the sofa. Lupin had apparently managed to get no sense out of any of them. In the end, he'd simply given up, retrieved Harry's trunk, and transported it straight to the burrow before leaving, abandoning 3 stunned, terrified muggles in his wake. For the first time that day, Harry let out a quiet laugh. Then, suddenly exhausted, he sat down heavily on the bed and closed his eyes. Lupin had pulled Harry aside before they left Emmerich's house, his worn, lined face grave in the dim morning light as he told Harry in a tone that allowed no argument whatsoever that he was to remain at the burrow until further notice, adding that the Order had spent a great deal of time and effort ensuring it was as safe there as humanly possible, and that he, for one, would be bitterly disappointed if Harry chose to disregard all of that by scarpering off again without so much as leaving a clue as to where he had gone. Harry had muttered his agreement, though in truth Lupin needn't have worried. He was painfully aware that he had nowhere else to go anyway, and with no real idea where to even begin searching for the remaining Horcruxes, there was little point in pretending he had any immediate plans beyond staying put and trying not to go mad with frustration. Hagrid was to take Sirius's old motorbike back to Hogwarts, while Lupin and the others escorted Harry back here mad with frustration. Hagrid was to take Sirius's old motorbike back to Hogwarts, while Lupin and the others escorted Harry back here. Yet the moment they had seen him safely to the garden path, they had all seemed in an extraordinary hurry to leave again, barely pausing to give the briefest of waves to Mrs. Weasley as she threw open the front door in a whirl of relief and panic before disapparating into the early morning air. Now Harry sat on the edge of the bed in Fred and George's room, slowly unbuttoning his shirt as he stared thoughtfully at the worn floorboards beneath his feet, his mind turning over the question of why they had all been in such a rush, and growing more impatient by the second with the fact that the question of why they had all been in such a rush, and growing more impatient by the second with the fact that the Order still seemed determined to keep him in the dark. He was sick of whispered conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room, sick of exchanged glances and half-truths, and the constant feeling that everyone around him was deciding what he could or could not handle. He would be 17, in only a couple of weeks of age in the wizarding world, and when that day came, he swore to himself that he would tell Lupin in no uncertain terms that he wanted in on whatever was happening, and surely, once he was legally an adult, Lupin wouldn't be able to deny him any longer. For Harry, that birthday could not come soon enough. Then, suddenly, that birthday could not come soon enough. Then, suddenly, the strange, prickling sensation of being watched crawled over the back of his neck, and he looked up sharply. There, leaning silently against the doorway with her arms folded across her chest and her eyes shadowed with doubt and something deeper he didn't dare name, stood Ginny Weasley. Harry's fingers stopped dead on the buttons of his shirt. For one dizzying second, All the breath seemed to leave him. It had been Ginny he'd been looking for downstairs. Ginny his eyes had unconsciously searched for among the crowd in the kitchen, and now that she was standing there in front of him, framed by the doorway with her blazing hair, catching the dim light like fire. Harry found himself wondering with sudden, painful clarity how he had ever managed to walk away from her in the first place. "Hi," she said softly. Her voice washed over him like nectar. "Hi," Harry answered, though his own voice came out rougher than he intended. "Stop it," he told himself, savagely, trying to rein in the violent rush of emotion that surged inside him at the mere sight of her. Ginny frowned, just slightly. "I just wanted to see that you were okay." Harry swallowed. "I'm fine." The answer came out clipped, strained, and entirely unconvincing. He didn't trust himself to say anything else. Ginny nodded once, the movement small and unreadable, and then, without another word, she turned and walked away. Harry stared after her until she disappeared. The silence she left behind felt deafening. With a groan of frustration, he yanked his glasses off and collapsed backward onto the bed, pressing both hands hard over his face as if he could physically force his thoughts into order. "What are you doing?" "Get a grip." His chest rose and fell too quickly. "It's not that hard. Just deal with it." He lay there, breathing heavily for several long moments before finally forcing himself upright, stumbling to the door and shutting it firmly as though that might somehow keep the chaos inside him contained. At some point after that, exhaustion dragged him under. Out of the blackness came shapes, fragments. Nightmare images drifting together in a blur of terror and grief. Albus Dumbledore stood before him, pale and ghost-like. One arm stretched toward Harry as though in offering or warning, Harry couldn't tell which. Behind him, Sirius Black was struggling violently, his face twisted with effort and desperation as his hands clawed at the edges of a doorway. His body stretched backward, unnaturally as though some unseen force were sucking him into darkness. Harry reached for him desperately, but he could not move. The air itself seemed solid, thick as sand. Every movement was agony. Every second stretched unbearably long. And then Severus Snape appeared before them. His face wore that same cold, ugly expression Harry would never forget. The expression he had worn the night he struck Dumbledore down. Both arms were raised high above his head. In his hands was something gleaming. A blade. A wand. Light flashing. And suddenly Sirius roared. Harry. Harry drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged and uneven, his heart slamming wildly against his ribs as the dark room swam back into focus around him. But Snape's face still burned in his mind. A lingering scar left behind by the dream. What time was it? For a few dazed seconds Harry lay still, his heart still hammering from the remnants of the nightmare, his skin damp with sweat and his mind clouded with that strange, disorienting fog, that came after being wrenched suddenly from sleep. He turned his head toward the window. Bright sunlight streamed through the narrow gaps in the curtains in long golden bars, slicing across the room and illuminating the cluttered chaos of Fred and George's inventions with sharp morning brilliance. Harry groaned softly and pushed himself upright. His body felt brilliance. Harry groaned softly and pushed himself upright. His body felt heavy, his limbs sluggish. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat there for a moment, elbows resting on his knees, his head hanging low as he dragged both hands through his already untidy hair, gripping it hard as though trying to pull himself fully awake. The dream clung to him. Snape's face, Sirius's cry, Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Harry squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head sharply, as though he could physically dislodge the images. Then he stood, grabbed a fresh set of clothes from his trunk, and made his way toward the bathroom. The days that followed passed in a strange blur of tension and routine as the wedding drew nearer. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent long hours shut away together, exchanging every scrap of information they had, piecing together fragments of truth in whispered conversations that always seemed too short and never enough. Harry told them everything about Sooty, about Godric's Hollow, about what she had revealed concerning his mother. Both Ron and Hermione had stared at him as though seeing him differently somehow. Ron looked stunned. Hermione looked as though she'd been struck by lightning. She had tried very hard to hide it. But Harry was certain he'd caught a flicker of excitement in her eyes, the kind she got when faced with a mystery, or a discovery, or both. Their discussions were interrupted frequently, most often by Ginny Weasley, usually under orders from Molly Weasley to call them down for dinner. Since that first moment in the doorway, Harry had hardly seen Ginny alone. It was almost uncanny. She was never in the same room with him unless the entire family was there too. And she seemed to spend most of her time with Fleur Delacour, helping with last-minute wedding arrangements. Harry told himself he was relieved. It made things easier, simpler. So why did his stomach still twist every time she entered a room? To Harry's surprise, Bill Weasley had asked him to be a groomsman. He'd explained, with a grin, that Fred and George were likely to be busy causing mayhem, and Charlie Weasley wouldn't be able to make it in time. No one mentioned Percy Weasley. Not once. While Harry had been trapped at Privet Drive, Ron had apparently spent hours skulking through dark hallways, hovering outside open doors trying to catch snippets of conversation between Arthur Weasley and Bill. Sometimes, in desperation, he had even resorted to using a pair of Fred and George's extendable ears. Harry could easily picture it. Ron crouched behind a vase, bright pink string trailing under a door, wearing an expression of deep concentration. The image almost made him laugh. But what Ron had heard was anything but funny. It had become terrifyingly clear that the Dementors were no longer scattered threats. They were an army. Harry had been told the year before that they were breeding. Now, judging by the sheer number that had descended on Godric's Hollow. There must be hundreds, perhaps thousands. Their attacks were no longer random, no longer chaotic. They were organized. Calculated ambushes. Witches and wizards targeted, hunted. Worse still, the Death Eaters had begun laying siege to old, respected, wizarding family homes. Ancient houses, strongholds, sanctuaries. And, according to the rumors, no one was ever left behind. The survivors were few. Most were either killed or missing. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had called in every available healer they could find. Its wards were overflowing. The injured, the grieving, the dying. Molly, who had some skill with minor healing, had begun volunteering there several times a week. Ron had overheard her crying one night, quietly sobbing to Arthur in their room. She'd said she didn't know how much more grief she could bear. Watching families break apart. Harry felt sick just thinking about it. And then there were stranger reports. Rumours. Whispers. Someone at the ministry claimed to have seen Garrick Ollivander, the missing wand-maker, lurking in the shadows of the abandoned shops in Hogsmeade one evening. Thin, ghost-like, watching. But when they looked again, he was gone, as though he had never been there at all. Trembling in the dark, the information went on and on. Night after night, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione listening to scraps of rumours, whispered reports, fragments of disasters and disappearances, none of it surprising, all of it dreadful, and yet none of it the thing he truly wanted to know. What was Voldemort planning? Where would he strike next? And more importantly, what was the Order doing to stop him? That was the part no one seemed willing to tell him. The frustration gnawed at Harry until it felt almost unbearable. He sat in the Weasleys' back garden beneath the darkening evening sky, turning the small golden locket over and over in his hand, the fake Horcrux from the cave, catching the last rays of sucks from the cave, catching the last rays of sunlight and flashing dully between his fingers. Beside him, Hermione Granger leaned sleepily against Ron Weasley's shoulder, stifling a yawn as Ron absently wrapped an arm around her to steady her. All three of them looked exhausted. The last few nights had been spent locked away in Harry's room after the house had fallen silent, whispering furiously into the early hours as they tried to work out how to begin hunting Horcruxes. So far, Hermione's attempts to discover who or what RAB stood for had led nowhere. She had grown increasingly irritated about it, and increasingly vocal. "If only I had access to the Hogwarts library," she muttered for perhaps the 100th. "If only I had access to the Hogwarts library," she muttered for perhaps the 100th time. Harry smiled faintly. Some things, at least, never changed. They debated endlessly over what to do first. What made the most sense? What was safest? What was possible? In the end, Ron and Hermione reluctantly agreed that if their Hogwarts letters arrived, they would return without Harry. Hogwarts was as good a base as any. Hermione would have access to the vast library. They could continue researching, keep learning, pick up spells, curses, and hexes that might prove useful later. Harry hated the thought of being separated, but he knew they were right. Harry had made his own decision. He would return to Godric's Hollow. He would visit his parents' graves. The thought had settled inside him with quiet certainty. Hermione had been particularly disturbed by the idea. She had argued, reasoned, pleaded. But Harry had promised he would speak to Remus Lupin about accompanying him. And besides, he would be 17 by then, free to do as he pleased. If Lupin wanted Harry under guard, he would have to agree. "What's for dinner?" Ron asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Hermione yawned again. "For the night soon, and won't be back until the ceremony tomorrow." Ron nodded sleepily. Hermione shifted slightly and continued. "Your dad's taking her to the Diggories. They were apparently very keen to help." She smiled faintly. "I think they're glad to have something to look forward to, for a change." Ron brushed a strand of hair from her face. "Ginny and I are going first thing tomorrow morning when Fleur's family arrive." Harry stared up at the stars. "I think we should all get a good night's sleep tonight." "I agree," Hermione sighed. "Tomorrow's probably going to be our last carefree day for a long time." Her voice was quiet, so we might as well make the most of it. The words lingered. Heavy. True. Next morning to absolute chaos. The door burst open with a crash. "Hiya! Harry!" The curtains were yanked open so violently that blinding sunlight flooded the room. Harry groaned and flung an arm over his eyes. Before he could even reach for his glasses, Fred Weasley had plonked himself down on the edge of the bed and slapped Harry hard on the shoulder. George was already rummaging through one of the many mysterious boxes stacked around the room. "Come on, Sleeping Beauty," George Weasley called over his shoulder. "Not every day you get to see a full-blown wizard wedding." Harry blinked blearily and shoved on his glasses. Fred grinned. "We're in charge of the decorations." He winked. "Knew Mum'd come round in the end." George snorted. "Don't know what she's so worried about." "It's going to be the usual thing," Fred said grandly. "With our own special touch?" "Of course," George added, tossing one box toward the door and opening another. "You're in for a real treat," Fred announced. "Even if we do say so ourselves." Harry pushed himself upright, still half asleep. "What's a wizard wedding?" Fred gasped theatrically. George clutched his chest. "Wouldn't want to spoil the surprise," Fred said solemnly. At that moment, a tousle-haired figure appeared in the doorway. Hair sticking up wildly in every direction, blinking as though he'd been dragged out of a coma. Fred and George turned slowly toward him and grinned. That, Harry thought, couldn't possibly be good. Ah, our dear brother. George Weasley stopped what he was doing and slowly turned, looking from Ron Weasley to Harry and then back again, narrowing his eyes as though carefully assessing the situation. "Are you two having some sort of worst bed hair contest or something?" Ron blinked stupidly. "What?" He scratched lazily at the back of his head, only making the wild tangle worse. Wild tangle worse. Fred burst out laughing. "Well, Ron is our clear winner this morning. Congratulations." With a flourish, Fred Weasley tossed him a small golden-wrapped sweet from his pocket. "And you did it, without even trying." "That's our Ron," George said proudly, dragging another box toward the door. "A natural at all the important things." Ron scowled and unwrapped the sweet anyway. Harry laughed. It felt good. Normal. For a little while, the war seemed very far away. By the time Harry and Ron had wolfed down breakfast, Hermione, Molly, and Ginny had already left, where Arthur Weasley, Daedalus Diggle, Remus Lupin, and Nymphadora Tonks stood surveying the garden with the serious expressions of generals planning a battle. Arthur pointed toward a patch of lawn. "We'll put it there. It's got some shade." He squinted up at the bright blue sky. "It's going to be hot today, and there'll be quite a few older and younger people coming." "Oh, yes!" Daedalus squeaked enthusiastically, bouncing on the balls of his feet. "Lovely spot right there." He clapped his hands. "I'll get the others." And before anyone could answer, he darted off across the lawn with astonishing speed for a wizard of his age. "Watcher, Harry, Ron." Tonks waved cheerfully. Her hair was long and curly today, a vivid mauve that bounced around her shoulders, and she looked far happier than the last time Harry had seen her. Lupin stood beside her, looking remarkably well. His face was less drawn, his eyes brighter. One hand rested quietly at the small of Tonks's back. Harry felt a sharp stab of guilt. He knew exactly why Lupin had looked so ill before. "Hello," Harry said with a smile. "Hello, boys," Arthur called. "Got a job for you and Harry. Ron." "Right. We'll be off then," George announced at once. Fred was already levitating boxes across the lawn. Arthur turned. "Now, Fred, George." He eyed them suspiciously. "I don't want anything too over the top, right?" Fred looked scandalized. "Moi." "Father, really?" George said, wounded. The height of sophistication and understatement, that's us. "Absolutely," Fred declared with a wicked grin. "Don't worry about a thing." George spread his arms grandly. "Just leave it in our capable hands." Arthur watched them leave out of the corner of his eye, doubt written plainly across his face. Harry and Ron exchanged grins. Chapter 4. Harry's Curse and Lupin's Promise. Harry lay still with his forearm draped across his eyes. The room was silent now. Sooty had gone, but her words had not. They circled and circled in his mind until they no longer felt like words. They felt like wounds. She had left him feeling as though something inside him had cracked open. Now, with dawn creeping closer, Harry felt hollow. utterly exhausted. Earlier that night, he had longed to feel something. Some deeper connection to James and Lily. Now the feelings had come in waves so fierce they had nearly drowned him. Grief, love, fear, pride, loss, and somewhere in the middle of it all, understanding, quietly in the moonlight until there were none left. He had found what he had come looking for. He understood them now. He understood his father. The James Potter he had once seen in Severus Snape's Pensieve had unsettled him. Arrogant, cruel, too human, too flawed. At the time, Harry had wanted a hero, a legend, not a boy showing off by the lake. But now he understood. James had been human, brilliant, foolish, brave. And he had loved his wife and son, trying to save them. And Lily. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Lily had been given a choice. Voldemort would have spared her. Yet she had stood between death and her child. Again and again, until she died. For him, as the grey light of morning slowly filled the room, Harry threw back the covers. He dressed in silence, crossed to the small wash basin, scooped icy water onto his face, then looked up. The face staring back at him in the mirror looked older, drawn, hollow. His eyes were shadowed, his skin pale. It was as though years of grief had poured out of him overnight and left behind. He dried his face slowly, then crossed to the window. Outside, the first rays of dawn stretched across the lawn in pale ribbons of gold. A new day, a new beginning, and with it, Dumbledore's voice, clear as if he stood beside him. The prophecy does not mean you have to do anything. Harry closed his eyes. But you, yourself, will never rest until you've tried. He breathed in deeply. He will continue to hunt you. Harry opened his eyes. Something inside him had settled. A strange what lay ahead. He no longer feared weakness or death. He knew now. When the time came, he would face Voldemort, and he would end it. End the fear, end the suffering, end the terror, or die trying. He owed James and Lily that much. Harry reached for the black chest, lifted it in both hands, and carried it downstairs. The sitting room was empty. The fire had burned low to glowing embers. Waldo and Fudd were gone. Across the entrance hall, an open door let out the faint sound of voices. Footsteps. He followed the sound down the passage. And then he stopped dead. At the kitchen doorway stood a figure with its back to him, bent over a thick wooden table. Harry set the chest down on the nearest bench with a dull thud. The figure spun. Harry. Before he could react, Hermione Granger threw herself at him. Her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. She was breathing hard, as though she had been running. Harry froze, then held her back. Warmly, firmly. The emptiness inside him shifted. He had spent the whole night feeling alone. And somehow, with Hermione here. He smiled faintly as she pulled back. Her face was pale, her hair wild, her eyes huge with worry. When we heard what happened, she struggled for breath. Her gaze darted over him, searching for injuries. "Harry!" Her voice trembled. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Hermione, really?" Harry tried to smile. But Hermione Granger still gripped his arms as though afraid he might disappear if she let go. "Really?" he repeated, nodding firmly. Her anxious eyes searched his face one last time. "And Rubeus Hagrid, is he all right?" "He's okay too," Harry said quickly. "Hey, don't worry." A voice behind her spoke quietly. "I'm glad to hear it." Harry looked up. Across the table sat Remus Lupin. He looked dreadful. Grey. Exhausted. Older somehow. Dark hollows sat beneath his eyes, and his face was drawn tight with strain. "Lupin." Guilt hit Harry all over again. I'm sorry." Lupin raised one hand. A small motion. Enough to stop him. "Don't." His voice was low. Grave. "I know why you came." Down opposite Lupin. Harry glanced around with a bitter little smile. So much for escaping his guard. Sturgis Podmore and Hestia Jones stood by the window, whispering urgently, both stealing glances toward him every few seconds. At the stove, Elphias Doge was trying to teach Sooty how to cook scrambled eggs. "Fold," Elphias wheezed. "See, don't stir." Sooty squeaked in panic and nearly dropped the pan. Despite everything, Harry almost laughed. "What are you all doing here?" Harry asked, turning back. "How did you know?" Emmerich sent word. Lupin's tired eyes studied him carefully. "He knew we'd be searching for you once the Dementor attack became known. Then his tone changed. Sharpened. What he didn't know, Harry tensed, was that we'd already been looking for you since midday yesterday. Harry shut his eyes briefly. Of course. Lupin's face hardened. If Moody hadn't stopped by to deliver Tonks a message, his jaw clenched. We might not have discovered you missing until your nightly check-in. He leaned forward slightly. You knew that. Harry said nothing. Lupin's voice dropped lower. In fact, he fixed Harry with a steady stare. Harry's temper flared instantly. I knew you wouldn't let me come otherwise. The words came out sharper than he intended. He was tired. Raw. Fed up. Fed up with being watched. Guarded. Ordered. Fed up with everyone deciding what was best for him. Hermione quickly shoved a plate of eggs toward him. Harry, have some breakfast. Her voice was bright and strained, trying to stop what she could see coming. Lupin ignored her. Well, at least you're honest. His frown deepened. I most certainly would not have allowed you to come. He gestured sharply. Look what nearly happened. The anger burst out of him before he could stop it. I would have thought, out of everyone, you'd understand. The kitchen fell silent. Even Sooty froze. Harry's voice shook with fury. You were one of my mum and dad's best friends. He leaned across the table. You'd have done the same thing if you were me. Lupin's face tightened. And don't tell me they'd have expected anything different. Harry's chest heaved. Because I'm too much like them not to know they would have understood. His voice cracked on the last word. The room held its breath. Harry stood there shaking, eyes blazing, hands clenched, still carrying the grief of the night before. And now throwing it like fire, Remus Lupin looked at Harry strangely. Not angrily, not even disapprovingly. It was almost as though he was seeing him clearly for the first time. You are like them, Harry. His voice had softened. There was sadness in it now. Very much indeed. He paused, studying Harry's face. And that, he said quietly, is one of the reasons I'm here. Harry's anger drained out of him as quickly as it had come. He let out a long breath and looked down at the table. I know. Lupin leaned back slightly. Harry, each other. His tired eyes flickered around the room. For you especially. Hermione placed a plate in front of Harry with a clatter, though her face was still tense. But you must understand. Lupin hesitated. You are Lord Voldemort's #1 target. The words hung in the air. He will stop at nothing to get to you. Lupin met Harry's eyes. I'm not Albus Dumbledore. His voice was low. I can't protect you like he could. He gave a small, bitter shake of his head. None of us can... Harry held his gaze. For the first time in days. He felt steady. I'm not afraid anymore. Something in his voice made Lupin's expression change. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I've never doubted your courage, Harry. A loud splat interrupted the moment. Across the kitchen, Elphias Doge let out an outraged grunt. I said fold, not shovel. Sooty had somehow folded the scrambled eggs straight over the edge of the pan and onto the glowing metal stove. Hermione sprang up instantly. No, it's all right, really. She rushed to rescue both the eggs and Sooty. We've got loads more. Sooty stared at Hermione with deep suspicion, as though she were some kind of escaped lunatic. Hermione, too busy glaring daggers at Elphias, didn't notice. Harry snorted despite himself. The heaviness in the room eased. A little later, Emeric entered. He nodded at Harry warmly before settling beside Lupin. Soon after, Hagrid lumbered in. Back to normal. Or nearly. Rubius Hagrid avoided Lupin's eye entirely and planted himself at the farthest possible end of the table with an enormous mountain of eggs and toast. Harry almost smiled. By mid-morning the kitchen was full. Voices rose and fell in cheerful chaos. Waldo and Fudd, who apparently rarely left Godric's Hollow anymore, were eagerly soaking up every scrap of news. Harry caught fragments of conversation drifting over the noise. The Ministry. Azkaban. Disappearances. He strained hardest to hear Lupin and Emmerich. They were speaking low. Urgent. At one point, Harry thought he heard the words Tom Riddle. He leaned slightly. What exactly happened when the Dementors attacked? Hermione again. Harry jerked his attention back. What? She frowned. I asked. Nothing. Too sharply. Hermione recoiled. Her face hardened. Harry closed his eyes. Brilliant. He sighed and turned fully toward her. He reached across the table and gently laid his hand over hers. Sorry. His voice was quieter now. I didn't sleep much last night. Hermione's offended look softened. No, she said dully. I don't suppose you did. When the burrow finally came into view, something inside Harry lifted. It felt like coming home. Like stepping into a familiar pair of worn old shoes. Warm. Safe. Known. Before he had even crossed the threshold. Molly Weasley came hurtling toward him so suddenly he nearly dropped the black chest. Oh, Harry. She was flustered. Breathless. Half crying. Half scolding already. The whole house, it seemed, had been awake most of the night. Waiting for news. Harry looked around the crowded kitchen and guilt settled heavily in his chest. Every face looked exhausted. Eyes red-rimmed. Hair untidy. Clothes hastily thrown on. They had all been awake most of the night because of him. Only Fleur Delacour seemed untouched by it all. She sat at the kitchen table looking as luminous as ever, as though sleep were entirely optional for her. Harry! Harry! She rose gracefully and swept toward him, kissing him on both cheeks. It is so good to see you. Harry blinked. His thoughts went momentarily blank. We've been worried sick about you. She placed a delicate hand dramatically to her chest. I was beginning to think you would not make E to Z wedding. She pouted prettily and wagged a finger at him. You are very naughty to do that to us. Then she drifted back to her chair like royalty returning to her throne. A heavy hand clapped Harry hard on the shoulder. Oi, matey! Ron Weasley grinned at him from ear to ear. It's good to have you back. Harry couldn't help smiling. Being back beside Ron felt right. Safe. Normal. Even as his eyes flickered around the room. Searching. Always searching. Have you had breakfast, Harry? Molly Weasley was already moving furiously around the stove. Pans clattered. Plates flew. Something sizzled angrily. Yeah, thanks, Harry answered. Ron snorted. Got to hand it to you. He leaned in, smirking. You really know how to get up the order's nose. Harry huffed a laugh. Ron jerked his head toward the stairs. What's that? He pointed to the small black chest still tucked under Harry's arm. Harry tightened his grip on it. Breakfast will be on the table in 1 minute, Ronald. Mrs. Weasley barked without turning. So, whatever you've got to talk about can wait. Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione smiled apologetically. The three of them turned obediently toward the table. Not you. Harry stopped. Mrs. Weasley had rounded on him. Her hands were on her hips. Her expression brooked no argument. You go upstairs at once. She pointed toward the ceiling. To Fred and George's room. Harry opened his mouth. I'm not tired. Harry frowned. All he wanted was to stay here. With Ron. With Hermione. With everyone. He doubted he'd sleep anyway. Mrs. Weasley narrowed her eyes. Don't argue. She jabbed a finger upward. Off you go. Hermione stepped forward. Well, I've had breakfast too, so I'll... Oh no, you won't. Mrs. Weasley swung on her. Hermione froze. You can stay right here with the rest of us. She pointed a spatula accusingly. Harry needs sleep. But none of us have slept, Ron protested. That is not the point. Ron muttered under his breath and slumped into a chair. Mrs. Weasley turned back to Harry. Bed. Then to Ron and Hermione. You two sit. Ron dropped into his chair dramatically. Hermione bit back a smile and obeyed. Harry hesitated on the bottom stair, still clutching the chest. For the first time since leaving Godric's Hollow, he suddenly felt utterly exhausted. Harry Potter left Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger staring after him in confusion as he climbed the crooked stairs to Fred and George Weasley's room. The familiar room was just as chaotic as ever. Brightly coloured boxes were stacked precariously in corners. Odd gadgets blinked and whirred on cluttered shelves. The faint smell of gunpowder and sweets hung in the air. Harry set the black chest carefully on top of a tall wooden dresser near the door. His trunk sat at the foot of one of the beds. He crossed to it and tucked away his father's old invisibility cloak. Just before they had apparated back to the burrow, Rubeus Hagrid had handed Harry the silvery bundle. Harry had dropped it in the chaos earlier. Hagrid, fortunately, had scooped it up and shoved it into one of his enormous coat pockets. Harry had forgotten all about it until now. He was relieved Hagrid had thought to save it. He had a feeling he'd need it again. Especially if he ever had to disappear quickly. Like at Privet Drive. Harry snorted softly to himself as he remembered what Remus Lupin had told him. Apparently, once Lupin discovered Harry missing, he had stormed up to number 4 with Alastair Moody stomping along behind him. They had hammered on the door, demanding to know how long Harry had been gone. Of course, the Dursleys hadn't even realized he was missing. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley had apparently been reduced to near hysteria by the sight of two wild-looking wizards on their doorstep. Lupin hadn't managed to get a single sensible answer. Lupin hadn't managed to get a single sensible answer out of them. In the end, he had simply given up, summoned Harry's trunk from upstairs, and left the three of them staring after him in shock. Harry almost smiled. Almost. At Emmerich's house, Lupin had pulled Harry aside. His face had been grave. He had ordered Harry to remain at the burrow until further notice. The Order, he said, had spent a great deal of time making it safe, and they would not appreciate Harry scarpering off again. Harry sighed. The truth was, he had nowhere else to go. Not yet. He still had no idea where to begin searching for the remaining Horcruxes. That thought weighed on him more heavily than the black chest. Hagrid had taken Sirius's motorbike back to Hogwarts. Lupin and the others had escorted Harry home. But once they had seen him safely to the garden path, they had hurried off almost immediately. Barely pausing to wave at Molly Weasley as she threw open the front door, Harry sat down heavily on the edge of the bed and began unbuttoning his shirt. His eyes fixed on the floor. Why the rush? Why was the Order still shutting him out? He clenched his jaw. He would be 17 in 2 weeks. 17. An adult in the wizarding world. Then he'd tell Lupin exactly what he thought. No more being protected. No more being kept in the dark. Surely once he came of age, they couldn't stop him. Could they? Harry dragged a hand through his hair. It couldn't come soon enough. Then, a prickle ran down the back of his neck. He froze. He was being watched. Harry looked up sharply. And there, leaning against the doorway, arms crossed over her chest, eyes dark with doubt, stood Ginny Weasley. Harry's fingers stopped on his shirt buttons. His breath caught. A sharp, twisting feeling hit low in his stomach. It had been her and now that she was here, now that he could see the fiery fall of her hair over her shoulders, the fierce hurt in her eyes, the familiar shape of her standing there. Harry wondered how he had ever found the strength to leave her behind. "Hi!" Ginny Weasley's voice was soft, warm as honey. It hit Harry harder than any spell. "Hi," he managed. His own voice sounded rough, unsteady. "Stop it." He clenched his fists at his sides. "Get a hold of yourself." He fought to force down the sudden rush of feeling threatening to overwhelm him. Ginny shifted slightly in the doorway. "I just wanted to see that you—" She hesitated. Her eyes searched his face. "That you were okay." Harry swallowed. "I'm fine." The words came out clipped, short, cold. He hated how false they sounded. Ginny frowned. Just a little. Then she nodded once. Okay. And without another word, she turned and walked away. Harry stood frozen until her footsteps faded. Then he yanked off his glasses and fell backward onto the bed. He dragged both hands over his face and squeezed his eyes shut. What are you doing? Get a grip. It's not that hard. Just deal with it. But it was hard. Harder than fighting Death Eaters. Harder than facing Voldemort. Harder than letting her walk away. Harry groaned and sat up sharply. He crossed the room and shut the door, as if that could shut out the ache. Darkness. Cold. Then a figure emerged. Albus Dumbledore, pale and ghostly, his hands stretched forward, offering help, offering salvation. Behind him, his face twisted in effort, his fingers clawing at the edges of a black doorway, his body dragged backward, pulled into darkness. No. Harry reached for him, but his arms moved too slowly. The air was thick, heavy, like sand, like chains. He pushed harder, desperate. Then Severus Snape appeared. His face twisted with that same hateful expression, the one Harry would never forget. His arms rose high above his head. Something silver flashed in his hands. Then Sirius roared, "Harry!" Harry jerked upright. His heart hammered against his ribs. He sat frozen, breathing raggedly. Snape's face still burned behind his eyes. The dream clung to him like smoke. Harry blinked hard. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains. He scrubbed both hands through his messy hair. What time was it? He sat there for a moment, head hanging, trying to steady himself. Then he shook it off, got dressed, and headed for the bathroom. The days before the wedding passed in a blur. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent nearly every spare minute together, planning, talking. Harry told them about Sooty, and what she had revealed about his mother. Ron had stared in disbelief. Hermione had looked stunned and fascinated, though she tried to hide it. Harry caught that unmistakable gleam in her eyes, the look she got when she thought they'd discovered something important, something magical, something worth researching. Ginny appeared then and there only when sent, usually by Mrs. Weasley, usually to call them down for meals. Since that first awkward meeting, Harry hardly saw her. She always seemed to disappear when he entered a room, or arrive only when everyone else was there. Safe, untouchable, helping Fleur constantly. Flowers, decorations, seating plans, last-minute disasters, anything to keep busy, anything to avoid him. And then, to Harry's surprise, Bill Weasley had asked him to be a groomsman. Harry blinked. Bill had smiled, said the twins would be otherwise occupied. And Charlie Weasley wouldn't make it in time. No one mentioned Percy Weasley. No one ever did. The silence around Percy felt louder than words. While Harry Potter had been trapped at the Dursleys, he had been waging his own quiet war for information. He had spent hours skulking through the burrow's shadowy hallways, lingering outside half-open doors, straining to catch the low murmur of voices drifting from the kitchen or sitting room. Most often it was his father and Bill Weasley talking in urgent whispers. Sometimes Ron got close enough to hear a word or two. Sometimes he heard nothing at all. And when patience failed, he resorted to using one of Fred and George Weasley's extendable ears. The news he gathered was grim. The Dementors were no longer scattered horrors haunting lonely roads and prison walls. They had become an army. Harry already knew they were breeding. Albus Dumbledore had warned him the year before. But after what happened in Godric's Hollow, he understood the scale of it now. There were hundreds. But after what happened in Godric's Hollow, he understood the scale of it now. There were hundreds. Perhaps thousands. And they weren't attacking at random anymore. The attacks had become coordinated, planned. Entire wizarding families were being ambushed. People were vanishing. Some were found half dead. Some weren't found at all. Even worse. Death Eaters had begun laying siege to old pure-blood family homes. Ancient manors. Long-respected houses. Places thought. The stories were always the same. Dark marks over rooftops. Screams in the night. Then silence. No survivors. No bodies. Only empty halls and shattered walls. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was overflowing. Every healer who could hold a wand had been called in. The wards were packed with the cursed, the maimed, and the grieving. Molly Weasley had started volunteering several times a week. She said there was little she could do. Small healing charms, bandages, comfort. But Harry had overheard her crying to Arthur Weasley one night because she couldn't bear the relatives waiting for news that never came. There had even been rumours about Garrick Ollivander. A ministry worker claimed to have seen the old wand-maker lurking in the shadows near the abandoned shops of Hogsmeade. Thin, wild-eyed, watching. But when the man looked again, he was gone. The information went on and on, each piece darker than the last. Most of it was exactly what Harry had expected. But none of it was what he wanted. He wanted to know what Lord Voldemort was planning, where he would strike next, what the Order was doing to stop him, and no one would tell him, and no one would tell him. So Harry sat in the back garden of the burrow, frustration burning in his chest, turning the small golden locket from the cave over and over in his fingers. The fake Horcrux. Cold. Smooth. Useless. Beside him, Hermione Granger leaned sleepily against Ron's shoulder, stifling a yawn. Ron, half asleep himself, put an arm around her automatically. Neither seemed to notice. All three of them looked exhausted. For the last several nights they had met in Harry's room after the house fell silent, whispering, arguing, planning, trying desperately to work out where to begin. So far, Hermione had made no progress on discovering who or what RAB was. She was furious about not having access to the Hogwarts library. She complained about it constantly. Books, indexes, records. She needed them all. They argued long into the night about what to do next. In the end, Ron and Hermione agreed that if their Hogwarts letters came, they would return without Harry. Hogwarts was as good a base as any. Hermione would have the library. Ron could keep an ear to the ground. And both of them could continue learning spells and curses that might help later. Harry, meanwhile, had made his own decision. He would return to Godric's Hollow. Not to search the ruins this time. To visit the graves of his mother and father. Hermione had been particularly upset by the idea. But Harry had promised he would speak to Lupin first. By then, he would be 17. A wizard of age. Free. And if Remus Lupin wanted to keep him under guard, he would have to come with him. "What's for dinner?" asked Ron Weasley, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the three of them. "I'm not sure," said Hermione Granger, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Your mum's too busy with Fleur Delacour at the moment. She's leaving tonight and won't be back until the ceremony tomorrow." She glanced toward the kitchen windows, where movement and light flickered behind the curtains. "Your dad's taking her to the Cedric Diggory's family," she added. "They were really keen to help. I think they're glad to have something happy to look forward to for a change." Ron absently brushed Hermione's hair back from her face as she continued, "Ginny and I are going first thing tomorrow morning when Fleur's family arrive." Harry leaned back in his chair and stared up into the deepening twilight. "I think we should all get a good night's sleep tonight." Hermione let out a weary sigh. "I agree. Tomorrow's probably going to be our last carefree day for a long time." Her voice softened. "Last carefree day for a long time." Her voice softened. "So, we might as well make the most of it." Harry woke the next morning to chaos. The bedroom door burst open so hard it banged against the wall. "Hiya, Harry." Fred Weasley strode in and flung the curtains wide open, flooding the room with brilliant sunlight. He dropped onto the edge of Harry's bed and smacked him on the shoulder before Harry had even managed to find his glasses. Beside him, George Weasley was already digging through one of the many stacked boxes littering the room. "Come on, Sleeping Beauty," George called over his shoulder. "It's not every day you get to see a full-blown wizard wedding. It's not every day you get to see a full-blown wizard wedding." "We're in charge of decoration," Fred said proudly, winking. "New Mum would come around in the end." "Don't know what she was so worried about," George muttered as he tossed a box toward the door and opened another. "It'll be the usual thing," Fred grinned wickedly. "With our own special touch. Of course, George finished. You're in for a real treat, Fred said. Even if we do say so ourselves. Harry sat up, squinting against the sunlight. What's a wizard wedding? Fred gasped dramatically. Oh, we wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. What's going on? Ron appeared in the doorway in his pajamas, hair sticking up in every direction as though he'd been struck by lightning. George froze mid-rummage. He looked from Ron to Harry. Then back to Ron. Are you two having some kind of worst bed hair competition? Wah, Ron muttered, scratching his head. Fred pulled a small golden-wrapped sweet from his pocket and tossed it to Ron. Well, Ron is our clear winner this morning. Congratulations. And you did it without even trying, George added. That's our Ron, Fred sighed fondly, a natural at all the important things. Hermione, Molly Weasley, and Ginny Weasley had already left. After wolfing down breakfast, Harry and Ron followed Fred and George outside. The morning sun was already hot. In the yard stood Arthur Weasley, Daedalus Diggle, Remus Lupin, and Nymphadora Tonks. They were surveying the open space in front of the burrow like generals planning a battle. We'll put it there, said Mr. Weasley, pointing toward a patch of shade beneath a cluster of trees. It'll be cooler. It's going to be hot today, and there are quite a few older and younger guests coming. Oh, yes, squeaked Daedalus, bouncing excitedly on the balls of his feet. Lovely spot. Perfect spot. I'll fetch the others. And before anyone could answer, he darted away with astonishing speed for a wizard his age. Watcher, Harry, Ron. Tonks's hair was now a long, curly mauve, and she looked brighter, happier than Harry had seen her in a long time. Lupin stood beside her, one hand resting lightly in the small of her back. For the first time in days. The burrow didn't feel like a war room. It felt like a home preparing for a celebration. And despite everything, despite Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the fear hanging over all of them, Harry felt something stir in his chest. Hope. Just for a little while. Hello, said Remus Lupin with a warm smile. Harry was startled by how much better Lupin looked. The sickly greyness had vanished from his face, and for a fleeting moment guilt pricked him, as he remembered why Lupin had looked so worn the last time they'd met. Hello, boys, called Arthur Weasley cheerfully. Got a job for you and Harry, Ron. Right, we'll be off then, said George Weasley as Fred Weasley lazily floated a stack of boxes across the lawn with his wand. Now, Fred, George, Mr. Weasley called after them, eyeing them suspiciously. I don't want anything too over the top. All right. Moi, said Fred, pressing a hand dramatically to his chest. Father, really, George said, sounding his chest. Father, really, George said, sounding deeply wounded. The very height of sophistication and understatement, that's us, George added solemnly. Absolutely, Fred declared, grinning. Don't worry about a thing. Leave it in our capable hands. Mr. Weasley watched them disappear with doubt written plainly across his face. Harry and Ron exchanged amused looks before following Mr. Weasley back inside. Unfortunately, the important job Mr. Weasley had in mind was painfully dull. They were set to tying little bundles of assorted Honeydukes sweets together for the wedding guests. To survive the monotony, they rewarded themselves frequently with stolen treats. To survive the monotony, they rewarded themselves frequently with stolen treats, exploding bonbons and fizzing whizbees disappearing at an alarming rate. They were nearly done when Mr. Weasley reappeared at the foot of the stairs, now looking exceptionally smart in his dress robes. "All right." "Yeah, almost done," said Harry. "Could have given us a better job," Ron muttered thickly through a mouthful of fudge. Mr. Weasley chuckled. "You'd better go upstairs and get ready as soon as you're finished. People will be arriving soon." His eyes twinkled. Wouldn't want the groomsmen to be late. Clapping his hands together, he swept back out the door. By the time Harry and Ron emerged in their dress robes, guests had already begun arriving. Order members were scattered discreetly throughout the grounds, dressed for the occasion but clearly still on guard. Harry paused in amazement. The burrow had been transformed. Every tree, bush, and flower bed had been enchanted with masses of white blossoms, creating a shimmering curtain of petals around the garden. A golden silk carpet stretched down the centre aisle between rows of white chairs arranged in a circle. At the centre stood a delicate golden dome of fine mesh, raised on 6 slender golden pillars. White flowers twined through the lattice work. Beneath it stood a small white platform where, Harry assumed, Bill Weasley and Fleur would take their vows. Around the edges of the garden, Harry assumed, Bill Weasley and Fleur would take their vows. Around the edges of the garden, beneath shaded canopies, stood large white circular tables. In the centre of each table perched a magnificent golden bird statue, wings half spread, head lifted proudly, as if ready to take flight. Golden torches burned on tall stilts, their flames flickering in the warm summer air. It was breathtaking. As Harry wandered through the crowd, he could feel eyes following him. Whispers rose softly in his wake. But today he didn't care. Today he would celebrate. Tomorrow could wait. There were plenty of unfamiliar faces among the guests, but also many he knew. To Harry's delight, he spotted Luna Lovegood waving dreamily at them from beneath a tree. He and Ron made their way over. "Hi, Harry, Ron." Chapter 5. Leaving the Burrow Behind. Harry had not wanted to celebrate his birthday. For weeks he had counted down the days to his 17th for one reason, and one reason only: freedom. At 17, he would come of age in the wizarding world. No more trace. No more restrictions. No more asking permission. He would be allowed to perform magic whenever and wherever he chose. That was all the birthday meant to him. Nothing more. The morning of his 17th birthday, drenched in sweat. Another restless night. Another tangle of half-formed dreams and broken memories. His scar prickled faintly. He lay there for a moment, breathing hard into the silence, staring at the ceiling as pale morning light crept through the curtains. 17. It didn't feel different. It didn't feel like freedom. It felt heavy. He dragged himself from bed, showered quickly, dressed, and made his way downstairs. The smell of frying eggs met him halfway down. Mrs. Weasley was waiting. The second he stepped into the kitchen, she wrapped him in a fierce hug. She held him tightly, too tightly, as though afraid he might disappear. She didn't say, "Happy birthday," didn't smile, didn't fuss over presents or cake. Instead, she released him, pressed a plate piled high with fried eggs and toast into his hands, and steered him firmly toward the table. "Eat," she said. Harry sat obediently. Mrs. Weasley hovered near the stove. Every meal lately she had loaded his plate as though she could feed strength back into him. As though food might fix what grief had hollowed out. "Lupin'll be here soon," she said briskly, not looking at him as she flipped sausages in a pan, "to take you for your apparition test." Harry picked up his fork. "Where are Ron and Hermione?" He had already checked their rooms. Both empty. He'd expected them here. Mrs. Weasley finally turned. "They've eaten," she said, "outside somewhere." Harry immediately pushed back his chair. Mrs. Weasley rounded on him so fast it was almost frightening. "Oh, no, you don't." She planted both hands on his shoulders and shoved him firmly back into his seat. "You'll eat first." Her voice was stern. But her eyes were frightened. "You're getting thinner every day." Harry sighed. He stabbed at the eggs. The yolks oozed over the plate. He forced down 2 slices of buttered toast and ignored the rest. The second Mrs. Weasley turned her back. He slipped away. Outside, the morning was bright and warm. The garden buzzed softly with bees. The old willow tree swayed lazily in the breeze. Harry found Ron and Hermione sitting beneath it, huddled close together in serious conversation. Their heads snapped up the moment they saw him. They sprang apart. Too quickly. Too guiltily. Harry slowed. Frowned. "Nothing," they said together. Harry stopped in front of them. His eyes narrowed. "Right." Ron scratched the back of his neck. "Lupin not here yet, then?" Harry looked at him suspiciously. "No, not yet," he said slowly. "What were you just—" "I know you'll be fine." "Harry," Hermione interrupted brightly. Too brightly. She tucked hair behind her ear and waved a hand. "You've apparated loads of times now, even done side-along. You'll pass no problem." Harry stared at her. "Maybe, but what were you?" "And if I can pass, Ron—" Harry's jaw tightened. He opened his mouth again. "Did he say what time you'd be back?" Hermione asked quickly. "Lupin, I mean." Harry stared. "No, he didn't." "What?" "So how does it feel?" Ron asked loudly. "Knowing you can do magic whenever you want." Harry's temper snapped. "No different, really," he said sharply. "Now will one of you tell me what the two of you were?" "Harry." He spun around. Remus Lupin was striding down the stone steps. Nymphadora Tonks followed close behind. Lupin looked tired, but composed. In one hand he held an empty milk bottle. In the other, his wand. "Ready to go?" Hermione smiled too innocently. Ron avoided his eyes. Harry frowned, but nodded. "Yeah. Good." Lupin motioned sharply to two nearby auras. Harry hadn't noticed them. Several more were patrolling the perimeter of the garden. "Watching." "Always watching." Harry scowled. Lupin caught it. "Ministry orders," he said quietly. Harry's mouth twisted. "Of course. You've got to have at least 2 auras wherever you go." One of them jogged over. Harry recognized John Dawlish immediately. Broad-shouldered, could be anywhere else. The other Harry didn't know. Lupin raised his wand, tapped the milk bottle. "Portus." The bottle glowed bright blue, shook violently in his hand, then stilled. Harry stared at it. A port key. His stomach lurched. 17 years old. And still not trusted to leave the house alone. Harry reached toward the port key, then stopped. He turned sharply back to Ron and Hermione, narrowing his eyes. "I'm not finished with you two yet." Ron raised his eyebrows innocently. Hermione gave him a brightly for a moment longer, then muttered under his breath and jabbed a finger onto the milk bottle. At once the familiar hook yanked behind his navel. His feet left the ground. The world twisted violently around him in a blur of colour and wind. Harry squeezed his eyes shut as the spinning tightened around him. Then, with a jolt that rattled his teeth, his feet slammed onto solid ground. He staggered forward. They had arrived in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. It was quieter than Harry remembered. The last time he'd stood here during business hours, the vast hall had been swarming with witches and wizards rushing in every direction. Now it felt subdued, tense. His footsteps echoed sharply off the polished black floor. His footsteps echoed sharply off the polished black floor. At the far end of the atrium, several wizards stood at attention before the towering golden gates. They wore identical emerald green robes with silver ministry badges pinned above the breast. Their faces were grim. "Ministry guards," whispered Nymphadora Tonks in Harry's ear. Harry glanced toward the centre of the atrium. The magnificent golden statues. The wizard, witch, centaur, and house elf were still gone. Destroyed in the battle against Lord Voldemort more than a year ago. Only the empty plinth remained. The circular pool still shimmered around it. Harry remembered throwing handfuls of galleons into it during his disciplinary hearing 2 years ago. It felt like a lifetime ago now. Something black flashed silently past his face. Harry jerked sideways. "What's that?" A small black orb hovered in the air. It was no larger than a golden snitch. Smooth. Glossy. It made no sound as it glided around them in a lazy circle. Then it darted away, only to loop back and weave through the group again. Tonks grinned. "It's a stalker." Harry frowned. "Or what?" "It's sort of a floating eye. Can think for itself." Harry raised his eyebrows. Tonks watched it zip toward a cluster of witches who had just stepped out of the flue fireplaces. It follows anyone suspicious or anyone it's told to watch and relays what it sees back to a receiver. Harry stared. Tonks smirked sideways at him. "The Order could use one of those on you permanently." Harry grimaced. That was the last thing he needed. Once they passed through security at the Golden Gates, the group crossed to the lifts. The familiar golden grills clattered shut behind them. The lift jerked upward. A cool female voice announced each floor. They stepped out on level 6. The Department of Magical Transportation. More ministry guards lined the corridor. Harry's annoyance deepened. Honestly, it felt as though he were being escorted to Azkaban rather than an apparition test. Remus Lupin led the way. Harry followed, until a familiar rough voice called from behind them. "Harry." Harry stopped dead, closed his eyes briefly. Of course. He turned slowly. Rufus Scrimgeour was striding toward them. His tawny mane of hair looked more dishevelled than usual. There were dark circles beneath his sharp yellowish eyes. His expression was tight. "Can I have a word with you?" Harry glanced at Lupin. "In private." Harry gave a tired sigh. "I still don't have anything to tell you." Scrimgeour's mouth thinned. "Maybe," he said quietly. "I have something to tell you." Harry hesitated, then shrugged. He followed Scrimgeour down the corridor toward the lifts. Away from the others. The minister lowered his voice. "There's a fair bit of speculation going around, Harry, as to what you'll do now that you've come of age." Harry said nothing. Scrimgeour continued. "And after what happened the other night—" He paused. His eyes flicked away for a moment. "The death of that young girl." Harry's stomach clenched. Oh, the strain in his face. "Quite frankly," Scrimgeour said grimly, "most people believe you'll leave." Harry's eyes narrowed. Leave. Disappear from public view. Silence stretched between them. Harry stared hard at the minister. Already feeling anger beginning to rise, Harry could feel the anger rising inside him. Hot and sharp. But he forced his voice to remain calm. "I don't see how that concerns you," he said evenly. "Seems to me that's my business now. I'm an adult." Rufus Scrimgeour's expression hardened. "Unfortunately," he said stiffly, "that is not quite true, young man." Harry's jaw tightened. "You're somewhat of a special case, as you well know." Scrimgeour leaned closer, lowering his voice. "People would feel more secure if they knew you were around." Harry let out a short, humourless laugh. "Secure? Scrimgeour ignored the interruption. "After all," he said, drawing himself up, "it is my job to make sure people feel safe." Harry cut across him. "I'm sure if you put the Death Eaters behind bars, found a way to stop the Dementors, and destroyed Lord Voldemort, you'd be well on the way to making people feel secure." For a second, Scrimgeour simply stared. Then his eyes narrowed. "You're being foolish." His voice had turned cold. Dangerously cold. "You need my help, the Ministry's protection." Harry looked over Scrimgeour's shoulder toward the two Aurors standing nearby, John Dawlish among them. "Take them back," Harry said flatly. "I don't want them." He looked Scrimgeour dead in the eye. "They'd be better used elsewhere." Scrimgeour's face darkened. "You won't survive a month on your own out there." Harry felt something harden inside him. "Stan Shunpike is still locked up, I take it." Scrimgeour's scowl was answer enough. Harry nodded shortly. "Minister," he said, with deliberate politeness. "You should concentrate on the people who do need you." Then he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving an angry Scrimgeour standing by the lifts. Harry didn't look back. He caught up with Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks and followed them through the door marked Apparition Test Center. The test, as it turned out, was almost insultingly easy. Just as Hermione had predicted, Harry still hated the sensation, the crushing pressure, the sickening twist of space. But he passed without trouble. After a lengthy discussion between Lupin and the instructor, Harry returned to the atrium with the examiner. From there, they took the Floo network to Hogsmeade. Harry had to apparate in front of the Hog's Head. Then once more to the boarded-up shell of Zonko's joke shop. After that, they returned to the Ministry. License earned. Harry slipped the small card into his pocket. A strange feeling settled over him. He was legal now. An adult. As he crossed the atrium once more with Lupin and Tonks, the two Aurors still trailed behind them. Above, the Black Stalker orb floated silently. Watching. Harry could almost picture Scrimgeour in his office, eyes fixed on whatever the thing was seeing. "All right, Harry," Lupin said with a faint smile. "We'll apparate to the gate at the burrow. Ready?" Harry nodded, closed his eyes tightly. The world compressed, twisted, and then released. His feet hit solid ground. The crooked, beloved shape of the burrow stood before him. Warm. Familiar. Home. Harry took a step toward the back door. But Tonks caught his arm lightly. "This way, Harry." He frowned. She led him around the side of the house, toward the back garden. As they rounded the corner, Harry stopped dead. There were people everywhere. More than a dozen witches and wizards scattered across the grass, laughing, talking enthusiastically from across the yard. She was standing with Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, and Ginny Weasley. Harry blinked. As they came forward, He spotted Fred and George beside Ron and Hermione. Then his breath caught. Rubeus Hagrid, standing there with a grin as wide as ever. Harry stared. "What's going on?" Ron beamed. "We thought you might like a round of Quidditch to celebrate getting your license." Harry turned slowly, trying to take it all in. But Ron's grin widened. "Took a fair bit of organizing." Hermione smiled. "But everyone was really keen to come." "Course we were," said Fred Weasley. "Not every day you get your apparition license," added George Weasley with a wink. Harry looked around helplessly. At Neville Longbottom. At Luna Lovegood. Both smiling broadly. He laughed. A genuine laugh. For what felt like the first time in days. "I don't understand." "Go and get your gear on." Angelina spun him around toward the house. Harry blinked, only then noticing. She was already dressed in full Quidditch robes, as were Katie, Alicia, Ginny, ill-dazed, then headed inside. As he climbed the stairs, it suddenly clicked. This was what Ron and Hermione had been whispering about beneath the willow tree. They'd planned it. Over the past few days, he thought suddenly of Pigwidgeon fluttering madly around the house lately, delivering messages, no doubt. Though, to be fair, Pig always looked excited. Harry smiled to himself as he reached his room. For the first time in what felt like forever. The weight on his chest eased. Harry was not fooled for a second. Really about his apparition license. And even though the thought of celebrating his birthday had disgusted him only that morning, he felt a deep, aching gratitude, knowing how much effort Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger had gone to for him. When he came back outside in full Quidditch gear, Rubeus Hagrid broke into a huge grin. "Thought you might be needing this." He held out Harry's firebolt. Harry's heart gave a small leap. He had left it behind in Hagrid's hut before going to Godric's Hollow. Taking it from Hagrid, he ran a hand along the smooth handle. It felt right. Around them, the Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix spread out, some taking up positions around the field, while the original Gryffindor Quidditch team, minus Oliver Wood, who according to Angelina Johnson was overseas playing professionally, headed toward the old paddock the Weasleys used for practice. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks walked with Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, and Hagrid, chatting quietly. Nearby, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were trying and failing to hide their smiles as Luna Lovegood launched into an elaborate explanation of how a snorkeled mudlug slug breathed through the snorkel part, while Neville Longbottom listened with solemn fascination. The moment Harry kicked off from the ground and soared into the air, everything changed. Fascination. The moment Harry kicked off from the ground and soared into the air, everything changed. The weight of the world seemed to slip from his shoulders. The fear, the grief, the pressure. For the first time in months, he let it all go. He flew hard and fast around the paddock, the wind tearing through his hair, freedom surging through every part of him. George Weasley had brought proper Quidditch balls, including the snitch. Harry and Ginny Weasley tore after it through the bright summer air. Ginny gave no sign of what had passed between them during their last encounter, and Harry was grateful for it. He still couldn't help admiring her skill. She flew with astonishing grace. Smooth, effortless, but with an aggressive streak that made her relentless. Twice they nearly collided, both laughing breathlessly as they swerved apart and shot off after the snitch again. Harry caught it first. Barely. Cheers rang out below from Dean and Seamus. Even Lupin could be heard shouting a triumphant yes every now and then. Much to Hagrid's astonishment, Ron, meanwhile, seemed to have none of his usual nerves with such a small audience. He made several spectacular saves that had Molly Weasley roaring with delight. "I'm tempted to let them through," Ron muttered to Harry during a pause, jerking a thumb toward the stands. "Just so she doesn't do that." Harry laughed. Mrs. Weasley was by far the loudest supporter there. At one point, when Angelina scored a particularly difficult goal through the makeshift hoops Arthur had set up, Mrs. Weasley threw both hands into the air and burst into a little victory dance. Neville stared at her in alarm, as though she might explode. "That," said Fred, pulling up beside Harry on his broom, "is why we never bring Mum to a match." It was the best day Harry could remember having in a very long time. And when they finally drifted back toward the house for dinner, the mood at the Burrow was lighter than it had been in months. They laughed. Talked. They laughed. Talked. Joked. For a few precious hours. It was as though the war did not exist. Harry ate until he was so full he had to slump in his chair just to breathe comfortably. As darkness settled in and stars began to prick the sky, he reluctantly waved goodbye to the other Gryffindor students, to Luna, and to Hagrid. One by one, the house began to quiet. Mrs. Weasley went to bed first. Then Mr. Weasley. Lupin and Tonks left soon after. Fred and George disappeared upstairs. And at last there were only 4 of them left. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, sitting together by the fire in the lounge. The flames flickering gold across their faces, while outside the night stretched on in silence. Harry sat for a long time, watching the firelight dance in Ginny Weasley's red hair. The flames painted it gold and copper, flickering softly in the dim room. "Thanks, guys," Harry said at last, his voice quiet in the stillness. "It was a good day." Hermione Granger looked up at him, her eyes shining warmly as she smiled, her head resting lazily against Ron Weasley's chest. No one answered. They didn't need to. The silence between the 4 of them was full of comfort, of understanding, of things too deep for words. They stayed there a long while, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and each other's company, savouring what might be their last, truly peaceful night together. Eventually, Harry stood. The others followed, and one by one they drifted upstairs. Harry lay awake in the silvery moonlight, spilling through the curtains, staring at the ceiling. A smile touched his lips. It had been, without question, the best birthday he had ever had. For once, despite everything, he felt lucky. Lucky to have Ron. Lucky to have Hermione. Lucky to have people who loved him enough to fight for his happiness. His thoughts broke off as the bedroom door clicked softly. Harry turned his head. A small figure slipped inside and shut the door behind her. She crossed the room without a word. That faint, sweet, flowery scent reached him before she did. "Ginny!" Harry pushed himself onto one elbow as she climbed into bed beside him, her back turned to him, as though afraid he might send her away. Instead, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her against him. She melted into him instantly. Harry closed his eyes. He knew why she had come. And if he was honest, he had wanted her there too. He aimed at him to stop this, to protect her, to keep the distance he had forced between them. But his heart ached too much to let her go. He had missed this, missed her warmth, missed the feel of her in his arms, missed the way she made the emptiness hurt less. He brushed her hair back from her face. Ginny turned to him. In the pale moonlight, her eyes were bright and shining. Harry bent and kissed her. The kiss was soft at first, hesitant, full of all the words they had never said. Then the apes were warm and sweet beneath his. Her hands slid against his skin, sending shivers racing through him. His breathing faltered. So did hers. Tears slipped silently down her cheeks as she kissed him harder, clinging to him as though she was afraid of losing him. Harry kissed the tears away, pressed his face against her neck, held her tighter. Every part of him burned for her, wanted her, needed her. And for one terrible moment he nearly forgot everything. Forgot the war. Forgot Voldemort. Forgot what waited for him beyond the morning. But when he looked down at her, really looked, he saw it. The fear in her eyes. The desperation. A sharp ache twisted in his chest. "I can't," he whispered hoarsely. Ginny's face crumpled. "Harry," she breathed, pulling him back to her, kissing him again, as if she could change his mind. And for a second, he almost let her. He lost himself in the kiss, in the heat of her, in the way she trembled beneath him. But somehow he found the strength to stop. He pulled back, shaking. "I can't," he said again, his voice breaking. He rolled away before he lost the battle with himself. Ginny's eyes filled covers and moved to leave. Harry caught her wrist. "Don't go." His voice was barely more than a whisper. She hesitated. Then slowly, silently, she lay back down. Harry pulled her close again. This time there were no kisses, no desperate hands, only warmth, only the steady sound of her breathing, only the feel of her body curled against his. Harry held her through the night, his arms tight around her, his chest aching with the thought that this quiet moment in the dark might be the last time they would ever be alone together. Harry lay staring at the ceiling long. Just before dawn, her lips had brushed his cheek. Soft, warm, a silent goodbye in the dark. He had opened his eyes only in time to hear the quiet click of the door shutting behind her. With a groan of frustration, he threw an arm over his forehead. She had given him comfort he had never dared ask for. And now he regretted it. Every step he let himself take toward her only dragged her closer to danger. Closer to him. Closer to the war. Harry rolled onto his side, anger knotting in his chest. He cursed himself for his weakness, hated himself for needing her. The room was still cloaked in gloomy shadows. His eyes drifted restlessly and landed on the small black chest, the one Emmerich had given him. It sat squat and silent where he had left it, untouched since arriving at the burrow. Harry sat up sharply. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and reached beneath his pillow for his wand. Pointing it at the thick white candle on the bedside cabinet, he narrowed his eyes. Incendio, he thought. Nothing. The candle remained stubbornly dark. Harry frowned harder, jaw tightening. Incendio. The wick burst into flame at once. Warm golden light spilled across the room. Harry dressed quickly, then snatched up the chest and set it on the bed before him. He examined the lock. Old, rusty, simple-looking. He pointed his wand. Alohomora, he thought. Nothing. He tried again, more firmly. Alohomora. Still nothing. Harry scowled. Alohomora, he said aloud. The lock did not budge. He sighed and lifted the chest closer to the candlelight. Peering into the keyhole, he could just make out something wedged deep inside. Harry's eyes narrowed. He aimed carefully, smacked him squarely on the forehead, and bounced onto the floor. Ow! He rubbed the sore spot with one hand while groping for the object with the other. It was a small, chewed-up scrap of paper. Harry tossed it onto the bed irritably, then pointed his wand once more. Alohomora. This time the lock sprang open with a faint click. Harry drew a slow breath. He settled the chest across his knees and lifted the lid. Inside, resting on top, was a small scroll. It was stained and yellowed with age, its edges frayed and torn. Harry picked it up carefully. He unrolled it with shaking fingers. The faded ink was patchy and broken in places, parts of the parchment worn away by time. But he could still make out fragments. Rest Lily. A home as soon as... Merrick to deliver this received news of his plan. Will be all hands on D. You is my little guide. 'Bout you both, day and in with sooty to make soup. 'Member to use the M. Will come as soon as you, my darling Lily. You near a hug from his da. Harry stared. A tight knot formed in his stomach. It felt, for one impossible moment, as though his father had spoken to him across the years, written during those final hidden days in Godric's Hollow. A note meant for Lily, for baby Harry, for the family he had died trying to protect. Harry swallowed hard. He rolled the parchment back up carefully and laid it on the bed beside him. Then he turned back to the chest. His fingers found two small silver figurines, both badly tarnished. He rubbed one clean with his thumb. A tall, bearded man stood carved there, straight-backed, wearing a long, pointed hat. The other was a woman in flowing robes, her head crowned with an elaborate tiara. Harry frowned. They seemed familiar somehow, like faces from a dream. He turned them over in his hands, trying to place them, then set them beside the scroll. His pulse quickened. He reached into the chest again, wondering what other pieces of his mother and father's life were waiting in the dark. Harry let the pendant swing from his fingers as the rest of the contents lay scattered across the bed in the candlelight. There were loose trinkets, small fragments of a life burned away. Most were tarnished almost beyond recognition. He turned them over one by one. One was a tiny gold broom. Its handle was bent, its bristles flattened. If it had once zoomed through the air under magic, that magic was long dead now. Another was a stubby brass candle, blackened with wax and smoke. Burnt to the nub. Useless. Forgotten. The pendant was heavier than it looked. A delicate gold chain attached to a wheel-shaped charm, blackened around the edges as though it too had survived the fire that had torn through his parents' home in Godric's Hollow. Harry rubbed at it with his thumb, but the soot remained embedded in the grooves. He set the trinkets aside. Reaching back into the chest, his fingers brushed something smooth. A card. He lifted it into the light. A photograph. The white edges were blotchy with age. Harry turned it over, and his breath caught. There they were. James Potter and Lily Potter, smiling. A baby cradled in their arms. Him. Harry stared. Unlike the enchanted photographs he had seen before, this one did not move. And unlike every other picture he owned of them, their smiles didn't reach their eyes. They sat on a loom. The sunroom. He knew it instantly. The room Emmerich had described. The room where Lily had waited, where she had sat with her baby in her arms and stared out at the world, hoping James would come home safely. Harry traced the image with his thumb. James looked tired. Lily looked brave. Both looked frightened. He placed the photograph gently on the bed beside the scroll and silver figurines, then looked back into the chest. One last thing remained. He pulled it out and frowned. At first he thought it was just a bundle of blue cloth, but it sagged in his hand. Soft, spongy. A teddy bear. Small. Blue once. One ear had burned away. One eye was missing, and where a little red tongue should have poked out. There were only loose red threads hanging from the stitched mouth. Harry gave a quiet, broken sort of laugh. He tugged lightly on one of the threads. The bear was filthy, tatty, half-ruined. The sort of thing Aunt Petunia would have thrown straight into the rubbish without a second thought. But Harry held it carefully, because once it had been his. Or perhaps it had sat beside his cot while Lily sang to him, clutched in tiny fists before Voldemort came. His throat tightened. With a bittersweet smile, Harry placed the bear carefully back inside the chest. Then the photograph, the trinkets, the figurines, the scroll, one by one, like laying memories to rest. He closed the lid softly. The pendant still dangled from his hand. He stood and slid the chest into his trunk. But the pendant, he couldn't bring himself to hide away. Harry stared at it for a moment, wondering, had Lily worn it? Or James? Had one of them touched it every day the way he held it now? Without thinking any further, the wheel-shaped charm settled cold against his chest beneath his shirt. A secret weight against his skin. A piece of them. A piece of home. Just then, a knock came at the door. Harry grunted softly and turned. Dawn's pale light was only beginning to creep across the floorboards. "Hey." Ron Weasley poked his head around the door. Seeing Harry already dressed, he stepped inside and shut it quietly behind him. "Thought you'd be up early," he said. His eyes flicked to Harry's face, then to the packed trunk. "So today's the day, then?" Harry nodded. A faint smile. "Yeah." Ron shoved his hands in his pockets. "You're not planning to go yet, though. I mean, this early." He jerked a thumb toward downstairs. "Mum and Dad'll want to talk to you first." Harry moved toward the window and looked out across the yard. The ministry auras were still there, slouched against fences and trees, watching, waiting. Prison guards in all but name. "I've been thinking about where I should go," Harry said quietly. His voice was distant. "I want to visit my parents' graves." He paused, his eyes fixed on the figures outside. "But I don't think it'd be a smart thing to do right now." His shirt, and for the first time, the thought of leaving felt real. "Yeah," Ron said. Stepping up beside Harry at the window, he shoved his hands into his pockets and gave a half-hearted shrug. "There's always headquarters. It belongs to you now." Anyway. Harry stared out through the glass, his chest tightening at the thought. The old house held too many shadows. Sirius had loathed the place, had spoken of it like a cage long before he died, and Harry could not think of anywhere less welcoming. "I suppose I'll go back there," he murmured after a moment, "at least until I figure something else out." He glanced sideways at Ron and managed a faint, crooked smile. He glanced sideways at Ron and managed a faint, crooked smile. "Maybe they've managed to get rid of your mum's favourite portrait by now." Ron snorted, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Wouldn't bet on it, mate. She struck me as the sort who'd haunt the place forever." They left the room together and headed downstairs. "Harry!" Tonks called as soon as they entered the kitchen. She was leaning back in her chair, absently twirling her fork, a strand of egg dangling precariously from it. "You two sit down," Mrs. Weasley snapped. She was darting around the kitchen in a whirlwind of clattering pans and floating dishes, her movements jerky and distracted. Pans and floating dishes, her movements jerky and distracted. Harry shot Ron a questioning look, but Ron avoided it completely, studying the floor as if it were suddenly fascinating. He slid into a chair without speaking. A heavy bowl of scrambled eggs landed on the table with a bang between them. 2 plates came zooming across the room a second later. Harry ducked instinctively, then caught his just before it smashed into his face. Ron wasn't as lucky. His plate sailed past him and shattered, smashed into his face. Ron wasn't as lucky. His plate sailed past him and shattered against the wall behind. Harry pulled out his wand at once, reparo. The shards leapt back together neatly. He handed the repaired plate to Ron. At that exact moment, a platter stacked high with bacon tipped upside down in mid-air as Mrs. Weasley whirled around in frustration. Rashers scattered across the floor. "Oh, for heaven's sake." With an angry flick of her wand, the bacon swept itself into the rubbish bin, her back to them now. She slammed a fresh pan onto the stove and muttered darkly under her breath to them now. She slammed a fresh pan onto the stove and muttered darkly under her breath. Harry mouthed, "What's wrong with her?" at Tonks. Tonks only lifted one shoulder and took another bite. Hermione arrived a few minutes later, hesitating in the doorway. Her eyes flicked around the room, clearly sensing the strain hanging in the air. She sat down carefully just as Mrs. Weasley sent over another dish of bacon, while the dirty frying pan scrubbed itself noisily in the sink. The plate never made it. Halfway to the table, it began spinning madly. Chapter 6. A.B. and Snape. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in front of number 12. Grimmauld Place, their luggage piled around them in an untidy heap. Ron balanced Pigwidgeon's cage awkwardly in one hand as the tiny owl darted and fluttered inside, hooting excitedly. At Hermione's feet, Crookshanks wound his ginger tail around her ankles, glaring up at Pig with deep annoyance. Behind them, Sturgis Podmore and Hestia Jones were bickering in sharp whispers. "Honestly, Sturgis, don't be absurd," Hestia hissed, gesturing furiously at Ron's enormous trunk. "How exactly do you expect me to carry that?" "Well, you can't exactly levitate it down the street in broad daylight," Sturgis shot back, struggling under the weight of Hermione's overstuffed case, which looked fit to burst with books. "We'll come back for it," Harry called over his shoulder. He and Ron were bent beneath the weight of Harry's trunk, each gripping one end. Hermione staggered behind them under a mountain of parcels Mrs. Weasley had forced into her arms before they'd left. Judging by the quantity, she seemed convinced they would starve within hours of being out of her sight. They pushed through the rusted iron gate and made their way up the cracked path. Harry stopped. He closed his eyes and focused. Number 12. Grimmauld Place. At once the narrow gap between 11 and 13 stretched and groaned. The grim old house rose into view as though unfolding itself from the shadows, dark, shabby, and just as miserable-looking as Harry remembered. A knot tightened in his stomach. When they reached the black front door, Harry set down his end of the trunk and drew his wand. He tapped the twisted silver serpent knocker. Alohomora. Nothing. No click. No movement. No! No! Hestia said impatiently, elbowing past him. You're doing it wrong. She raised her wand with a flourish and tapped the wood. Open sesame. There was a heavy clanking from inside. Locks shot back one after another. Harry stared. Hermione blinked. Ron, meanwhile, seemed not to notice anything odd. He was too busy poking Pig's cage in an effort to quiet the frantic owl. Who changed the password? Harry asked. But even before Hestia answered, he knew. Dumbledore, she said dryly. He thought it was hilarious, can't imagine why. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. Ron frowned at Pig. Will you shut it, Pig? He muttered. No one spoke as they carried the luggage inside. Harry and Ron set the trunk down carefully in the dark hallway before heading back for the rest. Hestia and Sturgis took some of Hermione's parcels, easing her burden. Once everything was finally inside, Harry paused and looked around. The dusty curtains covering Mrs. Black's portrait were still hanging in place. His heart sank. The other portraits, however, were gone. So were the mounted house elf heads. Harry felt a flicker of relief at that, though he couldn't help wondering what Creature would say if he ever found out. Sturgis lowered his parcels onto Ron's arms. You take these, he whispered. We're back outside, keeping watch. Hestia deposited hers on Harry's stack and gave him a crooked smile. Welcome home. The door shut softly behind them. Silence settled over the house. Hermione glanced around the dim hall and lowered her voice. Let's put everything in the kitchen. They moved through the narrow doorway and down the stone steps. Pig's cage swung from Ron's hand. Crookshanks padded after them, tail high. The kitchen was exactly as Harry remembered, cold, damp, and oppressive. Without Sirius there, it felt emptier than ever. Less like a headquarters, more like a tomb. They dumped the food and parcels onto the long wooden table. I'll light the fire, Ron said. He set Pig's cage down on the sideboard and disappeared toward the sitting room. Might as well start putting all this away, Hermione said with a weary sigh as she began sorting through the parcels. Harry leaned against the kitchen counter and noticed a folded piece of parchment lying nearby. He picked it up and unfolded it. Harry, I hope this reaches you safely, for now. I believe this is the best place for you. There are a few supplies in the cupboards, though I'm certain Molly wouldn't have let you leave without enough food to last a siege. Try not to wake Mrs. Black's portrait. She has become particularly unbearable lately. I've asked Hagrid to send Hedwig on to you. I should return within the next few days. Until then, members of the Order will be guarding the house at all hours. Remus. Harry allowed himself a small smile. The moon had been bright the night before. A full moon must be close. He guessed that was where Lupin had gone. Harry was secretly relieved Lupin was no longer trying to win the trust of the werewolves. Greyback would have seen him fighting alongside the defenders at Hogwarts, and with Snape now in Voldemort's confidence, there was no telling how much information had already been handed over. At the thought of Snape, Harry's stomach twisted with anger. "Once all this is sorted," Hermione said, pushing tins and jars into the cupboards, "we should unpack upstairs." Harry barely heard her. His mind was racing. Snape knew too much. He knew about the Order. He knew about Dumbledore. And if Dumbledore had been the secret keeper... Harry's breath caught. With Dumbledore dead, could Snape reveal Grimmauld Place? He turned sharply toward Ron, who was crouched by the fireplace, coaxing flames higher with his wand. Harry opened his mouth. 12 Grimmauld Place. The words stuck. His lips moved, but no sound came out. He frowned. "Harry." Ron was staring at him strangely. Harry blinked and shut his mouth. "We're done here," he said quickly as Hermione pushed the last loaf of bread onto a shelf. "Let's go upstairs." They split up without another word. Harry climbed to the top floor and claimed Sirius's old bedroom. Ron took Pigwidgeon upstairs to the room he and Harry had once shared. Hermione disappeared into the room she and Ginny had used during their last stay. They found fresh sheets in one of the cupboards left behind from Mrs. Weasley's last visit and spent the next hour making the rooms livable. By lunchtime they had all drifted back down to the kitchen. Crookshanks was curled beside the fire, purring contentedly in the warmth. Ron had already started rummaging through cupboards for food. Hermione laid out plates and cups across the table. Harry stood by the fireplace, staring into the dancing flames. "I think after lunch," he said at last, "we should look at the locket and the note again." Ron looked up. Harry's eyes stayed fixed on the fire. "It's the only lead we've got." Hermione paused, a cup in her hand. "I was thinking about that," she said slowly. Harry turned. "What if R.A.B. isn't a person?" Harry frowned. Ron let out a short laugh. "What else would it be?" Hermione set the cup down. "I don't know," she admitted. "It's just, I already searched through records of famous witches and wizards. Remember? None of them seemed likely." "Maybe they're not famous," Ron said, shrugging as he pulled bread from a cupboard. Hermione bit her lip. "That makes things harder." Harry looked back into the flames. "Near impossible," he muttered quietly. The fire crackled. No one spoke. The silence in the kitchen seemed to grow heavier, wrapping itself around them like the cold walls of the house. Harry stood in silence beside the fire while Ron and Hermione bickered over what to put in the sandwiches. Their voices drifted around him without meaning. His thoughts were elsewhere. The task before him felt impossible. Too large. Too dark. Too final. And yet Dumbledore had believed he could do it. That thought should have comforted him. Instead, it twisted painfully inside him. Dumbledore had believed in Snape too. Every time Harry thought of it, nausea rose in his throat. He clenched his fists. There was no point dwelling on it. No point standing still. He had to keep moving. Had to keep searching. Over the past week, the pressure inside him had only grown sharper. Time was slipping away. He could feel it. Voldemort had pushed him toward isolation for a reason. He wanted Harry alone. And Harry was certain now. Voldemort was coming. Harry. Hermione's voice broke through his thoughts. She set a plate piled high with sandwiches on the table and sat beside Ron. Harry turned reluctantly from the flames. He had no appetite at all. "Come on," Ron said. "Eat now. You'll regret it later." Hermione studied Harry's face. "We'll figure something out today," she said firmly. "I know we will." Harry sat down. They ate in silence. Hours passed. The kitchen darkened. The fire burned lower. Sheets of parchment piled up around Hermione as she scribbled furiously, crossing out letters, rearranging combinations, muttering under her breath. At last. "Ugh!" Hermione dropped her quill with an angry groan. "I'm out." Ron looked up from the heavy old books he'd dragged down from the upstairs study. "Out of what?" "Parchment." She held up the final scrap in despair. "I've used every inch of this roll. Until we get school supplies, that's it." She had spent hours trying every possible arrangement of the letters R-A-B, searching for hidden meanings, codes, clues, anything. Nothing had worked. Ron's research had gone no better. Book after dusty book had produced no answers. They had worked straight through dinner without noticing or caring. Now the clock had crept past 8. Harry and Ron both shook their heads when Hermione looked at them hopefully. "Maybe there's some upstairs," Harry said quietly, "in one of the desks." He stared back into the fire. Useless. That was how he felt. From the moment they'd begun, it was as though his mind had shut down. A wall had gone up inside his head. Hermione pushed herself off the rug and hurried upstairs. Ron sighed and turned another book over in his lap. "You had any brilliant ideas?" Harry didn't look away from the flames. "No." Ron rubbed a hand over his face. "You know, after all this, I've got this horrible feeling the answer's obvious." Harry nodded slowly. "Like we're missing something." "Or," Ron said, glancing at Hermione's ink-covered pages scattered across the floor, "we're overthinking the whole thing." Harry hated to admit it. But Ron might be right. The lack of sleep was catching up with all of them. The past few months had drained Harry until thinking itself felt difficult. And he knew Ron and Hermione weren't much better. Too many sleepless nights. Too many fears. Too much grief. Harry made a silent promise to himself. Tonight, he would sleep. Harry. Hermione's voice cut through the room so sharply that both Harry and Ron spun around. She was standing in the doorway. Her face was deathly pale. In one hand, she clutched a fresh piece of parchment. Her fingers trembled. Harry and Ron leapt to their feet at once. "What's wrong?" Harry asked at once, hurrying toward her. "Hermione, what happened?" Ron blurted, grabbing her wrists and anxiously yanking up her sleeves. "Did something bite you? A doxy? A spider?" "No," Hermione gasped, pulling away. She was breathless, pale, and wide-eyed. Then she looked straight at Harry. "I know who R.A.B. is." Harry froze. "Who?" "I'll show you." She turned immediately and ran for the stairs. Harry and Ron exchanged a startled look, then followed. "I was looking for parchment," Hermione said quickly over her shoulder as she climbed, "and I just stopped to look at it. I don't know why. And then I saw it." She led them on to the first-floor landing and into the drawing room. The enormous black family tapestry stretched across the wall, its gold-threaded names glinting in the dim light. Hermione stopped and pointed toward the very bottom. "There!" Harry and Ron leaned closer. Squinting at the tiny black lettering, Harry felt his stomach drop. Regulus Arcturus Black. "Sirius's brother," Ron said incredulously. But Harry knew instantly. Hermione was right. "How did I miss it?" Harry muttered darkly. Hermione's voice came quickly. "He was a Death Eater. He must have been close to Voldemort." Harry's eyes stayed fixed on the name. "Sirius told me Regulus tried to leave," he said, quietly. "He backed out when he realized what Voldemort was becoming, what he was willing to do." Ron's face changed. "Maybe it wasn't the usual Death Eater stuff that scared him," he said slowly. "Maybe he found out about the Horcruxes." Hermione's eyes widened. "That would explain why he turned." Harry nodded grimly. "Regulus believed in blood purity," he said, with disgust. "That's why he joined in the first place. But if he learned about the Horcruxes, he'd realize Voldemort wanted more than power," Hermione finished. "He wanted immortality." "Total control," Harry said. Hermione nodded. "It fits." There was silence for a moment. Then Ron frowned. "But Voldemort killed him, didn't he?" Harry tore his eyes away from the tapestry. "Probably, or had him killed." He thought hard. "But Regulus must have had time to take the locket first." Hermione nodded. "The note makes it sound like he knew he was going to die." Ron's face brightened suddenly. "Well then, that's it," he said. "He got the locket and destroyed it before they caught him." Hermione shook her head immediately and held out her hand. "The note." Harry pulled the folded parchment from his pocket and gave it to her. She opened it and pointed. "Look, he says he intends to destroy it as soon as he can." Ron's smile faded. "So, did he?" Hermione looked at Harry. Harry didn't answer. His mind was racing again. "We won't know," Hermione said quietly, "unless we find it." Harry barely heard her. A new thought had struck him. But how did he get it? Ron and Hermione looked at him. Harry's voice was flat. The cave was protected by powerful magic. His throat tightened. Even Dumbledore struggled. It took both of us. He remembered the potion. Dumbledore begging for water. The inferi. The fire. And all for a fake. Dumbledore said one person couldn't do it alone. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe Regulus brought another Death Eater with him, someone who wanted out too. Harry shook his head. No. He looked into the darkness of the room. Voldemort designed it so only one wizard could reach the basin. His jaw tightened, and then made it, so two people were needed to take the Horcrux. The excitement that had carried them upstairs began to drain away. Answers had only led to more questions. Slowly, they left the drawing room and went back downstairs. The sitting room felt warmer, but no less heavy. Hermione made tea. Crookshanks curled up in her lap. Ron sank low in his chair. Harry stared into his cup. They talked in circles. The same theories. The same questions. The same dead ends. Round and round. Until finally, late into the night, Harry stood. That's enough. No one argued. They cleared the cups in silence and drifted upstairs to their separate rooms. With no answers. And no closer to the Horcrux than before, Harry collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. The brief surge of triumph from discovering RAB's identity had faded almost as quickly as it had come, leaving behind only more questions and the same crushing sense of hopelessness. Every answer seemed to split into 3 more mysteries. The task before him still felt impossible. He stripped off his robes and pulled on a thin t-shirt and loose trousers against the chill. Then he slid beneath the blankets and let exhaustion drag him under. Sleep came quickly. And with it, darkness. A dull thump. Harry stirred. Something cold brushed across his skin. He frowned in his sleep and shifted. The sensation came again. Smooth. Slithering. His eyes fluttered open. The room was black. He tried to move. And couldn't. Panic stirred faintly through the fog in his mind. He forced his eyes wider. Then something snaked across his face. Harry jerked. A strip of cloth slid over his mouth, forcing his lips apart before being pulled tight between his teeth. A muffled cry caught in his throat. He tried to sit up. But his body wouldn't obey. Something bit cruelly into his wrists and chest. Ropes. Harry's heart slammed painfully against his ribs. He thrashed wildly. His arms were pinned to his sides. His legs trapped. His breathing came fast and ragged through his nose as terror burned through the last traces of sleep. Then, light exploded across the room. Harry flinched, squinting. A shadow stood over him. Tall. Still. Watching. Harry froze. The figure stepped closer, and Harry's stomach dropped. Severus Snape. His black eyes were cold and unreadable. His greasy hair hung forward as he leaned over the bed. Harry made a strangled sound and tried to twist away. Snape ignored him. His hand slid beneath Harry's pillow. Harry's blood turned to ice. Snape withdrew his wand. Harry's wand. A wave of nausea crashed over him. He fought harder. Snape was going to kill him. With his own wand. "I'd stay still if I were you." Snape's voice was calm, almost bored. Harry stopped for one terrible second. His head fell back against the pillow. This was it. Snape would murder him the same way he'd murdered Dumbledore. Coldly. Effortlessly. Cowardly. Rage blazed hotter than fear. Harry's whole body shook. No. He would not die like this. Not helpless. Not tied down. Not at Snape's mercy. With a roar trapped behind the gag, Harry threw every ounce of strength into the ropes. For one heartbeat, they shifted. Hope surged. Then they tightened viciously. The cords dug deeper into his skin. Pain ripped through him. He gasped sharply through his nose. Warm blood slid down his wrists and sides. Snape merely watched. One eyebrow lifted. You never do know when to stop. His tone was flat, detached, as if Harry were an inconvenience. Harry strained against the ropes again, desperate for air as they constricted around his chest. Snape sighed. "Once again," he said coolly. "You insist on making things difficult." He leaned closer. "You really should learn to do as you are told." Harry's eyes burned with pain and fury. He glared at Snape through watering eyes, blood soaking into the sheets beneath him as the ropes carved deeper into his flesh. "What?" Snape drawled softly. No clever retort. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Harry shook with rage and let out a muffled, furious sound through the gag. Snape's lip curled. "Tempting as it would be to continue our conversation this way," he said lazily, "I require actual words from you." He bent lower, his black eyes glittering. "I'm going to remove the gag." His voice dropped to something cold and dangerous. "But if you attempt to scream for help—" He paused. "Whoever comes running will die." Harry went still. "Ron. Hermione." Just downstairs. His stomach twisted violently. He swallowed hard and gave the smallest nod. He would not call them here. Not for Snape to kill. Snape straightened and flicked his wand. The cloth loosened and slid from Harry's mouth, falling back onto the pillow. Harry dragged air into his lungs and worked his dry tongue around his mouth before speaking. "What do you want?" The hatred in his voice was unmistakable. Snape sneered. "As absurd as it may sound," he said, You and I currently share a common problem. Harry let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, you. Snape's mouth twitched. Ah, there's that famous Potter wit. I'm not joking, Harry spat. Get me out of these ropes. Snape's voice became smooth again. I can't. He tilted his head. You'd attack me. Harry glared. And then, Snape continued silkily, glancing meaningfully at the blood staining the sheets, I'd be forced to hurt you. His gaze lowered. Again. Harry's fear burned away entirely. Only hatred remained. You're pathetic, Harry hissed. Snape's eyes flashed. A coward, Harry went on, his voice shaking with fury, who only attacks people when they can't fight back. Every trace of amusement vanished from Snape's face. His wand snapped up. Harry didn't flinch. You're not going to kill me, are you? He taunted recklessly. Your master wants that for himself. Snape's wand trembled. Harry pressed harder. He wouldn't be happy if you did his work for him. For a moment, Harry thought Snape might lose control. His lip curled. His hand shook. But then, slowly, Snape lowered the wand. You are astonishingly arrogant, Potter. His voice was low with contempt. One day, he said, that reckless stupidity of yours will lead you somewhere even luck cannot save you. Harry's jaw clenched. What do you want? Something dark moved behind Snape's eyes. I am here, he said softly, to offer you Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry froze. What? Snape watched him carefully. You want revenge. His voice was cold and clinical, for what she did to that girl. Harry's heart lurched. Hermione. And, Snape added with deliberate cruelty, for your idiotic godfather. Don't. Harry's voice cracked with fury. Snape raised an eyebrow. Don't you dare talk about Sirius. Harry threw himself upward. Pain tore through him. The ropes ripped deeper into his raw skin. He gasped but kept fighting. He was worth 100 of you. The pain barely registered through the rage. Snape gave a short, humorless laugh. Was he? His tone turned mocking. Yes, 12 wonderfully productive years in Azkaban. Harry's breath came in sharp bursts. And then, Snape continued smoothly, 2 more hiding like a hunted animal. His lip curled. A truly admirable life. Harry roared. The sound echoed through the room. You'd better pray these ropes hold. He strained with every ounce of strength he had left. Because if I get free... The cords tightened violently. Harry cried out. His chest constricted. Air vanished. His vision blurred. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands. The last words came strangled. The ropes crushed tighter. Harry's body arched helplessly. For one horrible second. He thought he might black out. You're every bit as foolish and every bit as arrogant as your father. Snape's voice cut through Harry's fading thoughts. "The more you fight," he said silkily, "the tighter they become." Harry's chest burned. He dragged in shallow, desperate breaths. Snape leaned over him, sneering. "Lie still for 1 minute, and you may breathe." His dark eyes glittered. "Keep struggling." He raised an eyebrow. "And you'll pass out." Harry's vision swam. Black spots danced at the edges. Sweat slipped into his eyes. His whole body screamed at him to keep fighting. But he forced himself still. Slowly. Painfully. The ropes loosened enough for his lungs to expand. Air rushed in. Harry gasped. "There," Snape said lightly, a rare display of intelligence. Harry hated the satisfaction in his voice, hated the control, hated him. "Why, Bellatrix?" Harry rasped. His anger had not faded. It burned hotter than ever. Snape's expression hardened. "My reasons are none of your concern." He straightened. "I will tell you where." A pause. "And when?" His lip curled. "And all you need do is refrain from ruining it." Harry laughed bitterly. "You're more insane than I thought, if you think I'd trust you after what you did." Snape scoffed. "I do not require your trust." His voice dripped contempt. "But you will obey." He leaned closer again. "It is the only way you will get Lestrange." His voice darkened. "And you want her." Harry said nothing. Because Snape was right. He did want her. The thought of Bellatrix, of her wild eyes, of Sirius falling through the veil, of Hermione crumpled on the floor, made his blood boil. What if Snape was telling the truth? What if he really could hand her over? Harry could almost feel it. The revenge. It swallowed every rational thought. His voice was quiet when he spoke. "What do I have to do?" Snape's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. "I'll contact you when the time comes." Then he lifted Harry's chin with the tip of the wand. Harry flinched. Snape leaned so close Harry could feel his breath. "Until then," he whispered, "you tell no one." Harry glared. "No one." Snape's voice sharpened. "If you speak of this." He pressed the wand harder. "You will lose Bellatrix." A pause. "And next time?" His eyes glittered coldly. "I will not be so gentle." "There won't be a next time," Harry hissed. Something flickered across Snape's face. A momentary falter at hearing his name spoken without title. But it vanished instantly. Contempt returned. "I am releasing you now." Snape stepped back. "Remember what I said, Potter." His wand moved. The rope slithered away. Harry's body jerked as feeling came flooding back into his limbs. He bit back a cry. From the corner of his eye he saw Snape slide Harry's wand back beneath the pillow. Then Snape raised his own wand and extinguished the light. Darkness swallowed the room. A second later, The door clicked shut. Silence. Harry lay frozen, shaking, humiliated. He had been overpowered so easily. Trapped, controlled, toyed with. But beneath the humiliation burned something stronger. Need. Bellatrix. For Gabrielle. For Sirius. For everything. He would wait. He would play along. And when the time came, Snape would regret it. Harry lay there in the darkness, breathing hard. Then the pain truly hit. The cuts. The burns. The raw gashes where the ropes had torn him open. Warm blood trickled across his skin. Sticky. Hot. After several minutes, the strange stiffness in his body faded. He pushed himself upright with a hiss of pain. Every movement burned. He stumbled into the bathroom and turned on the water. The warmth stung like fire. He washed the blood away carefully. Fresh cuts crossed his chest. His sides. His wrists. His legs. Deeper than he had thought. His torn, blood-soaked shirt he shoved into a drawer. Then he took out his wand. He pointed it at the bed. Tergeo. The blood vanished. Mostly. But dark stains remained on the sheets. Harry stared at them in silence. Harry narrowed his eyes and focused harder. Tergeo. This time the last of the blood lifted cleanly from the sheets, vanishing until the linen looked untouched. He exhaled slowly. Relief lasted only a second. Fresh blood welled from the cuts across his chest and wrists. Swearing under his breath, Harry wiped it away and summoned bandages from the bathroom cupboard. His healing magic was clumsy at best, and the dressings were rough and uneven, but they slowed the bleeding enough. That would have to do. Ron and Hermione couldn't know. He knew exactly how they'd react. Shock. Anger. Endless questions. And then they'd insist on telling someone, reporting Snape, ruining everything, ruining his chance to get Bellatrix. Harry moved carefully around the room, scanning for any drops or smears he might have missed. Then, tap. Tap, tap. Harry spun around too fast. Pain lanced through his chest. He clutched at it with a gasp and looked toward the window. A swirl of white feathers beat against the grey morning light. Hedwig! Harry crossed the room stiffly and unlatched the window. Hedwig swept inside with a soft, indignant hoot. A familiar rucksack dangled from her claws. Harry smiled despite himself. She dropped it onto the floor with a thud. It looked lighter than when he'd left it at Hagrid's. Hedwig landed on the dressing table and lifted one leg with obvious pride. A small scroll was tied there. Harry untied it and scratched her affectionately under the feathers. She leaned into it. "I missed you too." His voice softened. "I'm glad you're back." He rummaged through the bag, found owl treats, and reached up to place them on top of the wardrobe. Pain stabbed through his side. He hissed. Hedwig fixed him with a stern, reproachful stare. Harry laughed weakly. "It's nothing." She didn't move. Honestly. Still staring. Go on. At last she fluttered up to her perch and began pecking at the treats, though she kept one golden eye on him. Harry set down a bowl of water and sat gingerly before opening Hagrid's note. Bo. Hello, Harry. Hedwig's been desperate and to get back to ye. Been bothering me ever since I got back from the Hollow. Grob says hello too. Hope you're somewhere safe. Don't go doing anything dangerous. Say hello to Ron and Hermione for me. Hope to see you soon. Hagrid. Hey. Harry smiled. A real smile. For a few precious moments, the night faded. He pictured Hagrid and Grawp. He wondered how Hagrid was managing with his giant half-brother now at the funeral. Grawp had seemed calmer, almost manageable. Still, Hagrid hadn't mentioned the giants, or whether Voldemort had won them over. The thought darkened Harry's mood again. Then he heard movement downstairs. Quickly, he dressed. Every button and tug of fabric hurt. But eventually, he made it down to the kitchen. Hermione was already there. She stood over the stove stirring porridge in a large pot. The fire crackled warmly in the grate. Crookshanks prowled around her ankles. "Morning," Harry said. Hermione smiled faintly. Harry sat by the fire to warm himself. At once Crookshanks leapt into his lap. Purring loudly, he rubbed his face against Harry's chest. "Ow!" Harry jerked. Pain shot through him. Crookshanks blinked in surprise. "Not today, mate," Harry muttered, lifting the cat away carefully. "Sorry." He set him on the floor and crossed to help Hermione. A few minutes later, Ron stumbled in, hair sticking up wildly. He dropped into his chair. "I had the weirdest dream." Harry froze slightly. Ron scratched his head. "I was at a weird sisters concert." Hermione sat down beside him. Ron continued. "But the music was awful, really flat, like one note over and over." Harry's stomach tightened. "Everyone was booing," Ron said, throwing stuff. He yawned. Then they smashed their instruments and stormed off. Harry frowned. Hermione looked thoughtful. "Now that you mention it." She spooned porridge into bowls. "I dreamed I was on the Hogwarts Express." Ron blinked. "Yeah." She nodded. "Can't remember much, just this awful droning sound." Harry stared at them both. Understanding hit him instantly. Muffliato. Snape must have cast it over the room. The strange hum had seeped into their sleep, twisting itself into dreams. Harry lowered his eyes to his bowl before either of them noticed his expression. Snape had planned every detail. And Harry hated that part of him was impressed. "What?" Ron asked suddenly. Harry looked up. Ron was watching him closely. "Nothing," Harry said quickly. He picked up the spoon and filled his bowl. Hedwig came this morning. Ron relaxed a little. Any news? Harry shook his head. Just a note from Hagrid. He says hello. That seemed to satisfy Ron. For a while they ate in silence. Then, as the morning wore on, Hermione pushed her bowl aside and leaned forward. We need to work out what Regulus did with the locket. Harry looked up. I think you're right, she continued. The first thing we need to understand is how he got it. Ron frowned. Yeah, I mean, Regulus wasn't exactly extraordinary, was he? Hermione turned to Harry. What exactly were the protections? Harry set down his spoon. He stared into the fire as he spoke. Like I said, only one wizard could use the boat to reach the island. His voice dropped. And once you got there, he swallowed. It took 2 people to get the locket. Ron looked puzzled. But you and Dumbledore crossed together. Harry nodded. Dumbledore said it didn't count. Ron blinked. Why? Because I wasn't of age. Harry's voice was flat. I wasn't considered a fully qualified wizard. Hermione hesitated before speaking again. What else? Harry shut his eyes briefly. Dumbledore made me promise to force him to drink the potion. Hermione went pale. All of it. Ron stared. Why would he do that? Harry's hands tightened around the bowl. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to finish it himself. His throat tightened. He knew it would break him. The memory hit him hard. Dumbledore begging, pleading, screaming. Harry looked down. I gave it to him. His voice cracked. Glass after glass. He swallowed hard. Until he was almost dead. Ron's voice was quiet. You had no choice. Hermione nodded quickly, eyes bright with tears. He made you promise, Harry. Harry forced himself on. When the potion was gone, I had to get him water. He looked at them. The inferi came out of the lake. Hermione. Chapter 7. Ginny's Other and Harry's Excuse. A sudden crash shattered the quiet. The noise echoed through the house, followed immediately by a shriek so loud it made the walls tremble. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were on their feet in an instant. Wands out. They raced across the room and crept toward the stairs. Then the screaming became words. Filth, vermin, invaders in the House of Black. Mrs. Black. Her portrait had been uncovered. Blood traitors, mudbloods, contaminating my home. The 3 of them edged higher. Where is Creature? The portrait screeched. Where is that wretched son of mine? Get out! Get out! Then suddenly, her voice changed. The rage turned to panic. No, stay back. Don't touch me. Get away. Harry peered cautiously around the stairwell and froze. Ginny stood in the middle of the hall in a perfect dueling stance. Her wand was aimed straight at the portrait. Her face was blazing. "Shut up," she said through clenched teeth. Each word was sharp as a curse. "Or I'll hex you so hard there won't be enough paint left to scream." Mrs. Black had retreated into the far corner of the painting. She was cowering. Actually cowering. One bony arm was raised over her face. No," she whimpered. Harry blinked. Behind Ginny, Nymphadora Tonks was half buried under a mountain of bags, trying to stand while apologizing breathlessly. Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley stood staring in open astonishment. Harry and Ron rushed forward. To Harry's surprise, the curtains slid shut instantly when he grabbed them. No resistance. No screaming. Nothing. Silence. They all turned toward Ginny. Her eyes still glittered dangerously. Ron looked half shocked, half impressed. Where did that come from? Ginny lowered her wand but didn't relax. "She's vile," Ginny snapped. "Someone ought to give her a taste of her own medicine." Mrs. Weasley gave her daughter a cautious look. "Yes, well." She cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should get these things upstairs before she starts again." Harry glanced at the silent curtains. He looked back at Ginny. "Somehow," he said quietly, "I don't think she will." For a split second, Ginny's eyes met his. Sharp. Unreadable. Then she bent and picked up the small cage holding Pygmy Puff Albert, her pink puffball squeaking softly inside. "I'll put the kettle on," Tonks said brightly, as though nothing unusual had happened. She brushed herself off and headed downstairs. Hermione and Ginny followed. Harry watched Ginny go and felt a sharp twist in his chest. She had never looked so distant, so cold. Ron hoisted one of Mr. Weasley's bags onto his shoulder. "What are you lot doing here?" Mr. Weasley smiled faintly. "Your induction," he said. Ron blinked. Today, Mr. Weasley confirmed. They started hauling the luggage upstairs. At the first floor landing, they squeezed into an empty room and dumped the bags inside. Mrs. Weasley pointed at the ones Harry carried. "Those go in Hermione's room, dear." She gave him a tired smile. "Ginny will stay with her again." Harry nodded and picked them up. He carried them down the corridor and into Hermione's room. The familiar room felt cramped now with extra luggage and hastily made beds. Harry dropped the bags at the foot of the spare bed. One of them toppled over. A shopping bag stuffed too full with clothes tipped sideways and spilled across the faded rug. Harry sighed and crouched to gather everything. He grabbed an armful of robes and shirts and began stuffing them back inside the bag. Harry reached for the last thing on the floor. A soft pink jumper. "Ginny's!" He paused for the briefest moment. He had always liked that jumper. As he lifted it, something white caught his eye beneath the bed. A photograph. Harry bent and picked it up. He turned it over, and the breath left his lungs. Ginny smiled up at him from the picture. Her face was bright and carefree. She looked happy. Really happy. She was leaning back against Dean Thomas. Dean's arm was wrapped loosely around her waist. He was grinning down at her. The image moved slightly, their heads turning, Ginny laughing softly as Dean tightened his hold. Harry felt as though someone had punched him. He recognized the day immediately. The Quidditch game at the Burrow. He hadn't noticed. Not once. His chest tightened painfully. Seeing her like that. So comfortable. So close. With someone else. Tore at him. He rubbed at his eyes beneath his glasses, swallowing hard. So this was why. Why she had been distant. Why she had seemed so cold. How long? How long had she been seeing Dean again? He clenched his jaw. No. He had no right to ask that. He'd ended it. He told her they couldn't be together. What else was she supposed to do? Move on. That was what he'd wanted. Wasn't it? Then why did it feel like betrayal? The ache sharpened into anger. His fists clenched. Two nights ago? The same day this photo had been taken. She had come to him. His stomach turned. Was that why she had left when he pushed her away? Because she couldn't go to Dean. Or because she had. The thought made him feel sick. Cold reality hit him hard. He had been trying to hold on to something that no longer existed. Harry shoved the photograph back into the bag. Hard. He covered it with the pink jumper, as though hiding it would make the image disappear. It didn't. He went downstairs. The kitchen was warm. Too warm. Hermione and Ginny sat close together, talking quietly. Tonks handed Harry a cup of tea as he entered. He barely noticed. Hermione looked up first. Her brows knit together. Harry was staring. At Ginny? She sat with Crookshanks curled in her lap, purring thunderously as she stroked him. Albert nestled against her shoulder, nuzzling into her neck. Ginny smiled softly and whispered something into Crookshanks's fur. Harry's anger rose hot and sharp. He stood there, silently, daring her to look up. To meet his eyes. To explain. But she didn't. She kept petting the cat. Kept smiling. Kept talking softly. As though he weren't there. Hermione looked from Ginny to Harry, and frowned deeper. Harry. He didn't answer. Is everything all right? Harry's grip tightened on the teacup. Everything's fine. The words came clipped. Harsh. He turned away quickly and spooned sugar into the tea. 1, 2, 3. Anything to keep his hands busy. Well. Arthur Weasley entered briskly. All sorted? His cheerful voice cut through the tension. Fred and George should be here this afternoon. Harry looked up sharply. Relief flickered. A distraction. Good. Still no sign of Lupin, Mr. Weasley asked. Harry leaned back against the counter, stirring his tea too hard. No. Mr. Weasley nodded slowly. In that case, I think we postpone it. Harry looked up. What? Your induction. Mr. Weasley's tone was calm. Remus should be here. Is that really necessary? Harry snapped. The impatience in his voice made Hermione look up sharply. Mr. Weasley frowned. The same searching look Hermione had worn. Yes. His voice turned firm. It is. Harry said nothing. Mr. Weasley stepped closer. Remus is head of the Order now. The words landed heavily in the room. He should be present when 3 new members are inducted. The kitchen fell quiet again, and Harry stared down into his tea. Seeing nothing but a laughing girl in a photograph, Harry looked up sharply. 3. His voice came out too fast, too sharp. He turned toward Ron, who had just walked in and dropped into a chair. You don't mean... He stopped. The words died in his throat. He already knew how it would sound. Ron and Hermione were both watching him now. Defiant. Challenging. Mr. Weasley seemed to understand immediately. No, he said calmly. Harry blinked. Fred and George are being made official members as well. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Oh. Relief flooded him. Ron noticed. You don't have to sound so pleased, he muttered darkly. He shot his father a resentful look. It wasn't for lack of trying. Mr. Weasley sighed. The Order does not accept students. His voice was firm. Harry will be the youngest member we've ever had. Harry looked down. And Mr. Weasley added, I sincerely doubt there will ever be another so young. He gave Ron a meaningful look. Harry's case is exceptional. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. Hermione folded her arms. We haven't had our Hogwarts letters yet. Everyone looked at her. She lifted her chin. We might not even be going back this year. Mr. Weasley barely hesitated. Even then. Hermione frowned. You still would not join the Order. Ron sat up straighter. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? Mr. Weasley opened his mouth. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Mrs. Weasley stood in the doorway, arms crossed. Her voice ended the discussion at once. Then she turned to Ginny. Has that cat of yours turned up yet? Ron frowned. What cat? Harry looked over too. Ginny didn't raise her head. No. She was still stroking Albert absent-mindedly. Not yet. Ron looked more confused. What cat? Mrs. Weasley moved to the cupboard and began pulling out potatoes. There's been a stray hanging around the burrow. She started rummaging for knives. We've seen it before now and then, but lately it's been there all the time. She opened a drawer with unnecessary force, always sneaking in and out. Harry watched Ginny from the corner of his eye, and it seems especially fond of Ginny. Mrs. Weasley began chopping. It's always in her room. Ginny's face remained unreadable. Why she wants another pet, I've no idea. Ron snorted. Why don't you just throw it out? Ginny's head snapped up. Because I've adopted it. Her voice cracked through the room. Everyone stared. And if you touch it. All right, Ron said quickly, hands raised. I'm not going to hurt it. Ginny's eyes blazed. You'd better not. Ron shrugged. Fine. Then, cautiously. What does it look like? Mr. Weasley answered without lowering his paper. Rust-coloured fur. He turned a page. Long-haired. White patches on its face and paws. He smiled faintly. Quite young. Harry listened despite himself. Clever little thing, too. Mr. Weasley chuckled. It scared a gnome out of my boot yesterday. Ron laughed. Saved me from a nasty bite. Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand toward the chopping knives, which sprang to life. Hermione, Ginny. Both girls looked up. Help me with lunch. Hermione rose at once. Ginny followed more slowly, Albert tucked in her arms. Tonks stood and stretched. I'll take over outside. She gave the kitchen a look that suggested she had officially abandoned all hope of helping with meals. Then she slipped out to relieve the guard. Harry drained the last of his tea. He couldn't stay here. Couldn't sit through lunch. Couldn't watch Ginny laugh. Or ignore him. He climbed the stairs to his room. The house felt colder up there. He went straight to the window. Outside, the front garden was wild and overgrown. Tall grass bent in the wind. Harry stared without seeing it. He felt ridiculous. Petty. Jealous. He should have been happy for her. She was doing exactly what he had asked. Moving on. Living her life. Forgetting him. So why did it hurt so much? A dull ache pressed against his ribs. And what embarrassed him most, what he could barely admit even to himself, was that part of him had hoped she would wait, that she would still want him, that she might even miss him. He shut his eyes. Ashamed, Harry crossed the room to Hedwig. Trying not to grimace, he lifted his arm. She fluttered down obediently, settling on it with a soft rustle of wings. Her golden eyes fixed on him expectantly. Harry managed a faint smile. Looks like it's always going to be you and me, doesn't it? He stroked the feathers above her beak. Hedwig clicked her beak softly. Harry opened the drawer for owl treats, pushing aside the blood-stained shirt without thinking. He took a handful and sat carefully on the bed, wincing as the wounds across his chest pulled. Hedwig hopped onto his knee. He fed her one treat at a time. For a moment, it was peaceful. Then footsteps creaked on the stairs. Harry didn't look up. It's all right, he called. I'm not hungry. The footsteps stopped. No answer. Harry sighed. I'll come down later. He looked up. and stopped. Ginny stood in the doorway, watching him. Harry's face hardened instantly. He turned back to Hedwig. I said, "I'll come down later." His voice was cold, but his heart had begun pounding. Ginny stepped into the room. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "You didn't say goodbye." Harry's hand froze. "At the Burrow." She swallowed. "I thought you'd at least say goodbye." Harry kept his eyes on Hedwig. What was the point? His voice was flat, cruel. "You're here now, aren't you?" He wanted her to feel it, wanted her to hurt, even a fraction of what he was feeling. Ginny hesitated. Then she walked slowly farther into the room. Her fingers brushed along the dressing table. She looked nervous, uncertain. "Harry." She paused. He looked at her despite himself. "I need to tell you something." Her voice faltered. Then she stopped completely. Her expression changed, darkened. Harry followed her gaze, and his stomach dropped. The open drawer. He moved instantly. Too late. Hedwig screeched and launched herself upward as Harry sprang to his feet. Ginny reached the drawer first. She pulled out the torn shirt. Her face went white. The blood. The ripped fabric. The unmistakable marks. "What is this?" she whispered. Harry snatched it from her hands. He shoved it into the cupboard and slammed the door. "Nothing." His voice came too fast, too sharp. "It's nothing." Ginny stepped closer. Her eyes searched his. "Harry." Her voice shook. "What happened?" Harry's anger exploded. At himself. At Snape. At Dean. At Ginny. At everything. "Nothing that concerns you." Ginny flinched. "So stay out of it." His voice cracked through the room. "It's none of your business." She stared. Harry's breathing became ragged. "And don't you dare tell anyone what you saw." He threw his arms upward and clasped his hands behind his head. Pain tore through his chest. He ignored it. "Why?" He squeezed his eyes shut. "Why does nothing ever get to be easy?" His whole body shook. When he opened his eyes again, Ginny was staring at him, wide-eyed. Hurt. Harry saw it. And used it. "I told you to stay away from me." His voice was shaking now, but not with anger. "You just keep coming back." Ginny looked as though he'd struck her. Harry forced the words out. "Stay out of my business." His chest tightened. "Stay out of my life." The last words nearly broke him. His body shuddered. Not from rage. From the feeling that he had just ripped something apart inside himself. Harry stood there, breathing hard. His eyes stayed fixed on the floorboards. He waited for it. The sound of her footsteps. The slam of the door. He had finally said the words he had been forcing back for weeks. And the moment they left his mouth, he hated himself for them. The silence stretched. Heavy. Unbearable. He couldn't make himself look at her. Then she moved. Not away. Toward him. Harry felt her hand rise gently to his face. Warm. Soft. Without meaning to, he leaned into her touch. His eyes closed. The anger in him cracked. Ginny's voice trembled. I know what you're doing. Harry opened his eyes. Her green eyes shone with tears. And it only makes me want to be with you more. The words shattered what little resistance he had left. She closed her eyes and kissed him. Tears slipped down her cheeks, salty against his skin. Harry kissed her back instantly. Hard. Desperate. Fierce. He kissed her with all the hurt he felt. All the anger. All the jealousy. All the confusion. He hated the thought of Dean. Hated the picture. Hated how much she could hurt him. And somehow he hated himself more. When they broke apart, Ginny's lips were flushed and swollen. She looked at him sadly. You can't push me away. Her voice shook. No matter what you say. She swallowed. No one can change how I feel. A tear slipped free. Not even you. Harry made a strangled sound and pulled her back against him. You drive me mad. He breathed the words against her mouth. This time the kiss was softer. Slower. Full of everything he hadn't been able to say. Ginny smiled sadly when she pulled away. Before Harry could speak, Mrs. Weasley's voice rang up the stairs. Harry, Ginny, lunch is ready. Ginny laughed weakly and leaned toward the doorway. We'll be down in a minute. She turned back, and her face changed. Harry frowned, then followed her gaze downward. Blood. Fresh blood had seeped through the bandages beneath his shirt. Dark stains spread across the maroon fabric. Ginny's expression softened instantly. Here. Her voice was quiet now. Let me help. She crossed to the drawer and pulled out a clean shirt. Then gently lifted the old one over his head. Harry hissed as the fabric dragged against his wounds. Ginny summoned fresh bandages with a flick of her wand. They were neat. Precise. Far better than his own clumsy attempt. Harry watched her. You know healing spells. Ginny shrugged. A faint smile touched her lips. Comes from watching Mum. She didn't ask how he'd been hurt. Didn't press him. Didn't demand answers. And Harry didn't offer any. There was trust in the silence. A quiet understanding. Something he didn't think he could have given anyone else. Fred and George arrived late that afternoon in a whirlwind of noise and laughter. Each carried a large box overflowing with joke shop prototypes and half-finished inventions. The house felt less empty with them in it. That evening, Mrs. Weasley served a huge roast dinner. For a few hours, the tension faded beneath laughter, teasing, and George setting off something purple and smoking in the corner. By nightfall, the twins had taken over Ron's room. The house settled slowly into silence. Harry lay in bed with his door cracked open. Moonlight spilled across the floorboards. He stared at the ceiling, waiting for sleep. Then, something landed lightly on the covers near his feet. Harry lifted his head. Crookshanks. The shape padded toward him. Smaller. Sleeker. In the moonlight, he saw soft, rust-coloured fur. White paws. Like little socks. And white patches across a delicate face. Definitely not Crookshanks. Harry smiled faintly. So Ginny's mystery cat finally showed up. He reached out. The fur was silky beneath his fingers. The cat purred loudly and rubbed against his hand, then climbed higher, nuzzling against his cheek, circling once, twice. Finally, it stretched along his pillow, head tucked beside his own, its body warm against him. Harry let out a quiet laugh. For the first time in days, he didn't feel entirely alone. Harry scratched the cat behind the ears. It purred louder. He smiled faintly in the darkness. Shouldn't you be with your mistress? The cat blinked slowly. Or did she send you to spy on me? Its only answer was to press closer. Harry kept stroking its silky fur, his hand moving in slow, absent circles. Its warmth settled against him. Its purring vibrated softly through the pillow. Before long, his eyes closed, and for the first time in what felt like forever, sleep came easily. The next morning, the house was chaos. Remus Lupin arrived early. By lunchtime, Grimmauld Place was crowded. Order members filled the kitchen and spilled into the hall. Voices overlapped. Chairs scraped. The old house groaned under the noise. Mrs. Black's portrait had been triggered 3 separate times by pounding fists and ringing bells. Each time she erupted into shrieks and curses. Filth, blood traitors, scum of the earth. And each time, Ginny appeared. One drawn. Expression murderous. Mrs. Black instantly collapsed into the corner of her frame, whimpering like a scolded child. The effect was so dramatic that several members laughed. More than once someone joked that Ginny ought to be inducted too. Ginny only rolled her eyes. Once everyone had gathered, Lupin stood at the head of the table. His expression turned serious. All non-members, away from the table, please. There was a scrape of chairs. Ginny moved back reluctantly. Hermione joined her. Lupin waited, then nodded. Fred, George, Harry. Harry stood. So did the twins. The room fell quiet. Lupin folded his hands before him. Before we discuss order business. His eyes swept the room. We welcome 3 new members. Harry felt every eye turn toward him. Lupin's voice hardened. You should not enter the Order of the Phoenix lightly. He looked from Fred to George to Harry. If you are looking for adventure, he paused, you will not find it here. The room stayed silent. This work is dangerous. His voice lowered, often thankless. Harry swallowed. If any of you have doubts... Lupin's face was grave. Speak now. Fred stood straighter. George lifted his chin. Harry said nothing. None of them did. Lupin nodded once. Very well. He picked up a parchment and unfolded it. There is an oath. Harry's stomach tightened. Something brushed his ankle. He glanced down. Ginny's cat. It had wound itself around his leg. Tail upright. The little creature sat partly on his foot and stared up at him with bright green eyes. Harry almost smiled. He could have sworn it had slept beside him all night. He bent slightly and scratched its head with one finger before looking back up. Lupin began reading. His tone was flat, formal, like he'd done this before. You will now swear allegiance to the Order of the Phoenix. Harry listened. In doing so, Lupin continued, you will become privy to all information the Order has gathered. Harry's smile faded. You will also share in all future intelligence. His chest tightened. As a member. Lupin read on. You are expected to uphold the values and principles of the Order. Harry's mouth went dry. Lupin turned the page. The Order relies upon unity. Harry's pulse quickened. No member is to act alone in matters directly concerning the Order. Harry's stomach dropped. He barely heard the next line. And all members are required to disclose any information relevant to our cause, whether presently known or discovered in future. There it was. Exactly what he'd feared. Harry felt cold. Lupin lowered the parchment and looked over it. Do you understand the terms so far? Fred answered immediately. Yes. George echoed him. Yes. Harry said nothing. Not yet. Harry stood frozen. A frown creased his face. Inside him, two loyalties were colliding. For as long as he could remember, he had wanted this. Wanted to belong to the Order. Wanted to fight. Wanted to stand beside them as an equal. But now, he couldn't. Not like this. The silence stretched. Long enough to become uncomfortable. Long enough for heads to begin turning. Order members who had been staring out windows or absently tracing patterns in the table now looked up. At him. Harry felt trapped beneath their eyes. Lupin leaned forward, both hands braced against the table. Harry. There was uncertainty in his voice. Is there something you want to say? Harry's thoughts raced wildly. How had he not thought of this? He was carrying too many secrets. Too many promises. Dumbledore had told him to tell no one about the Horcruxes. No one except Ron and Hermione. And if he wanted Bellatrix, if he wanted vengeance, he would have to keep Snape's visit hidden too. He couldn't swear an oath he already knew he would break. Not here. Not in front of them. Harry swallowed. His voice cracked. Every eye in the room was on him. He forced the words out. I've changed my mind. The silence deepened. Lupin blinked. Harry's face burned. I don't think I'm ready. He could hear how weak it sounded. How cowardly. I need more time. He stared at the floor. Maybe later. His throat tightened. Like you said. No one spoke. Harry felt the guilt crawling up his neck. I'm sorry. His voice was barely audible. I didn't mean to waste everyone's time. Before anyone could answer. He turned and walked out. Fast. He didn't look back. The silence behind him was worse than shouting. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time and went straight to his room. He shut the door halfway. He couldn't face them. Ron and Hermione would understand. Once he explained, they knew. They carried the same secret. But Ginny, his stomach twisted. She would think he was afraid. A coward. And he couldn't tell her why. As he pushed the door closed, a flash of rust-red fur slipped through the gap. The little cat darted past him and sprang onto the bed. Harry stared. Then let out a breathless laugh. Back again. Hedwig clicked her beak from her perch, watching. Harry crossed the room and scooped the cat up. He sat on the bed, holding it out in front of him. What's your name, then? The cat blinked and purred. Harry pulled it against his chest and scratched under its chin. I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do. He sighed. And it had better be convincing. The cat kneaded his shirt with tiny paws. Harry gave a weak smile. What do you think? He looked down at the white paws. Socks. The cat purred louder. Socks it is. She climbed up his chest and rubbed under his chin. Harry leaned back against the pillows. Lupin won't understand. He stared at the ceiling. Neither will Ginny. The words hurt. Socks rolled onto her back and batted playfully at his hand. Harry smiled despite himself. He stroked her soft belly. For a while, he just lay there. The warmth of her against his chest. The rumble of her purring. A small comfort. Then, knock knock. Harry sat up. Socks leapt off the bed. Come in. The door opened. Lupin stepped inside. His face was grave, but not angry. As the door opened wider, Socks shot through the gap and disappeared downstairs. Lupin shut the door softly behind him. Harry. His voice was serious. Harry braced himself. I want to talk about What happened downstairs? Harry looked away, trying to think, trying to prepare. An excuse. A lie. Anything. Lupin crossed the room and sat beside him on the bed. Then he said quietly, "I'm sorry." Harry looked up sharply. Lupin's expression was troubled. "We put you in a very difficult position." Harry stared, thrown completely off balance. For once, he had no idea what to say. Lupin sat quietly for a moment before speaking. "Arthur and I should have realized." Harry looked at him blankly. Lupin sighed. "We asked too much." He gave Harry a tired, understanding smile. "You're still young." Harry blinked. Lupin continued gently. "We let your past achievements make us forget that." Harry stared. "Of course you're not ready." Lupin's hand came down on Harry's shoulder. Warm, steady. "You've already carried more than most grown wizards ever will." Harry's throat tightened. "You don't need more responsibility piled on top of that." Lupin squeezed his shoulder lightly. "And there was no reason to be embarrassed." Harry's eyes widened. Lupin smiled faintly. "No one downstairs thinks less of you." He shook his head. "Not one person. They know what you've done." Harry finally understood. They'd mistaken his silence, mistaken his red face. They thought he'd panicked, thought he'd lost his nerve. Relief crashed over him so hard he nearly sagged. He wouldn't have to explain. Wouldn't have to lie. Wouldn't have to reveal anything. And best of all, they still had no idea. Harry forced the most awkward, sheepish expression he could manage. "Yeah." He rubbed the back of his neck. "I just didn't feel ready." Lupin nodded immediately. "That's understandable." Harry hesitated. Fred and George got in. He tried to sound disappointed. Apparently, he succeeded too well. Lupin chuckled softly and slipped an arm around Harry's shoulders, giving him a reassuring shake. "You'll join someday." Harry looked up. "When you're ready." Lupin smiled. "And when that day comes." His eyes softened. "I'd wager you'll become one of the finest members the Order has ever had." He paused. A small smile tugged at his mouth. Well. He glanced upward. "After Dumbledore." Harry gave a weak laugh. Lupin stood and crossed to the door. "Would you like me to send Ron and Hermione up?" Harry hesitated. Part of him was relieved. Part of him was annoyed. The idea that Lupin thought he was frightened stung his pride. Still, it was better than the truth. "Yeah." He nodded. "Thanks." Lupin gave him one last understanding look and left. A few moments later, Ron and Hermione entered. Harry took one look at their faces and knew. Lupin had told them. Hermione approached carefully. Far too carefully. Like Harry might shatter. or bite. Ron hovered awkwardly by the door, hands in pockets, looking miserable. Harry's irritation flared. Even they believed it. Hermione sat beside him. Her hand touched his arm gently. "Harry." Her voice was painfully soft. "Are you all right?" Harry turned and gave her a flat, sarcastic look. She blinked. He sighed heavily. "Before either of you start." He sat up straighter. "The reason I didn't join the Order." Their faces changed immediately. "Is because members have to reveal any information they know about Voldemort." Hermione's eyes widened. Ron's mouth opened. Harry pressed on. "That means I'd have to tell them about the Horcruxes." Silence. Hermione's hand slipped away. Harry threw up his hands. "Lupin and the others assumed I was scared." He scowled. "And I didn't correct them because then they'd start asking questions I can't answer." Hermione's cheeks flushed pink. "Oh." Harry glared at her. Ron suddenly dropped onto the bed on Harry's other side. Grinning. "I knew it." Harry raised an eyebrow. Ron nodded firmly. "Knew it had to be something like that." Harry snorted. "Did you?" Didn't believe a word Lupin said. Hermione whipped around to stare at him. "Oh, really?" Her eyebrow rose dangerously. Ron froze. Hermione folded her arms. "Then why did you insist I come up here first?" Ron's ears turned red. Harry stared. Hermione leaned closer. "You said." She lowered her voice in an imitation of Ron's. "You go first. You're better at this emotional stuff." Harry burst out laughing. Ron went scarlet. "I never said emotional stuff." Hermione smirked. "You did." Ron spluttered. Harry laughed harder. For the first time that day. The weight on his chest lifted. "Look," Harry said, rubbing a hand. Chapter 8. Creatures' Mischief and Ministry Woes. Fred and George exchanged identical looks of outrage. "Tell the rest of them," Fred repeated, sounding deeply offended. "Harry, Harry, Harry." George shook his head mournfully. "After all we've been through together." "You think we'd snitch?" Fred finished. "We're hurt." George placed a hand over his heart. Harry stared at them, unimpressed. "You done?" The twins grinned. "Mostly," said Fred. "For now," added George. Ron let out an exasperated sigh. "Will you two shut it and close the door?" Behind him, and both twins immediately crossed the room, eyes fixed eagerly on the scene before them. "Blimey," said Fred, bending down to inspect the elves. "Would you look at that?" "That's some advanced magic," George said appreciatively. "Did you do that, Dobby?" Dobby puffed out his tiny chest. "Yes, sir. Dobby is doing it to stop nasty creature betraying Harry Potter, sir." "Excellent work," Fred said solemnly. 5 points to Dobby, George nodded. Dobby beamed so hard his tennis ball eyes looked fit to burst. So hard his tennis ball eyes looked fit to burst. Creature muttered darkly under his breath. Filthy blood traitors and their idiot friends. Right, Hermione snapped, stepping forward. Can we please focus? Harry dragged a hand through his hair. Creature says he's following Draco Malfoy because I told him to. Fred and George's expressions changed instantly. Malfoy, Fred said sharply. As in slimy ferret Malfoy, George asked. Yes, Harry hissed. I told Creature to keep an eye on him after school ended. George gave a low whistle. That's actually not a bad idea. Bit creepy, Fred admitted. But smart. Creature sneered. Master is not smart. Master is nosy and meddling and sticking his ugly head where it does not belong. Shut up, Harry barked. Creature recoiled, glaring. Harry crouched in front of him again. Tell me exactly what you found out. Creature's eyes gleamed maliciously. Young Master Malfoy is meeting with bad wizards. Oh yes, in dark places, whispering and plotting. Harry felt his stomach lurch. Who? He said urgently. Creature smirked. Creature does not know all names. They hide their faces, but Creature hears enough. They speak of the Dark Lord's task and punishment if it fails. Ron's face had gone pale. Blimey! You know who gave Malfoy a task. Hermione's eyes widened. That would explain his behaviour on the train and at school. Fred and George exchanged grim looks. That's not all, Creature croaked, relishing the attention now. Young Master cries like a baby when he is alone. George snorted. Fred coughed to hide a laugh. Harry ignored them. What task? Creature's grin faded. Creature does not know. Harry swore under his breath. But Creature hears another thing, the elf said slowly. Harry leaned closer. Young Master speaks of an old cabinet, broken cabinet, mend it, says it is the only way. Hermione gasped. A cabinet! Ron frowned. What's so important about a stupid cabinet? Hermione spun to him. The vanishing cabinet, she said breathlessly. Montague got trapped in one last year, remember? Harry's mind raced. Borgin and Burke's. Malfoy in Knockturn Alley. The cabinet. He felt a horrible certainty settle over him. He's trying to get Death Eaters into Hogwarts, Harry said quietly. Silence fell. Even Fred and George stopped smiling. Can he do that? Ron whispered. If there are two cabinets linked together, Hermione said faintly, one at Hogwarts, one outside. Harry clenched his fists. And Snape knows. The words slipped out before he could stop them. The room froze. Hermione's head whipped around. Ron stared. Fred narrowed his eyes. George folded his arms. Snape knows what? Fred asked softly. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. He had said too much. Creature's cracked lips curled into a smile. And then... crack! Everyone jumped as a second house elf appeared in the room. It was small, female, and sobbing so hard she could barely stand. Winky threw herself at Harry's feet. "Harry Potter, sir," she wailed. "Winky is bringing terrible news. Terrible news." Harry's blood ran cold. "What news?" Winky lifted her tear-streaked face. "Missy Wheezy has been taken, sir." For one dreadful second Harry didn't understand. Then his stomach dropped into nothingness. "Ginny!" Creature cringed and bowed so low that his long nose brushed the carpet. "Young Master Malfoy," he croaked, glaring sideways at Hermione with loathing, was searching through the old headmaster's things. Harry felt his stomach tighten. "What things?" he asked sharply. Creature wrung his gnarled hands. "Books, papers, shiny things in drawers, little silver instruments, what whirs and puffs," he muttered. Young Master was making a terrible mess of it. Yes, he was, throwing things everywhere, cursing and stomping. Fred and George exchanged intrigued looks. "Sounds like a burglary," said Fred. "A very badly organized burglary," George added. Harry ignored them. Did he find anything? Creature's bat-like ears twitched. Creature does not know. Young Master was pocketing something shiny one time, and another time he was muttering about a sword. Harry's heart skipped. "A sword?" Hermione repeated faintly. Ron frowned. "What sword?" "What sword?" Harry's mind flashed instantly to Godric Gryffindor's sword. "Gryffindor's sword," he breathed. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Why would Malfoy want Gryffindor's sword? George raised an eyebrow. To stab someone? Fred nodded thoughtfully. Fairly sword-like purpose. "Shut up!" Hermione snapped. Harry paced away, running both hands through his hair. Malfoy searching Dumbledore's office. Looking for Gryffindor's sword. Sneaking into Hogwarts. Pieces were moving, but he still couldn't see the whole picture. He rounded on Creature again. How is he getting in? Creature looked delighted to know something Harry did not. Through the tunnel. Silence. "What tunnel?" Ron said blankly. Creature sniffed. "The secret tunnel, what opens in the room of requirement." Harry froze. Hermione gasped. Fred swore softly. George's face lit up with horrified admiration. "There's a tunnel in the room of requirement." "Of course there is," said Fred bitterly. "Why didn't we know that?" "We invented half the map," George protested. Harry stepped closer so fast Creature stumbled back. "Where does it go?" Creature's eyes glittered. To the village, to the dark shop where the young master meets the old man with greasy hair and shaking hands. Borgin and Burke's. "Borgin," Hermione whispered. Ron looked from one to the other. "Who's Borgin?" "The man who owns Borgin and Burke's," Harry said tightly. "Malfoy took me there once by accident with flu powder. It's full of dark objects." "So, Malfoy's sneaking into Hogwarts from Borgin and Burke's," Fred said. "That's actually brilliant," George admitted reluctantly. "Evil," Hermione corrected. "Obviously evil," George said. Harry's scar pricked. Malfoy had access. Death Eaters might have access. And if Malfoy was searching for the sword, he thought suddenly of the Horcruxes, of destroying them, of Dumbledore. His stomach twisted. He might know, Harry whispered. Hermione stared. Know what? Harry looked at her, then Ron. He couldn't tell Fred and George. He already carried too many secrets. Nothing, he said quickly. Fred folded his arms. Harry. George mirrored him. That was a very suspicious nothing. Before Harry could answer, the door creaked open again. Ginny stood there. She was holding Albert in one hand into one room, she began. Then she saw Creature. And Dobby. And Fred and George. And Harry's face. Her expression changed instantly. What happened? Nobody answered. Her eyes narrowed. What's going on? Creature suddenly let out a horrible, croaking laugh. Ah, yes, the blood traitor girl, the naughty little daughter. Creature knows what the young master says about her. Harry's blood turned to ice. Shut up, he roared. But too late. Ginny had gone still. Fred and George. Hermione looked horrified. Creature's cracked smile widened. Young master says the Dark Lord wants her alive. The room fell deathly silent. Harry had begun to suspect Hermione knew more than she let on. It started with the looks. Every time socks appeared and Harry absent-mindedly scratched behind her ears or let her curl in his lap while he and Ron discussed Malfoy or the locket, Hermione would go oddly stiff. Her eyes would dart between Harry and the cat with an expression somewhere between disbelief and horror. At first, Harry had assumed it was because she thought the cat was distracting him. But then came the muttering. On more than one occasion he had caught Hermione staring at socks and whispering under her breath, as though trying to work something out. Hermione, Harry said one evening as Socks trying to work something out. Hermione, Harry said one evening as Socks sprawled luxuriously across his knees, purring so loudly it nearly drowned out Ron's complaints about Creature. Hermione jumped. What? Harry frowned. You keep staring at the cat. Hermione went pink. I am not. Ron snorted. You are. You've been acting mental about that thing for days. I have not been acting mental, Hermione snapped. Socks opened one green eye lazily and blinked at Hermione as if amused. Hermione glared at her. Harry scratched Sock in. See, she likes me. Hermione made a strangled sort of noise. Ron looked between them. What is wrong with you? Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Then, apparently deciding against whatever she had been about to say, she stood abruptly. I'm going to make tea. She marched from the room. Ron stared after her. Definitely mental. Harry looked down at Socks. What do you reckon? Socks purred louder and rolled onto her back. Harry laughed softly and rubbed her stomach. That was when Hermione reappeared in the doorway. She froze. Her face turned. It crashed to the floor. Ron leapt up. Blimey! Harry looked up, startled. Hermione was staring not at Harry, but at Socks, who had rolled over so abruptly at Harry's touch that her body shimmered. Harry's breath caught. For one impossible second the cat seemed blurred and insubstantial, as though made of smoke and moonlight. And then... crack! Harry yelped and nearly fell backward off the chair. Ron let out a shout, standing in Harry's lap, half collapsed in a tangle of blazing red hair and limbs. Was Ginny... For a second, Ginny stared. Ron's mouth dropped open. Hermione covered her face with both hands. The silence lasted precisely 3 seconds. Then, "I knew it!" Hermione shrieked. Ron made a noise like he'd swallowed his tongue. Harry's brain stopped functioning entirely. Ginny, who was somehow sitting half across Harry's knees, with her arms tangled around his neck, went crimson from throat to hairline. "Oh, Merlin!" She scrambled to get up. Harry, acting purely on instinct, tightened his grip so she didn't fall, which only made things worse. Ron emitted a strangled wheeze. "Ginny!" Fred's voice suddenly echoed from the hallway. "What exploded?" George appeared in the doorway behind him. Their identical jaws dropped. Fred recovered first. Well, George grinned so hard he nearly split his face. This explains quite a lot. Ginny buried her burning face in Harry's shoulder. Harry wished the floor would open and swallow him whole. Hermione was half laughing, half hyperventilating. Ron looked ready to faint. Fred folded his arms. So, George leaned against the frame. "Who wants to explain why our sister has been masquerading as Harry's cat?" Ginny groaned aloud. Harry closed. This was going to be a very long evening. There was a sickening lurch behind Harry's navel as he apparated. For one horrifying second he was squeezed on all sides, as though being forced through a rubber tube far too narrow for his body. And then his feet slammed hard onto cobblestones. He staggered. Hermione grabbed his elbow to steady him, while Ron bent double beside him, coughing. "Ugh!" Ron spluttered, looking faintly green. "I swear I'll never get used to that." "You say that every time," Hermione said breathlessly, though she herself looked pale. Harry straightened and blinked against the sudden brightness. Diagon Alley stretched before them. Diagon Alley stretched before them. It was busier than he had expected, though the usual excited hum of witches and wizards shopping for school things was dulled by tension. Ministry aurors stood at intervals along the alley in dark robes, wands visible, and eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Shopkeepers peered nervously from doorways and windows, and many witches and wizards hurried by clutching parcels close to their chests, speaking in hushed voices. Even the bright signs of the shops seemed dimmer somehow. Harry adjusted his glasses and pulled up the hood of his jacket a little higher. "Keep close," Mrs. Weasley said sharply, though her eyes lingered on Harry longer than anyone else. "Where first?" Ron asked, glancing hopefully toward quality Quidditch supplies. "Where first?" Ron asked, glancing hopefully toward quality Quidditch supplies. "Robes," Mrs. Weasley said firmly. Ron groaned. "Then books," Hermione said approvingly. Ron groaned louder. They set off through the crowd. Harry was intensely aware of every face that turned in his direction. Though his scar was hidden beneath his fringe and his hood shadowed much of his face, people still stared. He heard whispers following them. "Potter. Is that him?" Thought he was missing. Harry kept his eyes fixed ahead. They passed Flourish and Blots, where a long queue stretched out the door. Further along, its usual foul mixture of smells. And then Harry stopped dead. Standing in the shadows between two shops was a tall, pale figure in black robes. His breath caught. Snape. Their eyes met. Cold black eyes locked onto Harry's for the briefest second. Harry's heart slammed painfully against his ribs. His hand flew to his wand, but before he could move, the figure turned sharply and vanished into the crowd. "Harry!" Hermione hissed. He blinked. Snape. Ron spun around wildly. "Where?" "There." Only strangers hurrying past. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry, wait." Too late. He was already shoving through the crowd. "Harry!" Ron bellowed behind him. He ignored them. People cursed as he knocked into them. A witch dropped her parcels. Someone shouted. Harry's eyes scanned desperately. Black robes. Dark hair. A pale face. There. At the mouth of Knockturn Alley. Harry ran. He heard Hermione scream his name somewhere behind him. Then a hand seized the back of his robe so hard he nearly choked. He was jerked backward violently. "Let go of me." "Harry!" Tonks. She had him by the collar, breathing hard. "Are you insane?" she hissed. Harry struggled toward Knockturn Alley. Empty. Only darkness and drifting mist. His chest heaved. He wanted to scream. Wanted to chase him anyway. Tonks tightened her grip. "Listen to me," she said fiercely. "You run off alone again and I'll stun you myself." Ron and Hermione finally caught up, both panting. Mrs. Weasley arrived moments later, white-faced with fury. Harry James Potter. Everyone nearby turned to stare. Harry flinched. Mrs. Weasley lowered her voice only slightly. "What were you thinking?" "I saw Snape." "And you thought charging after him alone was a good idea," Hermione snapped. Ron was red-faced and furious. "You could have been killed." Harry clenched his fists. He was right there. "And now he's not," Tonks said bluntly. Harry's breathing slowed. The anger remained. Burning. Hotter now. Because Snape had seen him and vanished. Deliberately. As if he wanted Harry to follow. As if he'd been testing him. Watching him. back toward the main street. But as Harry cast one final look toward Nocturne Alley, he saw movement. A flash of white blonde hair disappearing into Borgin and Burke's. Malfoy. Harry's jaw tightened. He had the horrible feeling this day was only about to get worse. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. For one horrifying second, the entire shop seemed to freeze. The whispering rustle of turning pages ceased. The shuffle of cloaks stilled. Every eye in the dimly lit shop fixed upon the empty patch of air where Harry stood beneath the invisibility cloak, his lungs burning with the effort not to sneeze again. A little girl near the counter sneezed again. A little girl near the counter let out a squeak and buried her face in her mother's robes. Harry clamped both hands over his nose and mouth, eyes streaming, willing the tickle to stop. Honestly, Ronald, Mrs. Weasley snapped loudly, seizing upon Mr. Weasley's ridiculous lie without missing a beat. You know perfectly well that Rat should have been left at home. Ron gaped at her. My what? Your rat, she hissed, glaring furiously and stamping hard on his foot. Ow! Yeah, my rat, Ron yelped, hopping slightly. Nasty thing always sneezing her squeaky sneezes. Hermione made a strangled noise somewhere between a cough and a laugh, and quickly buried her face in a book. Strangled noise somewhere between a cough and a laugh, and quickly buried her face in a book titled Basic Defensive Theory. The crowd looked uncertain. Harry, still invisible, edged backward as carefully as he could. Then, from somewhere near the back of the shop, a cold, drawling voice cut through the murmuring. Well, well. Harry's stomach dropped. Draco Malfoy emerged from the shadows between two towering bookshelves, his pale, pointed face twisted into a smirk. Beside him stood Narcissa Malfoy, elegant and aloof in dark robes, her sharp eyes sweeping the room. I thought I heard sharp eyes sweeping the room. I thought I heard something familiar, Draco said lazily. Grey eyes narrowed. Sounds rather like Potter, doesn't it? Harry's grip tightened on his wand beneath the cloak. Ron's ears went scarlet. Don't know what you're on about, he snapped. Draco laughed softly and took a few slow steps forward, peering around with exaggerated curiosity. Perhaps St. Potter's come to do a bit of shopping, he sneered, or perhaps he's hiding. Mrs. Weasley drew herself up. Move along, Draco. Oh, I intend to, Draco said silkily, though he made no move to leave. His eyes scanned the floor suspiciously. Funny thing about hiding. Eventually, people always give themselves away. Harry's nose twitched to give themselves away. Harry's nose twitched again. No. No, not now. He squeezed his eyes shut. H. Hermione moved like lightning. She slammed a massive dusty volume onto the floor. Bang! Several people screamed. A cloud of dust exploded upward, and at that exact moment Harry sneezed again, loud and violent, but it was muffled beneath the crash and the sudden commotion. Terribly sorry, Hermione cried shrilly. So clumsy. Mr. Weasley immediately seized the opportunity. Right, he said, far too loudly. Books bought. Time to go. Mrs. Weasley grabbed Ginny's school list and Hermione by the arm. Ron shoved past Draco hard enough to knock his shoulder. "Watch it!" Draco spat. "Sorry," Ron said, without sounding sorry in the slightest. Harry slipped quickly after them, keeping so close to Ron he nearly trod on his heels. As they spilled back out into the cold brightness of Diagon Alley, Harry finally dared breathe again. "That," Hermione hissed furiously once they had ducked into a narrow side alley, "was a disaster." "I couldn't help it," Harry whispered angrily, tugging off the hood for a moment to wipe his streaming eyes. Ron doubled over, laughing. "A rat!" Harry glared. Ron wheezed helplessly. Ron wheezed helplessly. "Gets terribly allergic. Very old, you see." Even Hermione's mouth twitched. Mrs. Weasley rounded on them all. "This is no laughing matter. Harry, put that cloak back on immediately." Harry obeyed, though he was still muttering darkly. Mr. Weasley peered cautiously around the corner. "Come on," he said quietly. "Let's get what we came for and get out. Quickly." But Harry lingered a second longer, staring back toward the crowded street where Draco had vanished. Draco had been there, in Diagon Alley. During the one day, students were allowed in. And if Draco was there, Harry's scar prickled. What exactly had Malfoy been doing? Pain exploded through Harry's skull. For one endless moment there was nothing but blinding white light and the sickening sensation of stone scraping beneath him. Then sound came crashing back. Screams. Shouts. The crack of apparition. Harry groaned and rolled weakly onto his side, his glasses half hanging off his face, vision blurred and swimming. Warm blood trickled down the side of his temple and into his eye. "Harry!" Neville's voice sounded distant, strangled. Harry blinked hard and forced himself up onto one elbow. The street spun violently. Shapes rushed in and out of focused dark cloaks, flashes of spells, terrified witches flashes of spells, terrified witches dragging children out of the way. A curse blasted apart the cobbles inches from his hand. He snatched his wand tighter. "Protego!" he gasped. A shimmering shield sprang up just in time to deflect a streak of red light that ricocheted into a shop window, shattering glass in every direction. "Stand down!" a voice bellowed. Harry turned his head sharply. Through the blur he saw scarlet-robed figures forcing their way through the crowd, auras. So that was it. The realization hit him like ice water. They weren't Death Eaters. They weren't Death Eaters. They were Ministry wizards. They were trying to capture him. One of the men who had attacked him was still dangling upside down in mid-air, spinning slowly and swearing furiously. Another was hauling himself up from the ground, clutching his chest where Harry's stunning spell had hit him. Harry. Neville had crawled behind an overturned crate, clutching his wand in both shaking hands. "They think we're under attack." "No kidding," Harry shouted back hoarsely. A bolt of blue light narrowly missed Neville's shoulder. Harry's temper snapped. Expelliarmus! The nearest Aura's wand flew high into the air. "Stop resisting!" shouted a witch in ministry robes. "Stop attacking robes!" "Stop attacking me," Harry roared. Another curse slammed into his shield charm, cracking it like glass. Harry staggered backward, breathing hard. Then a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Enough!" The street froze. Even through the pounding in his head, Harry recognized it instantly. Remus Lupin had apparated into the centre of the street, wand raised, face thunderous. Behind him came Nymphadora Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt, followed by several more Order members. Tonks immediately fired a spell that dropped the suspended wizard unceremoniously into a heap. Kingsley stepped forward, voice booming. Kingsley stepped forward, voice booming with authority. "What is the meaning of this?" The Auras hesitated. One of them, a stocky wizard with a split lip from Harry's punch, jabbed a finger furiously. "That's Potter. He attacked Ministry officials." "He attacked because you tackled him to the ground," Neville yelled shrilly from behind the crate. Lupin's amber eyes flashed toward Harry. Harry swayed on his feet. Blood was dripping off his chin now. "He's injured," Tonks said sharply, rushing to Harry's side. "I'm fine," Harry muttered automatically. "You're bleeding all over the street," she snapped. Mrs. Weasley burst from the doors of Flourish and Blots with Hermione and Ron close behind. "Harry! Harry!" Hermione shrieked. Ron looked ready to murder someone. Mrs. Weasley's face went white. "Oh, my dear boy." She rounded on the Auras with terrifying speed. "How dare you attack a child?" He resisted arrest, one began. "Arrest!" bellowed Mr. Weasley, who had appeared at Lupin's shoulder, red-faced and shaking with fury. "On what grounds?" "By direct orders of the Minister." Kingsley's expression darkened dangerously. Lupin stepped closer to the Aura until they were nearly nose to nose. "You attacked an underage wizard in the middle of a crowded street without identifying yourselves." He drew his wand. "After being assaulted." The crowd was murmuring now, many staring openly. Harry could hear whispers. "Potter. Is that Harry Potter?" "He's here." Harry's scar prickled. A cold shiver raced down his spine. Instinct. He whipped his head toward the far end of the alley. There. Just for a second. A pale, pointed face vanished behind the corner of a boarded-up shop. Draco Malfoy. Watching. Harry's stomach turned. This had been no accident. And before he could open his mouth to warn anyone, the world tilted violently sideways. The last thing he heard was Hermione screaming his name as darkness hears the next transformed continuation in the same emotional, suspenseful tone. Harry drifted in and out of the darkness. Each time he surfaced, the pain was worse. It pulsed behind his eyes and throbbed through his skull in relentless waves, making every breath feel like an effort and every heartbeat like a hammer striking bone. Voices swam around him. Panicked. Urgent. Angry. Concussion. Should never have moved him. Where is Pomfrey? Can't apparate directly into Hogwarts. Harry groaned and tried to lift a hand to his head again, but someone caught his wrist gently. "Don't," said Hermione's voice shakily. "Please don't touch it." "Hermione." Harry tried to say her name, but all that came out was a weak rasp. He forced his eyes open a crack. Everything was smeared and doubled. Shapes hovered over him in a dimly lit room, shadows moving against yellowed wallpaper and flickering candlelight. Hermione Granger was kneeling beside him, pale and wild-eyed, tears streaking her cheeks. Beside her, Ron Weasley looked green around the gills and furious all at once. "Harry!" Hermione choked. He blinked slowly. "What?" His voice cracked painfully. "What happened, Billy? What happened?" Ron let out something between a laugh and a sob. "You got your thick head cracked open. That's what happened." "Ron!" Hermione snapped. "Well, he did." Harry winced as Ron's raised voice sent another lance of agony through him. Fragments came back. Neville. The auras. Draco. Harry's eyes flew wider. Malfoy. He jerked upright. Instantly, the room spun in sickening circles. He made a horrible choking sound and would have pitched sideways if Ron hadn't caught him. "Whoa. Easy." Malfoy was there, Harry gasped, fighting them weakly. He was watching "Harry!" Another voice cut sharply through the confusion. The room fell silent. Madame Pomfrey swept into the room like a storm cloud, carrying a battered case of potions and bandages. Her eyes took in the scene once and narrowed dangerously. "For heaven's sake," she barked. "Are you trying to kill him before I get the chance to save him?" Ron and Hermione sprang back. Harry sagged into the cushions. Madame Pomfrey set her case down with a snap and bent over him, brisk and efficient. "Mr. Potter, if you move again, I shall personally stun you." Harry muttered something unintelligible. "What was that?" "Yes, ma'am." She pursed her lips. "That's better." Her cool fingers prodded gently around the wound above his eye. Harry hissed through clenched teeth. Deep cut, severe concussion, possible hairline fracture." Hermione made a strangled noise. Ron looked like he might faint. Madame Pomfrey shot them an irritated glance. "Oh, stop looking like that. He's not dying." Harry let out a weak breath. She poured a thick purple potion between his lips. "Drink." It tasted revolting. Harry gagged. "Drink it." He swallowed obedience instantly. The pounding in his head dulled slightly. The spinning slowed. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand and cool bandages wrapped around his forehead. The cut sealed with a sharp sting. "There," she said crisply. "Now he needs rest and absolute quiet." She rounded on the others. "Out." But Hermione began. "Out." Ron and Hermione jumped. As they shuffled reluctantly toward the door, Harry caught Ron glancing back. "You scared us," Ron said roughly. Hermione nodded, biting her lip. Harry managed a weak smile. "Sorry." Madame Pomfrey snorted. Save apologies for when you stop collecting life-threatening injuries like chocolate frog cards. Harry almost laughed. Almost the sleep. As his eyes fluttered shut, one thought burned through the haze. Draco had been there, watching, waiting, and somehow Harry knew. This was only the beginning. Harry's temper flared the moment he saw the little black orb. It hovered in the doorway like some grotesque metal eye, turning lazily in the air, its polished surface gleaming in the candlelight. Watching. Recording. Harry's stomach twisted. "Get that thing out of here," he said hoarsely. The wizard in the doorway shifted awkwardly. "It's standard procedure." I said, "Get it out." His voice cracked through the room sharper than he intended. Pain lanced through his skull at the effort, and he winced, clutching at the bandages around his head. Nymphadora Tonks wheeled around so fast her bright hair whipped across her face. "You heard him." The man swallowed. "It's under direct orders from the minister." Tonks took a step forward, her wand already in her hand. "And I'm under direct orders not to hex incompetent ministry idiots in the face, but we're all making sacrifices today." The man paled visibly. Harry almost smiled. Remus Lupin pinched the bridge of his nose. Tonks. Tonks. But even Lupin looked exhausted rather than reproving. The wizard raised both hands. "Fine. Fine." He muttered something under his breath and jabbed his wand at the orb. It gave a faint, mechanical whir, shuddered once, and zoomed out through the doorway. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The man lingered. Harry recognized him more clearly now. Stocky build, split lip, purple bruise darkening around one eye. His nose was crooked and slightly swollen. Harry's fist had done decent work. The wizard rubbed the bridge of that same nose and cleared his throat. Harry glared. The man looked deeply uncomfortable. "I came to apologize." Tonks made a noise of disbelief. Harry stared. The wizard straightened awkwardly. "My name's Dawlish." Harry's eyes narrowed. "John Dawlish." "Of course." "An Auror. One of the ministries." Dawlish looked at the floor rather than Harry. "We had information that you were in Diagon Alley and might attempt to evade ministry contact again." "By tackling me," Harry said coldly. Dawlish flushed. "We were told to secure you quickly before a crowd gathered." Harry gave a short, bitter laugh. "Brilliant plan." Tonks snorted. Lupin folded his arms. Mistakes were made. Mistakes. Tonks exploded. He was unconscious on a bloody floor. Dawlish flinched. Harry studied him. For all his anger, he didn't look malicious. Just embarrassed. And frightened. Frightened of Scrimgeour. Harry leaned back against the pillow. His body felt heavy and weak now. The adrenaline had faded. "What happened after I blacked out?" he asked quietly. Lupin answered before Dawlish could. "The Auras tried to take you." Harry looked sharply at him. "Tried." Tonks gave a savage smile. Lupin's mouth twitched. Strongly. Kingsley nearly blasted 2 of them through a shop window, Tonks added with satisfaction. Harry's lips parted in surprise. What about Neville? Mrs. Longbottom collected him, Lupin said. He's bruised, shaken, but otherwise fine. Relief flooded Harry so suddenly his eyes stung. And the others? Hermione and Ron are downstairs with Molly, Lupin said gently. They wanted to stay. Harry swallowed. Where am I? Ministry Hall, Tonks said bitterly. Harry's stomach dropped. What? Temporary detention room, Lupin clarified quickly. Scrimgeour insisted until he could speak with you personally. Harry's heart thudded once. Hard. Cold dread seeped through him. Scrimgeour. Dawlish shifted uncomfortably. He's on his way. Silence fell. Harry stared at the blankets. His scar prickled faintly. His head still ached. Tonks moved closer. If he tries anything? He won't, Lupin interrupted, though he didn't sound convinced. Harry lifted his head. Outside in the corridor came the unmistakable sound of approaching footsteps. Several pairs. Measured. Heavy. Deliberate. Dawlish straightened instantly. Tonks's wand slid into her hand again. Lupin rose to his feet, and Harry's fingers tightened around his own wand beneath the blanket to turn. Harry ate because Mrs. Weasley stood over him until he did. She fussed with his blankets, adjusted the tray 3 times, and muttered darkly under her breath about irresponsible ministry fools and thick-headed boys who attract trouble, like nifflers attract gold. Harry managed a weak smile and forced down several mouthfuls of stew, though his stomach still rolled unpleasantly every time he moved. Mrs. Weasley softened at once when she saw him eat. There now, she said, brushing his hair back from his bandaged forehead. That's better. Chapter 9. End to division and a new position for Harry. Harry passed the following day in a state of quiet discomfort. For once, he welcomed the distraction of sorting through his belongings, cleaning, folding, and packing everything neatly into his trunk for the journey ahead. His thoughts, however, kept circling back to the previous night. Under the effects of Mrs. Weasley's so-called light sleeping draught, he had acted in a way that now made him wince. Worse still, every word he had said to Ginny remained crystal clear in his memory. A few times he noticed her glance in his direction, a faint, knowing smile tugging at her lips, though she mercifully chose not to bring it up. By morning, they were all ushered into ministry vehicles bound for King's Cross. Harry felt uneasy about relying on the ministry at all, but Mr. Weasley had insisted before leaving for work that these arrangements came directly from Kingsley and would be straightforward enough. Still, Harry found himself separated from the others, wedged tightly in the back seat between 2 enormous auras. Kingsley Shacklebolt occupied the front passenger seat. Harry hunched inward, shoulders drawn tight and legs pressed together in the cramped space. The auras beside him, however, had no such option. Their sheer size forced their knees outward, making the already limited space feel even smaller. Kingsley seemed faintly entertained by the situation, casting Harry an exaggerated glance that suggested he found the whole scene just as absurd. When they arrived, the station was as crowded as ever. The group moved through the busy concourse, pushing their trunks along. As Harry scanned the nearby kiosks, something suddenly caught his attention. He stopped so abruptly that the aura behind him stumbled into his trolley, sending luggage clattering across the tiled floor, ignoring the muttered curses behind him. Harry stepped toward a newspaper stand and picked up a copy. The headline dominated the front page, above an image of what looked like the ruins of a small town. Tornado devastates Trowbridge. The article described how the quiet community near Bath had been mysteriously destroyed overnight. Emergency crews had been called in the early hours after a report claimed a tornado had torn through the area, leaving widespread destruction in its wake. Casualty numbers were still unknown. Strangely, meteorologists insisted there had been no atmospheric conditions to support such an Gutner. One local resident, Guthrie Pudderwell, was quoted angrily dismissing those claims. He had apparently spent the night unconscious in a barn outside town after failing to make it home. Though he couldn't provide details of the Gutner itself, he insisted the wind must have been fierce. He'd even lost his hat on the way back from a nearby pub, the Pig and Whistle. Attempts to gather further accounts had been blocked, as officials had sealed off the area until it was declared safe. Harry lowered the paper slowly. Hermione, who had been reading over his shoulder, spoke the word already forming in his mind: giants. Ron, arriving beside them, snatched the paper and skimmed the article quickly. "They've begun, haven't they?" Harry said quietly, his gaze fixed on Hermione. "But how are we supposed to fight something that large, something that barely even feels magic?" "I'm not sure," Hermione replied, her brow furrowing with unease, "but we should go and see Hagrid as soon as possible. He might have some idea what's going on." Ron let out a quiet breath, his expression darkening as he placed the newspaper back where it had been, under the watchful eye of an irritated vendor. "I don't reckon fighting them is really an option," he muttered. Harry turned to him sharply. "What do you mean?" Ron gave a half-hearted shrug, shaking his head as if to dismiss his own thought. "Nothing definite, just a feeling. Honestly, Mrs. Weasley's voice cut through their conversation as she hurried back toward them, clearly flustered. "You've only got a few minutes before the train leaves. Come along now." She motioned urgently for them to follow. Their goodbye at the platform was emotional and drawn out, Mrs. Weasley clinging to each of them before finally letting go. Soon after, they climbed aboard the train, accompanied by the two towering auras who carried Hedwig and Pig, with Kingsley following behind. Moving through the tight corridor proved slow, especially with the guards taking up so much space. As they passed each compartment, Harry glanced inside. Some were partially obscured by ministry personnel stationed at the doors, while others were already packed with students. "All right, you lot," a rough-sounding guard called from further down the carriage, tall, broad, and bristling with hair. He waved his arms energetically as if directing traffic. "In here." A small group of uncertain-looking Ravenclaws shuffled into a compartment, and the door was shut behind them. "The rest of you this way." He turned and pushed through to the next carriage. They followed, dragging their trunks as the train gave a sudden jolt and began to pull away from the platform. The movement sent everyone swaying slightly. Harry watched as students were gradually sorted into compartments. He spotted Neville and Luna settling in with some older Hufflepuffs, and further along, Colin and Dennis Creevy squeezing into a different carriage with unfamiliar faces. Eventually, only Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and two very young-looking first years remained. "You can take this one," the same gruff guard said, stepping aside and opening a compartment door for them. Harry lingered just long enough to let the others enter ahead of him. Behind him, Kingsley's voice called out, "I'll be further up. These two will stay with you." He gestured toward the massive auras with a raised eyebrow and a hint of amusement before heading off. Once inside, Harry took the cages from the guards and stored his things, then dropped into a seat between Ron and one of the first years by the window. The boy had a round face, dotted with freckles, and a mess of brown curls that made him look even younger than he probably was. Across from them sat another boy, dark-haired, with heavy, low-set brows. He stared out of the window with an air of disinterest, barely acknowledging anyone else. As the train clattered along the tracks, Harry noticed the curly-haired boy cautiously taking in his surroundings. His gaze lingered on Hermione and Ginny, and when Ginny glanced up and smiled at him, the boy flushed deeply before quickly looking away. Harry couldn't help but smile faintly at the reaction. The boy's attention drifted next to Ron, who was busy fussing over Pig, and finally landed on Harry. For a brief moment, the boy smiled. Then his eyes flicked upward to Harry's scar. The change was immediate. The colour drained from his face, his freckles standing out starkly as his mouth fell open in shock. He stared, frozen, unable to look away. The dark-haired boy noticed and turned to follow his gaze the moment he saw Harry. His expression hardened, his brows drew together even more tightly, and his lips curled into a scowl. Without a word, he stood abruptly. Every eye in the compartment shifted toward him as he strode to the door and yanked it open with sudden force. "Hey, you!" the dark-haired boy called sharply, leaning past the towering guard. His tone was openly hostile. "I'm not staying in here with him." He jabbed a finger toward Harry. "You'll have to move me somewhere else." "What's the problem now?" the gruff guard pushed forward, clearly irritated. "Him," the boy repeated, glaring at Harry as though that alone explained everything. "I'm not sitting in the same compartment as him." "And why exactly not?" The boy blinked as if the answer should have been obvious. "Because he's the chosen one, isn't he? He's the one you know who's after. I'm not about to get caught in the middle when something happens to him." His voice rose with indignation. Ron shot Harry a sideways look, while Ginny gave an incredulous scoff, shaking her head at the boy's logic. The guard barely spared Harry a glance before letting out a tired sigh. "No one's moving. You stay where you are. Now get back in your seat before I have one of these two deal with you." He gestured lazily toward the massive auras and turned away, making it clear the discussion was finished. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, the boy spun around and stomped back to his seat. He dropped down beside Hermione with a heavy thud, arms folded tightly across his chest as he fixed his gaze out the window again. This time, though, there was nothing casual about his stare. As the scenery rushed past, he seemed to be scanning it, tense and alert, as if expecting danger to appear at any moment. "Well, this is pleasant," Hermione said after a moment, glancing awkwardly between everyone in the compartment. "Yeah, really warm and friendly," Ginny added dryly, her eyes lingering on the dark-haired boy. "Look on the bright side," Ron said with a crooked grin. "At least we don't have prefect duties to worry about." Hermione gave him a disapproving look, but didn't argue. The journey quickly became painfully dull. With strict orders keeping everyone confined to their compartments, there was no chance to wander or speak privately. Eventually, Harry gave up trying to start any meaningful conversation and instead pulled out a small book Ron had picked up from Flourish and Blots, Quidditch Quips, and Clueless Commentary. The book was neatly bound in leather with gold detailing, filled with memorable and not so memorable quotes from famous players and commentators. Harry flipped through it idly, half expecting to stumble across something reminiscent of Luna's unusual commentary from the previous year. By the time they had changed into their school robes, the train began to slow, finally rolling to a stop without incident. They gathered their things and disembarked, making their way toward the waiting carriages. For only the second time since Harry had started at Hogwarts, Hagrid was nowhere to be seen to greet the first years. Given how few of them there were, it wasn't entirely surprising. Hermione quickly stepped in, taking charge and guiding the younger students along the platform toward the carriages. It was then that Harry truly noticed the difference. Under the pale glow of the moon, the usual sea of students had thinned dramatically. Where there had once been a dense crowd, there were now perhaps 150 at most, and, just as he had suspected, very few of them looked younger than fourth years. Harry stepped toward one of the waiting thestrals and gently rested a hand on its muzzle. The creature regarded him with its pale, hollow eyes before nudging his palm in quiet recognition. "Looks like this is the last time," he murmured under his breath. Then he turned and joined Neville, Luna, Ron, and Hermione, who were already seated and waiting for the carriage to move. As the two Auras took up their positions, one climbing to the front, the other standing guard at the rear, Harry glanced around. "Where's Ginny?" "She's sitting with Seamus and Lavender," Luna replied calmly. "Oh, and Dean's back too. He wasn't certain he'd return." She tilted her head slightly toward Ron. "I happened to hear him telling Ginny at your house that he didn't see much point in coming back. She seemed quite determined to convince him otherwise." Luna's voice remained airy. "I suppose she succeeded." He looked rather pleased about something. The carriage jolted forward, and with it came a sinking feeling in Harry's stomach. Ginny had wanted Dean to return, had persuaded him. The thought landed heavily, twisting something inside him. He turned toward the window, unwilling to meet Hermione's eyes, certain she'd already guessed what was running through his mind. A dull pressure settled in his chest, making each breath feel tighter than the last. Had Ginny been amused earlier because of Dean? Had he been in her thoughts even then? Harry pressed his elbow against the window frame, rubbing his forehead as if that might steady him. Memories of what he'd said to her surfaced, and he swallowed, trying to push back the heat rising in his chest. Luna continued chatting softly during the ride up to the castle, but Ron, Hermione, and Neville only responded in short, careful replies, all of them clearly aware of the tension hanging in the air. When Hogwarts finally came into view, it seemed brighter and more inviting than it had at the start of the summer. Still, Harry barely noticed. His thoughts remained elsewhere as he moved along with the others and entered the great hall almost automatically. "Harry!" Seamus approached from behind. Harry turned instinctively and immediately saw Ginny just beyond him, walking in beside Dean. They were both smiling. "Yeah," Harry replied. his attention still fixed on the pair. "Good to see you, mate. Wasn't sure you'd be back this year, what with everything people have been saying." Seamus gave his shoulder a friendly pat. "I doubt you're the only one," Harry answered, his tone edged, eyes still lingering on Dean as he laughed at something Ginny had just said. Seamus hesitated. "Everything all right?" Harry forced himself to look away, irritation flickering across his face. "Yeah, fine. How was your summer?" He made an effort to focus as Seamus began talking, though it took concentration. They crossed the wide stretch of floor toward the house tables. The hall looked different, quieter, the tables noticeably shorter, with seating for only a fraction of the usual number of students. Harry took a place at the far end. Seamus sat beside him, and Ron dropped into the seat across from them. Hermione, meanwhile, settled next to Ron, her attention already drawn upward toward the staff table. "Hagrid's not here," Hermione said quietly, her forehead creasing with concern. All of them turned their attention to the staff table at the front of the hall. Harry's gaze drifted briefly, unwillingly toward Ginny, who had taken a seat beside Lavender and Dean, before he forced himself to look back at the teacher's table. "Where do you reckon he's gone?" Ron asked. "Did he mention anything to you?" Harry shook his head. "No." His eyes lingered on Hagrid's empty chair. "Who's teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts this year?" He scanned the table. Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick were already seated. Slughorn was deep in conversation with Professor McGonagall, while Madame Pomfrey sat nearby. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stood. The noise in the hall faded almost immediately. She surveyed the students in silence for a brief moment before speaking. "Welcome back to Hogwarts. Such as it is." Her tone was steady, though there was an unmistakable weight behind her words. "To those of you attending for the first time, I offer a warm welcome on behalf of the staff and your fellow students. I trust you will be guided well, despite the unusual conditions under which we begin this year." Harry glanced toward the first years, gathered together at the end of the Hufflepuff table. Something felt off. His eyes moved instinctively, searching for the sorting hat. As he did, he caught Slughorn's eye, who gave him a small, knowing wink just before McGonagall continued. "For the first time in this school's history, there will be no sorting ceremony to begin the feast." A wave of murmuring swept across the hall. Harry exchanged a quick look with Ron and Hermione. McGonagall raised her hand, waiting patiently until the noise subsided. "In addition, several adjustments have been made for the coming year. Our teaching staff has been reduced, and classes will now consist of all students within the same year who are enrolled in each subject." She paused briefly. "You will receive full details tomorrow morning, along with your revised timetables after breakfast." There was another brief hesitation, long enough to draw attention before she went on. "Furthermore, there will be changes to your sleeping arrangements. These will be explained following the evening meal." That was enough. The hall erupted into conversation, students turning to one another in confusion and speculation. This time, McGonagall made no attempt to restore order. She simply watched over the rising noise, her expression unreadable behind her glasses. Around Harry, the teachers exchanged quiet, knowing looks. Ron and Hermione had already joined the buzz of conversation on trying to make sense of what they'd just heard, while Harry sat back, the unease from earlier settling even deeper. "Wait, you mean they're actually going to merge the houses?" Ron said, sounding genuinely alarmed. Hermione gave a small, practical nod. Considering how few students and staff have come back, it does make a certain amount of sense. But they can't just do that, Ron protested, nearly spluttering. That means sharing passwords and... He struggled to finish the thought, then threw up his hands. Everything. Seamus leaned back slightly, his expression dark. As long as we're not lumped in with Slytherin, I don't care. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. It might not be as bad as you think. Ron stared at her in disbelief, accidentally knocking over his empty goblet in the process. You can't be serious. I am, she replied firmly, but before Ron could argue further, she raised a finger to her lips and turned her attention back to the front. Professor McGonagall had resumed speaking. There are a few additional matters to address. First, there will be no Quidditch this year. Groans echoed loudly across the hall, particularly from the Gryffindor table. Harry, Ron, and Ginny, however, said nothing. Additionally, no new prefects will be appointed, as we believe the returning students will be sufficient to fulfill those responsibilities. A softer wave of disappointment rippled from the Ravenclaw table, however. It is time to announce this year's head boy and head girl. Harry noticed Hermione stiffen beside him. A faint smile tugged at his lips. He knew how much this meant to her, and had no doubt she'd be chosen. Across from them. Ron stared down at the table, looking uncertain. Harry couldn't help wondering if Ron truly wanted the role after all. Being a prefect had suited him at first, but the responsibilities hadn't exactly been his favourite part, and this year, of all years, the role would likely demand even more. Harry turned back just as McGonagall continued. This year, we are pleased to name Miss Hermione Granger as head girl. Hermione let out a quiet breath, her shoulders easing instantly. Though she managed to remain composed, Harry could tell she was holding back a huge smile. And head boy, Mr. Harry Potter. Harry blinked, his attention snapping back to the front. For a moment, he simply stared, unsure he'd heard correctly. Then he turned to Hermione, as if expecting her to correct it to say there had been some mistake. Instead, she was smiling at him, encouraging and proud, while Ron beamed beside her. What? Harry's mind struggled to catch up. He barely had time to process it before a light clapping began. He turned and saw Ginny, smiling as she applauded softly. Others quickly joined in, first a few, then more, until the sound filled the hall. Within moments, nearly everyone was clapping, the noise swelling into something loud and enthusiastic, save for a handful of Slytherins and the dark-haired first year. Harry looked back at Hermione. Her eyes glistened slightly, though she seemed far steadier than he felt. He, on the other hand, sat stiffly, unease creeping in. The possibility had never crossed his mind he wasn't even a prefect. And more than that, he couldn't imagine accepting the position, not when he didn't even know how long he'd remain at Hogwarts. Gradually, the applause faded. "We will now begin the feast," Professor McGonagall announced. At once the empty plates filled, dishes appearing in abundance across the tables, laden with food as they always were. As the food appeared, and everyone began helping themselves, Harry leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "What does she mean, making me head boy?" he murmured to Ron and Hermione. Ron didn't hesitate, already reaching for a chicken leg. "You're the obvious choice, mate," he said cheerfully. "Couldn't have picked better, if you ask me." Hermione nodded in agreement, carefully serving herself some corn. "He's right. Harry, you're capable, you care about people, and you naturally take charge when it matters." She paused, studying him. "I'm honestly surprised you didn't see it coming." Harry stared at them, as though they were working from a completely different set of facts. Before he could respond, Seamus leaned in. "I'd take you over anyone else," he said firmly, "especially now, with everything going on." "Same here," Neville added, with Luna quietly nodding beside him. "You're the right person for it, Harry. I'm really glad you came back this year." Harry hesitated, unsure how to respond. Their confidence in him was reassuring, but it also made things more complicated. He couldn't exactly explain that he might not be staying long. That conversation would raise too many questions. Instead, he reached for a couple of lamb cutlets and decided he'd have to speak privately with Professor McGonagall when the opportunity arose. "It's odd she didn't say anything about who's teaching defense against the dark arts," Luna remarked, her wide eyes thoughtful. That question sparked a steady stream of speculation across the table. Names were suggested, dismissed, and replaced as the meal continued. At one point, Professor McGonagall approached briefly to give Harry the new password for the common room when he tried to bring up his appointment as head boy. She raised a hand to stop him. "Later, Mr. Potter," she said quietly. "This can wait." By the time dessert plates vanished, the mood in the hall had shifted. Conversations turned hushed and anticipatory, all centered on the mention of new sleeping arrangements. When Professor McGonagall rose again, silence spread quickly. "These arrangements have been made with the safety and well-being of all students in mind," she said, her tone firm. "They are not open for debate." A ripple of unease passed through the room. "All students in 5th year and below will reside in the Ravenclaw chambers." Murmurs broke out immediately, heads turning in confusion. "Students in 6th and 7th year will be housed in Gryffindor Tower." This time, the reaction was stronger. Older students exchanged stunned looks, Slytherins included. Harry remained still, though inwardly he wasn't surprised. The decision made sense. The Ravenclaw chambers were positioned high in the castle, offering stronger protection for younger students. Meanwhile, placing the older years in Gryffindor Tower gave them a strategic advantage if anything went wrong. He didn't like the idea of sharing space with Slytherins, but he understood the reasoning. So he kept quiet while the whispers gradually died down. "Your belongings will already have been moved to your assigned common rooms," McGonagall continued. "They will be waiting for you when you retire for the evening." She moved on to the usual reminders, restricted areas, forbidden items, and other rules before finally dismissing them. The benches scraped back as students stood, conversations immediately reigniting as they tried to make sense of everything they'd just heard. Harry led the group up through the familiar staircase, Hermione trailing at the back to make sure no one got lost or lingered behind. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Harry stepped forward to give the password, only for her to cut him off with a sharp look. "No nonsense in there now," she said, eyeing the assembled mix of students suspiciously. "I don't care what arrangement they've made. You lot will learn to behave yourselves under one roof." Her gaze lingered pointedly on the Slytherins before she added, "And I'll be watching." Harry blinked. Chispurful. The fat lady gave a theatrical sigh. "You've saved me the trouble of asking," she muttered. swinging forward to let them pass. Inside. The common room was crowded with trunks and confused voices. Students stood in uneven clusters, clearly unsure where they were meant to go. Hermione threaded her way back to Harry. "We're going to have to organize this properly," she said quietly. "There must be around 70 of us." Harry glanced around, quickly estimating the spread of houses. There seemed to be fewer Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs than Gryffindors and Slytherins, which made the arrangement even trickier. "All Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sixth years can share," Harry announced over the noise. "Everyone else stays within their year groups and houses where possible." A voice immediately rose from the crowd. "Why should we have to share?" "Because there aren't enough rooms," Hermione said sharply, before Harry could respond, "and because your numbers are smaller than the others." "That's not a proper reason. Someone argued we should draw lots or something." Ernie Macmillan stepped forward at that. "You'll do as you're told," he snapped, glaring at the nearest Ravenclaw who had spoken. That was enough to set off a chain reaction. Voices rose, objections overlapped, and within seconds the whole room had descended into argument. Harry didn't wait for it to spiral further. He climbed onto his trunk and raised his wand. A burst of red spark shot into the air, cutting cleanly through the noise. "That's enough," he said firmly. The room fell silent almost instantly. "Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sixth years will share," Harry continued. "If anyone has a problem with that, you're welcome to spend the night in the corridor." No one volunteered. Hermione gave him a small, approving nod. "And you still wonder why McGonagall picked you," she said, half smiling as she ushered the girls toward their assigned rooms. Trunks were lifted into the air with a wave of wands, and the group slowly dispersed. The tension eased as people settled into reluctant acceptance. Harry eventually found himself at the topmost boys' dormitory once more, the one that had begun to feel more like home than anywhere else in the castle. Inside. Conversation resumed in quieter tones as everyone unpacked, though Harry kept his distance from Dean, unable to shake the tight knot of irritation that lingered in his chest. When lights were finally dimmed and the room settled, Harry drew the curtains around his bed and lay back with his hands folded behind his head, staring into the dark. Harry lay awake long after the others had drifted into sleep, exhausted but unable to find rest. His mind refused to settle, circling back again and again to Ginny. No matter how many times he tried to push the thoughts aside, they returned with stubborn clarity. He replayed that evening in fragments the way she had smiled, the ease in her expression when she'd been with Dean. At the time, he hadn't known what to make of it. Now, it all felt painfully obvious, and he couldn't decide which was worse, how much he had revealed, or how little it seemed to matter afterward. He hated that part most, the sense that, for her, it had all simply moved on. A quieter voice in his mind urged him to stop, to leave it alone, to accept it. But even that didn't bring relief. When he finally turned onto his side, willing himself to sleep, the image of Ginny and Dean lingered anyway, refusing to fade. Morning arrived with little mercy. The Gryffindor common room was already in disarray when Harry came down. Voices echoed off the stone walls, chairs scraped across the floor, and tempers were already flaring. A sixth-year Hufflepuff girl stood near one of the armchairs, looking shaken, while Crabbe and Goyle loomed nearby with unmistakable hostility. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley had clearly stepped in without hesitation, charging at them in her defence, but it was obvious from the start they were outmatched. The situation might have turned far worse if Harry and Ron hadn't appeared at the bottom of the stairs when they did. Within moments, Crabbe was retreating with his face covered in angry, pus-filled boils, while Goyle stumbled out shortly after. His expression twisted in discomfort as cauliflower sprouted in entirely inappropriate places. Both of them muttered threats under their breath as they disappeared through the portrait hole. That wasn't the end of it. Twice more before breakfast, Harry was forced to step in as arguments between Gryffindor and Slytherin's sixth years escalated into near physical fights. Detentions had done nothing to improve attitudes. In fact, it seemed to make things worse. Eventually, Harry resorted to a threat he knew would land. "If you can't behave," he told them coldly, "I'll have you sharing rooms instead of arguing in them." That shut them up quickly enough. By the time they headed down to breakfast, everyone was grumbling mostly about Harry. "This is ridiculous," Harry muttered later when Hermione joined them at the table. "I know," she replied with a sigh. "I just stopped Hannah Abbott from trying to throw Pansy Parkinson out of a window." Ron blinked. "What?" "Pansy made some particularly unpleasant remarks," Hermione said tightly, "about Death Eaters and—" She hesitated. "About certain people being better off gone." Ron's expression darkened. "Didn't Hannah's mum—" "She did," Hermione confirmed quietly, which made it worse. She exhaled, clearly irritated. "Honestly, if I'd had 2 more minutes, I could have sorted it before it escalated." Harry let out a short, humourless breath. Everything's turning into a fight. At breakfast, Professor McGonagall moved through the hall distributing timetables. When she reached Harry, she paused briefly. "Are things manageable in the dormitories, Mr. Potter?" "Could be worse," Harry said flatly. "Thanks for asking." The corners of her mouth twitched, though she tried to hide it. "I trust you are capable of handling it." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Apparently everyone thinks I am." "I want to see you in the headmaster's office after breakfast," she added. "I will give you your timetable there." "That was actually what I was planning too," Harry said. "Good," she replied crisply. "Then you won't be late." She handed him the password and moved on before he could respond, already addressing Lavender at the next moment. Harry had just reached for the scrambled eggs when nearly headless Nick drifted up through the table, passing directly toward Professor McGonagall. "Where were you lot last night?" Ron muttered, watching him go. The ghosts had been noticeably absent at the start of term feast, something most of the students had quietly registered without understanding. Nick turned mid-air, his head wobbling slightly as he assumed a lofty expression. "Ah, the insatiable curiosity of youth," he declared grandly. "We were attending to matters of castle importance, matters concerning the ethereal residents of these ancient halls, which, I'm afraid, are not for your ears." Ron gave him a flat look. "So, none of our business, then." With a dignified sniff, Nick drifted away, disappearing through the floor after exchanging a few words with McGonagall. "Showy as ever," Ron muttered. Before Harry could respond, a familiar voice slid into the space beside him. "Harry, my boy." Professor Slughorn had appeared at his shoulder, looking slightly leaner than Harry remembered, though no less theatrical. "I trust you're anticipating another year of excellent potions results." His smile was wide, but something about it felt carefully constructed. "Though I must say, your performance last year did dip a little toward the end." "I'll do my best," Harry said simply. "Your best." Slughorn laughed warmly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "No need for that. Harry, talent like yours is inherited. Your mother, bless her, had it too. Now, I must dash." He gave a brisk little wink. "I'm sure our paths will cross again soon." As he moved away, Harry watched him go, unconvinced that Slughorn was nearly as eager for their next meeting as he pretended to be. The rest of breakfast passed in uneasy fragments. Harry barely touched his food, his attention drifting repeatedly toward Ginny at the far end of the table, where she sat with Luna. Eventually, his thoughts circled back to the book hidden away in the room of requirement, the prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making. If he wanted to meet Slughorn's expectations, he would likely need it again. But the question lingered. Did he actually want to rely on it a second time? "Harry." Ginny's voice cut cleanly through his thoughts. She stood nearby, expression uncertain. "Do you have a minute?" He nodded, rising as evenly as he could manage, though something in him tightened immediately as he followed her out of the great hall. They stopped at the base of the marble staircase. Ginny turned to face him, her expression tense. "Do you still have that book?" Harry didn't need clarification. "Maybe," he said carefully. "Why?" "I think you should use it," she said. There was something strained in her voice now, as though every word cost her effort. "It might help you with what's coming." Harry studied her for a moment. "That's quite a change of heart," he said quietly. "You weren't exactly supportive of it last year." She closed her eyes briefly, then looked away. "It's better to know what could be used against you." The answer felt rehearsed, but the discomfort in her expression was real enough. Harry didn't press further. Something about standing so close to her made everything feel sharper, harder to ignore. Without another word, he turned and walked away. Fwooper! The stone gargoyles slid aside, and Harry stepped onto the moving staircase, rising slowly toward the familiar office above. "Enter." Professor McGonagall sat behind the desk where Dumbledore had once presided, placing a folded message into a small envelope as Harry entered. She looked up immediately. "Sit down." "Mr. Potter." Harry's gaze drifted again around the office as McGonagall spoke, as if looking anywhere other than at her would make the conversation easier to process. The sorting hat sat quietly on its shelf, unmoving for once. The sword of Gryffindor glinted faintly behind its glass case, catching what little light filtered through the tall windows. Everything else felt strangely still. Dumbledore's instruments no longer hummed or spun with their usual restless life. Even the portraits along the walls seemed subdued, their occupants unusually quiet, as though asleep rather than merely watching. And then Harry's eyes settled on Dumbledore himself. He sat in his chair as he always had, chin resting against his chest, hands folded, utterly peaceful. Too peaceful. Something twisted uncomfortably in Harry's chest. For a moment, It didn't feel real that this was the same office where Dumbledore had once spoken, advised, explained things Harry hadn't been ready to understand. He had always assumed there would be more of those conversations, that there would always be time. Now, there wasn't. Harry lowered himself into the chair opposite McGonagall, suddenly feeling older than he had a moment before, and at the same time, completely unanchored. His eyes dropped to the floor as if it might steady him. Behind the desk, McGonagall finished sealing a small message into the beak of a tawny owl perched where Fawkes had once stood. The bird gave a soft rustle of feathers, then launched itself through the open window and vanished into the sky. Only then did she look at him properly. "You have something you wish to say," she stated. Harry straightened slightly under her gaze. There are better people for head boy. He waited, expecting disagreement, but McGonagall only nodded once and sat down, folding her hands neatly on the desk. "I'm also leaving again," Harry continued, "soon. I don't even know when I'll be back, if I come back at all." His voice was quieter now, less certain. "I can't properly do the job under those circumstances." "I see," she said calmly. Her eyes flicked briefly to her hands. "And how exactly do you intend to maintain your academic responsibilities?" The question irritated him more than he expected. "I'll manage," he said. Then, after a pause, "And if I can't, I'll leave. Permanently." McGonagall stood. She walked slowly around the desk, not looking at him as she spoke. "This is how it will work. Potter, you are permitted to leave and return as necessary. However, you will inform me before doing so arrangements can be made." She stopped beside the desk, still not facing him fully. "I also believe you should reduce your subject load. At least 2 courses can be dropped for now. They may be resumed later, if needed." Her brow furrowed slightly as she finally looked at him. "And you will not overextend yourself. Not if you are to take on defense against the dark arts instruction for the younger years as well." Harry blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" McGonagall didn't react to his disbelief. "You heard me correctly. Mr. Potter. The new defense against the dark arts professor is unable to teach full-time. That leaves students 5th year and below without instruction." She paused, her tone sharpening slightly. "In the current circumstances, that is unacceptable." Harry stared at her, still trying to process it. "You are the only candidate who has already demonstrated the ability to teach this material effectively," she continued. "Your Defense Association, your students achieved exceptional results in their OWLS. I see no reason why you cannot continue that instruction in a formal capacity." For a moment, Harry didn't speak. The idea sat in his mind in pieces that refused to connect properly. Teaching, classes, students looking to him for answers, responsibility on top of everything else. And McGonagall, as if this were simply another decision to be made, waited for his response. Harry had barely reached the armchair by the fire before the noise in the common room started to wear on him. Arguments flared in different corners, some sharp, some simmering, all of them pointless. A chair scraped loudly across the stone floor, followed by an angry burst of laughter that didn't sound like amusement at all. Even people not involved looked tense, as though they were simply waiting for the next thing to explode. Harry tried not to focus on any of it. It didn't help that every time his eyes drifted across the room, they landed on Ginny. She was sitting near the far side, half turned away from him, speaking easily with Dean. Whatever they were talking about made Dean laugh, and Ginny smiled in response, light, natural, unforced. Something in Harry's chest tightened uncomfortably. He looked away quickly, forcing his attention down at the empty table in front of him, as if it might offer some kind of escape. It didn't. "Across the room!" someone shouted. Someone else responded. The noise swelled again. Harry exhaled slowly through his nose, trying to shut it out. It wasn't just the noise that was getting to him. It was everything McGonagall's expectations, the sudden responsibility, the way his choices seemed to be narrowing instead of opening up. Even sitting still felt like something he was doing wrong. And still, his thoughts kept circling back to Ginny anyway, as if his mind refused to let him have even a moment of quiet. He stood abruptly. Ron looked up from where he was arguing with someone nearby. "Where are you going?" "Just need air," Harry muttered. He didn't wait for a reply. Up in the corridor outside the common room, the silence felt almost unnerving after the noise inside. Harry leaned briefly against the cold stone wall, rubbing a hand across his face. He wasn't sure what exactly he was trying to get away from, the room, the arguments, or himself. Footsteps echoed faintly behind him, but he didn't turn. After a moment, he pushed off the wall and started walking again. Anywhere was better than standing still and thinking. And yet, no matter how far he went down the corridor, one thought refused to loosen its grip. Ginny laughing with Dean like nothing had changed at all. Harry couldn't stop glancing in their direction. Ginny and Dean both had books open in front of them, but they were barely reading. Most of the time, they were talking in low, animated bursts, leaning closer to hear each other over the murmur of the common room. Every now and then Dean would catch Harry looking and immediately shift in his seat, leaning in to say something to Ginny that made her tilt her head and listen. Chapter 10. The Locket. The shadows seemed to deepen around Harry as he stood there, wand still raised. The room of requirement no longer felt like the place he remembered bright, almost hopeful, the first time he had come here, but something colder now. The moonlight that seeped through the high windows was thin and uncertain, swallowed in places by towering stacks of discarded objects. He tightened his grip on the book and moved forward. Every step felt longer than it should have been. The aisles of forgotten things stretched on in uneven corridors, broken chairs, warped shelves, piles of tattered books, and contraband he vaguely recognized from last year. He kept expecting something familiar to catch his eye and anchor him, but everything looked just slightly wrong in the dark. Frustration began to build in him again, low and restless. The same feeling he'd carried in the common room. It simmered just beneath the surface, rising each time he reached another dead end in the maze of clutter. A distant roll of thunder echoed through the castle, muffled but deep enough to make the walls seem heavier. Harry paused at a junction of narrow paths between stacked debris. For a moment, he thought he might have taken a wrong turn. Then, just ahead, a large, grotesque figure came into view, an oversized, stuffed troll, its twisted expression frozen in a permanent snarl. Relief cut through him. This is it. He turned right immediately, confidence returning in a quick surge. Lightning flickered somewhere far beyond the windows, briefly lighting up the vaulted ceiling and throwing shifting shadows across the room as he pressed on. And then he stopped. The feeling, it hit him all at once. Standing in the corner of the next aisle was the vanishing cabinet. Harry froze. It loomed there in the dimness, exactly as he remembered, and yet somehow worse for it. Dark wood, silent, closed. It looked dormant now, as if it had never been anything more than a piece of forgotten furniture, but Harry knew better. Draco Malfoy had spent the entire year repairing it, and it had led Death Eaters into Hogwarts. His throat tightened. He took a slow step closer, wand still raised. For a moment, anger flared sharp and sudden, cutting through the unease, not at the cabinet itself, but at everything tied to it, everything that had happened because of it, everything he hadn't understood. His gaze locked on it. How had he walked past it before without stopping, without realizing, without? He stopped the thought abruptly, jaw tightening. There was no point going down that path. He tore his eyes away and turned into the adjacent aisle. Focus. The room responded only to intention, not memory alone. He forced himself to think clearly now, pushing past the noise in his head. The wand light swept across the cluttered shelves, over cracked frames and half-collapsed stacks of objects, till it finally caught on something that didn't belong. A bust sat atop a battered cupboard, its face stern and ugly, crowned with tiara. Harry stopped. He recognized it instantly. The marker. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, briefly illuminating the entire aisle in stark white. In that instant, everything looked sharper, more real. Harry stepped forward, reached out, and turned the cold brass handle beneath the bust. The cupboard creaked open with a long, protesting groan that echoed through the space. He bent down. There it was, hidden carefully behind the cage, exactly where he had left it. Advanced potion making. Harry pulled it free and straightened slowly. Another low roll of thunder shaking the room as he did. He turned the book over in his hands. Unchanged. Exactly the same as before. Exactly the same as as he looked at it, thoughts slipping back without permission, Snape's handwriting, the annotations, the way the book had helped him, the way it had led him forward without him ever truly knowing why. And now he knew. The Half-Blood Prince. Snape. The connection sat in his mind like something poisoned, impossible to swallow cleanly. Harry's chest felt tight. If he had shown this to Dumbledore earlier, if he had handed it over without hesitation, would things have changed? Would Dumbledore still? He cut the thought off sharply, almost violently, as though stopping it mid-breath would make it disappear. But it lingered anyway, heavy and unavoidable, as thunder rolled again above him, and the room remained silent around its forgotten contents. The cupboard door slammed shut behind him as Harry moved back into the aisle, his footsteps heavy against the uneven floor. The anger that had been building in him for weeks, maybe longer, no longer felt contained. It moved through him in restless waves, tangled with guilt and something far harder to name. Dumbledore's image lingered in his mind as he passed the vanishing cabinet again, and he instinctively kept his distance, veering away without really thinking about it. The sight of it now felt wrong in a way he couldn't separate from everything else that had gone wrong. Lightning split the sky outside, briefly flooding the room with stark white light. The stuffed troll ahead flickered into grotesque clarity before sinking back into shadow. Harry rounded it and stopped. Something glinted near the floor. He hesitated only a second before stepping closer and bending down. A heavy steel axe lay half hidden among the clutter, its surface dull but unmistakably solid. Thunder rolled through the castle, deep enough to rattle the glass panes. Harry stared at it. Then, slowly, he picked it up. The weight of it settled into his hands, real and unforgiving. Without fully deciding to, he turned back, sharper, purposeful in a way that didn't leave room for hesitation. The book was left on a nearby surface without thought, forgotten the moment it left his grip. His wand followed, set down just as carelessly. Ahead, the vanishing cabinet stood waiting. Harry stopped in front of it. For a moment, everything narrowed to that single point in space. His breathing quickened. Then he raised the axe. The first strike came down hard. Wood cracked under the force, the sound sharp and violent, echoing through the vast room. The cabinet shuddered, one side buckling under the impact. Harry yanked the axe free with a grunt, set his foot against the broken section, and pulled back again. Lightning flashed outside. The next blow followed immediately, sharp fragments slicing through the air. One caught his cheek, but he didn't register it. Not properly. His focus had narrowed to movement, impact, resistance. Strike after strike followed, each one heavier than the last. The cabinet gave way piece by piece, its structure collapsing under the relentless force, the sound of breaking wood mixed with distant thunder until the two became almost indistinguishable. Harry's grip tightened until his knuckles ached. He kept going. Not thinking. Not stopping. Just striking again and again until the cabinet was no longer anything recognizable at all. At some point, the storm began to ease, the thunder faded into distant rumbling, and the room fell into a damp, exhausted quiet. Harry didn't notice immediately. The final blow came down with everything he had left in him. Then silence. The axe slipped from his hands. He dropped to his knees. Only then did the weight of everything catch up to him. His breath came in uneven pulls. His arms trembled. The destruction in front of him no longer mattered in any clear way, only the emptiness that followed it. Hot tears blurred his vision before he realized they were there. He stayed where he was, head bowed, shoulders sagging under something far heavier than exhaustion, and for a long moment, centre of the common room long after Neville had gone, the echoes of closing doors fading into the stone walls. For a moment, there was only silence again, an unfamiliar kind of silence after everything that had just happened. The fire crackled softly in the grate, throwing shifting shadows across the room. The wreckage of his anger still sat somewhere behind him in the room of requirement, but it already felt distant, as if it belonged to someone else. What remained was clarity. Sharp, uncomfortable, unavoidable. He thought of the people he had lost, faces that came unbidden, each one adding weight rather than comfort. He thought of what lay ahead, the task that refused to become any simpler, no matter how many times he turned it over in his mind. And then, more quietly, more painfully, he thought of the people he might still lose if he hesitated again. The thought settled like stone. He couldn't afford to drift, not anymore. Harry bent, picked up his wand and the book, and straightened slowly. Whatever had been inside him earlier, anger, guilt, confusion, had burned down into something colder. Not peace, not even acceptance, just direction. He crossed the room. When he emerged through the portrait hole, the atmosphere shifted immediately. Blaise Zabini was leaning back lazily beneath the unicorn tapestry, speaking in low tones with Pansy Parkinson. Both of them stopped the moment Harry appeared, followed him. At one of the tables, Colin Creevey and Neville were finishing a game of exploding snap. Colin froze outright. Neville looked up more slowly, his expression tightening with uncertainty. Harry didn't stop. He barely registered them. Harry. Hermione had been pacing near the fire. She stopped so abruptly it was as though she'd collided with something invisible. The worry on her face sharpened instantly as she hurried toward him. "What happened?" she asked quickly, grabbing his arms as if checking he was real. Her eyes searched his face. "Harry, are you all right?" "I'm leaving," he said simply. "Tonight." "But I need everyone out," he continued, "more controlled now, so I can speak to Creature before I go." For a second she just looked at him, searching, processing, deciding. Then she nodded once, decisively, as if whatever questions she had would have to wait. "All right," she said, turning sharply back to the room. "Bed. Everyone." There was an immediate protest. "What?" Blaise scoffed. "You can't just tell us when to." "Now!" Hermione cut across him. Her wand was already in her hand. The room changed tone instantly. Blaise muttered something under his breath, throwing his book down as he stood. Pansy followed with a scowl that could have cut stone, one by one. Students began moving toward the staircase, grumbling, but even finished speaking. Neville lingered. "I can help," he said quietly, looking at Harry. "Whatever it is, I want to help." Harry felt a flicker of something like respect again, steady, earned, real. But it wasn't something he could accept. "Thanks, Neville," he said gently, "but not this time." Neville nodded, though it was clear he didn't like it. He started up the stairs, paused, then turned back. "If you change your mind," he added, a small, crooked smile appearing, "I've still got my DA coin." Then he was gone. Harry stood still for a moment longer, then turned toward the firelight. Whatever came next, there was no more waiting. Ron exchanged a quick look with Hermione, clearly unsettled but trying not to show it. "You don't have to do it alone," Hermione said quietly, stepping closer. "You keep acting like this is something you can just disappear into. and fix on your own. That's not how this works. Harry. I'm not trying to do it alone, Harry replied, still not looking at them. I'm trying to do what has to be done. Ron huffed under his breath, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, well, doing what has to be done usually involves us getting dragged into it, whether we like it or not. A faint, humourless smile tugged at Harry's mouth, but it didn't reach his eyes. Before either of them could press further, a small corner of the room. "Creature," Harry called, his voice sharper now. "Come here." There was a brief pause. Then the air beside the armchair shifted, and the house elf appeared with a sharp pop. Creature's eyes darted immediately from Harry to Ron and Hermione, his expression twisting into something resentful. "Master calls Creature," he said reluctantly, bowing in a way that looked more like refusal than obedience. "I need information," Harry said evenly, "about the locket, the one you took from Sirius's house." At the mention of Sirius, Creature's face flickered, something like discomfort, quickly buried under. "The Dark Lord's trinket," Creature muttered, "stolen from Mistress's home. Creature did not keep it. Creature was tricked." "Where is it now?" Harry cut in. The elf hesitated, his fingers twisted in the edge of his ragged cloth. "Creature does not know," he said at last, too quickly. Hermione stepped forward slightly. "Creature, please, this is important, if you know anything at all." The elf snapped his head toward her, mudblood. "Enough," Harry said sharply. Creature flinched at the tone, but did not vanish. Harry took a slow breath, forcing his voice to steady. "Listen to me. Sirius left you to me. That means you answer to me now. Whatever you think of that this matter." For a long moment, Creature simply stood there, shaking faintly, as if fighting himself. Then, grudgingly, he spoke. "Creature was told to destroy it," he said in a low, strained voice. "Mistress Regulus told Creature to destroy it." Ron frowned. "Regulus?" Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "Regulus Black, Sirius's brother." Creature nodded stiffly, as though the name itself tasted unpleasant. Creature tried. He continued, but it would not break. It would not burn. It would not. He swallowed, the sound almost painful. It fought back. Harry's grip tightened slightly, dropped. Then Master Regulus came, he whispered. He took it. He went to the place where the Dark Lord hid his secret. He made Creature promise to stay behind. The room felt colder. Hermione had gone very still. Ron spoke quietly. "What place?" Creature hesitated again, longer this time, then, unwillingly, he said, "A cave!" Harry finally turned fully toward him. "Show me," he said. Creature's eyes widened in alarm. "No, no, Master must not." "Show me," Harry repeated, firmer now. The elf trembled, caught between obedience and fear, but the bond held. "Creature will obey," he whispered. It looked like they knew what he was about to say. And neither of them looked surprised when he said it. "You're coming with me." Creature's shoulders sagged, as if the question itself weighed him down. "No," he said at last. The word forced out through clenched teeth. Creature did not bring it back. Ron straightened slightly. So it's still there. The elf gave a jerky, reluctant nod. Harry didn't move. Tell me everything. For a moment, Creature looked as though he might refuse out of sheer habit. His lips curled, his hands twitching at his sides as if he were physically restraining himself from fleeing the room. Then, in a voice that sounded scraped raw from disuse, he began. Master Regulus Black was not like the others, Creature said slowly. He was kinder than most. He treated Creature with respect. Hermione's expression softened fractionally, but she said nothing. Creature obeyed him. The elf continued, when he asked Creature to help him, even when it was dangerous. Harry leaned forward slightly. The cave, he reminded him. Creature flinched at the word. Yes, the cave, he repeated. Master Regulus told Creature he had discovered the Dark Lord's secret place, a place of dark magic. He told Creature he would go there himself. Ron frowned. On his own. Creature nodded quickly. Master Regulus said Creature must stay behind, that Creature must return home and never speak of it. The elf's voice dropped further, becoming uneven, but Creature did not listen. A heavy silence settled over the room. Harry's gaze sharpened. You followed him. Yes, Creature whispered. Creature followed, hidden. As Master Regulus entered the cave, Hermione's hands tightened slightly at her sides. What was in it? Creature's eyes darted away, as if the memory itself was unpleasant. Darkness, he said simply, and water. Cold, black water that did not end. Ron exhaled slowly. Sounds brilliant. Creature ignored him. Master Regulus went inside. The elf continued. He found what the Dark Lord had hidden. Harry spoke carefully. The locket. Creature nodded again. Yes. A locket. Creature saw it. It was on a pedestal in the middle of the water, protected by magic. His voice faltered. And Master Regulus, he took it. Hermione's eyes widened. He actually got it out. Creature shook his head sharply. No, not like that. There were other things in the water. Harry's stomach tightened. What things? The elf hesitated, as if the answer itself hurt him. Creatures, he said at last. They came when the potion was drunk. They dragged Master Regulus down. Ron went very still. Potion. Creature's voice dropped to a whisper. Master Regulus made Creature drink it first. Hermione made a small, shocked sound. He what? Creature didn't look at her. Creature drank it, he said flatly. It made Creature see things. It made Creature very thirsty. But Creature was not allowed to drink from the lake. Harry's jaw tightened. So he forced you to watch, he said quietly. Creature nodded once, and when Creature had finished, he went on. Master Regulus took Creature's place. He drank from the basin. He took the locket. And then... The elf's voice broke for the first time. He was pulled under. Silence hit the room like a weight. Hermione's face had gone pale. Ron muttered, almost to himself. He went back in anyway. Creature's hands trembled. But before he died, the elf said, Master Regulus gave Creature a final order. Harry didn't speak. He already knew this part would matter most. Creature lifted his head slowly. He told Creature to destroy the locket. A pause. Creature tried, he said again, more insistently now, as if needing them to understand. Creature tried every spell Creature knew. Creature smashed it. Creature burned it. Creature begged it to break. His voice rose, strained. But it would not die. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. Where is it now? Creature's expression twisted with something like shame. Gone, he whispered. Ron frowned. Gone where? The elf hesitated. Taken, Creature said finally. Stolen. From Creature. After Master Regulus died, Hermione stepped forward. Who took it? Creature's lips curled, and for a moment his bitterness returned old, familiar, protective. Another house elf. He spat. Harry's expression hardened. Dobby, Creature said. The name hung in the air between them. Creature convulsed on the floor, as if the question itself was pulling him in two directions at once. His hands clawed at the air, then clamped over his mouth, then slipped again as his body jerked in uncontrolled frustration. Master Creature cannot, he gasped, each word fighting its way out. Creature must not answer him, Harry said sharply. The command seemed to hit harder this time. Creature gave a strangled whimper, his resistance collapsing under it. Under, he forced out. Under Mistress's house, Hermione frowned. Grimmauld Place. Creature nodded violently, still shaking. Yes, yes. Creature's place. Creature's spot. Ron straightened. Creature's spot. Ron straightened. So it's still there. Creature's eyes were wild now, as though he regretted every syllable that had escaped him. Creature hid it. Creature protected it. Mistress must not see it. No one must. Harry's mind was already moving ahead, fitting the pieces together. Grimmauld Place, he repeated quietly. You took it back there. Creature made a sound like a sob and a hiss at once. Creature is a good elf, he said desperately, as if trying to convince himself more than them. Creature did what Master Regulus asked. Creature kept it safe. Hermione looked between Harry and Ron, her expression tight. Harry! That means it's been hidden all this time, in Sirius's house. Ron gave a low whistle. That's actually brilliant and terrifying. Harry didn't answer immediately. His thoughts had already locked onto the implication. Grimmauld Place, the Order, the locket sitting under their noses, and all this time they had walked past it. Can you take us there? Harry asked abruptly, turning back to Creature. The elf froze. No, he said instantly, recoiling. Creature cannot. Creature is not allowed. Harry stepped forward. You just told us where it is. Creature shook his head frantically. Mistress's house is protected. Creature cannot bring strangers. Creature cannot betray. It's not betrayal, Ron muttered. It's literally cleaning up after your family's dark, magical heirlooms problem. Hermione shot him a look, but her attention was already elsewhere, thinking fast. If it's hidden in Grimmauld Place, she said, slowly, then it's probably under some kind of enchantment or protection. We may not even be able to access it without. Without Creature, Harry finished. The elf stiffened at the sound of his name. Harry studied him carefully. Creature, he said more evenly. You want to protect it, don't you? Creature hesitated. Yes, he whispered. Then help us, Harry said. We're not here to take it for ourselves. We're here to destroy it. That word made Creature pause. Destroy. Not steal. Not collect. Not display. Destroy. For the first time. Something in his expression shifted, confusion replacing panic. Creature does not understand, he said more quietly. Hermione stepped forward slightly, softening her tone. We need it gone. Creature. Forever. That's what Regulus wanted. At the mention of his former master, Creature went still. For a long moment he didn't move at all. Then, very slowly, he nodded. Master Regulus wanted it destroyed. He admitted, Harry nodded once. So, help us do it. Silence settled again, heavy but different now. Creature looked between them, trembling, torn between old orders and a newer, stranger kind of obedience. Finally, in a small, broken voice, he said, Creature will take Master Harry to Creature's spot. Creature's bed at his mistress's house. The house elf exhaled. It seemed he had revealed everything he knew. He rose unsteadily, looking utterly drained, as though he had just lost a long and hopeless struggle. He shot them a resentful glare. Creature will leave now, he snapped, before disappearing. Harry quickly stuffed his backpack with everything he thought he might need, scribbled a short note to McGonagall, and left the Marauder's map with Ron. Soon after, the three of them regrouped in the common room. Try to stay out of trouble, Ron said, offering an awkward smile. I know that's asking a lot. I'll do my best, Harry replied quietly. How are we going to keep in touch? Through these, Hermione said, handing Harry one of two small emerald green books. What is it? Harry asked, opening it and flipping through the blank pages. It's a message log. Whatever you write on the front of a page will appear on the back of the same page in the other book, she explained, lifting the one in her hand. And it works both ways. That's amazing, Harry said, shaking his head. How did you manage that? I didn't. I took them from that box of experimental items Fred and George brought over during the holidays. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows. Hermione flushed slightly. Well, they really do come up with extraordinary magic, and I thought these might be useful. Harry tucked the book away and pulled his cloak over his shoulders. When he reached the large iron gates, he pointed his wand from beneath his cloak. McGonagall had included the gate password on the list she'd given him as head, knowing he might need it. The massive lock clicked open, and the chains fell away. With a loud clatter. Harry pushed the gate open, slipped through, and quickly secured it behind him. Focusing hard, he found himself outside number 13, Grimmauld Place, back inside his temporary home. He lit several candles and moved from room to room, searching for any sign of someone being there. There was none. It seemed Lupin hadn't returned since his last transformation after their time in Diagon Alley. Harry dropped his bag onto the bed and headed to the kitchen. Kneeling down, he lit his wand and crawled into the cramped space Creature called home. With growing urgency, he rummaged through the bedding, pulling out old photographs and clothing that had once belonged to Sirius's parents. Then his hand brushed against something small, smooth and cold. He closed his fingers around it and backed out of the tight space. Even before opening his hand, he knew he had found it. It felt unnaturally heavy, the chain slipping between his fingers. Harry turned it over, tracing the outline of the serpent shaped like an S on its surface. It was hard to believe he was holding a fragment of Voldemort's soul in his hand. He stood and walked to the kitchen table, pulling a candle closer before sitting down, resting his elbows on the table. He turned the locket over in his fingers. His eyes narrowed, and his lips curled in disgust. He knew Voldemort had committed murder to create it, and the thought made his stomach churn. Though he knew it was futile, he tried to open it, but as expected, it would not budge. Suddenly, the fireplace erupted in roaring green flames. Thinking Lupin had finally returned, Harry quickly slipped the locket into his pocket, but as he watched the figure step out of the fire, his heart began to pound rapidly in his chest, in a single, swift motion. Harry sprang to his feet, drew his wand, and pointed it straight at Snape, Petrificus Totalis. The spell rebounded off Snape and slammed into the wall, sending cracks splintering through the stone. Snape's eyes burned with anger as he fixed Harry with a cold glare, Stupefy! Harry shouted, retreating as he tried desperately to widen the gap between them. Once again, the spell deflected harmlessly. With a sharp flick of his wand, Snape sent the iron candelabra hanging from the ceiling crashing onto the table. The force knocked Harry's candle aside. It rolled onto the chair, casting eerie, flickering shadows across the room. Snape snarled and moved his wand again. Protego! Harry reacted instantly, blocking the attack as ropes shot from Snape's wand only to fall uselessly to the floor. Snape flicked his wand once more. Harry dove into the sitting room, barely dodging a streak of light that sliced past him. "I see your skills haven't improved," Snape's voice taunted as Harry scrambled upright. Harry aimed toward the doorway, heart pounding, as Snape's silhouette appeared. Warped by the shifting firelight. Expelliarmus! The spell struck Snape's shield and bounced away. In response, Snape fired a bolt of white light that hurled Harry backward into the cold, dark fireplace. His hand struck the stone arch painfully, and his wand flew from his grip, skittering across the floor and vanishing beneath an armchair. Ash and soot erupted around him as he struggled to regain his footing. His lungs burned, his mouth and nose filled with dust, and his eyes stung so badly he could barely open them. Coughing, he dragged himself forward, half-blind, his heart hammering wildly until something pressed sharply beneath his chin, forcing his head upward. "I can still read you like a book," Snape said coldly, pushing the tip of his wand harder against Harry's throat. "You're no more capable than you were 2 years ago." Harry fought to keep his eyes open through the stinging ash. "Do you really think you can face the Dark Lord like this?" Snape leaned closer, his voice low and cutting. To him, "You're nothing more than an insect, and he'll crush you just as easily." Harry recoiled instinctively, disgust and panic twisting inside him. Then the pressure vanished, and he was able to lower his head again. Tears had washed enough grit from his eyes for him to see Snape step back a few paces, watching him warily, wand still trained on Harry's chest, out of the corner of his eye. Harry glanced toward where his wand had fallen. "Don't even think about it," Snape said, peering down his hooked nose, "unless you'd like to be locked up again." One eyebrow arched. "I would have thought my last visit was enough to discourage that particular stunt." "What do you want?" Harry demanded harshly, his chest rising and falling with anger. This was the second time Snape had outmatched him. There wouldn't be a third. "I'm here to give you the information I promised." Snape's tone turned smooth as he drew a small scroll from his robes and held it out. Harry eyed it warily, frowning. "It won't bite," Snape said with thin sarcasm, narrowing his eyes. "Not if you follow instructions." After a brief hesitation, Harry reached up and took the scroll, still wondering why he was listening to a traitor. "What is it?" he asked, making no effort to hide the hatred in his voice. "It's your key to Bellatrix Lestrange," Snape said, "but if you attempt to open it before 6 o'clock on All Hallows Eve, it will burst into flames." Harry stopped picking at the scroll's seal and looked sharply back at him. After 6 on Halloween, you'll have exactly 5 minutes to read it and commit it to memory. Memorize it, Harry repeated, eyeing Snape with suspicion. You'll understand when the time comes, not before, Snape replied curtly. Harry's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. It's a trap, isn't it? You really think I'm stupid enough to? I could force you to come with me right now if I wished, Snape interrupted coldly. I wouldn't go without a fight, Harry shot back. Snape gave a mocking sneer and shook his head, but his expression hardened almost instantly. You'd follow me like a loyal little dog if I wanted you to. Anger surged through Harry, his chest rising and falling rapidly. If you want Bellatrix, Snape continued, you'll be in the Great Hall during the Halloween feast, opening that scroll at precisely 6. He gestured toward it with his wand. Why do I have to be at Hogwarts? Harry demanded. Stop asking pointless questions, Potter, Snape snapped. You'll understand only when you read it. I'm not putting the school in danger, Harry said through clenched teeth. If you ignore my instructions, Snape replied darkly, the school will be in far greater danger. A knot tightened in Harry's stomach, his mouth suddenly dry. What are you talking about? For once in your life, just do as you're told, Snape growled. Then his tone shifted, becoming smooth and dangerous. Do nothing until Halloween. As I've said, and remember. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Not a word of this to anyone. Your chance at revenge against Bellatrix depends on it. Harry wrestled with his hatred and distrust of Snape, alongside a growing sense of dread. He couldn't afford to dismiss the warning. Snape was studying him intently, eyes narrowed. Suddenly, images began flashing through Harry's mind, himself destroying the cabinet. Then McGonagall standing sternly in the head's office, realizing what was happening. Harry tried desperately to block it out. Then Ginny's tearful face appeared, and his heart jolted painfully. No, he thought fiercely. Not her. Stop it, he shouted, forcing his mind elsewhere, anywhere. But Gabriel's frightened, tear-filled eyes surfaced next, followed by a sudden streak of golden light flashing through his thoughts. No, Harry cried out as his knees slammed into the floor. Gasping, he forced himself upright, shaking from the effort of pushing Snape out of his mind. Fixing him with a furious glare, he demanded, "What the hell are you doing?" Snape looked even paler than usual, his expression almost unnerving, his eyes sharp and intense. You're still utterly hopeless at occlumency, he said, his voice thick with contempt. You'll fail. Potter, because you're ignorant and lazy. He flicked his wand again, but Harry was ready this time. He threw himself behind a chair as the spell struck the fireplace, sending a cloud of soot into the air. Groping desperately, Harry searched for his wand. Snape's voice echoed with cold amusement. Luck won't save you forever. It sounded as though he had already retreated toward the kitchen. Only a truly great wizard can defeat the Dark Lord. Harry's fingers closed tightly around the wand-like object, pulling it firmly into his grip. He sprang out from behind the chair and rushed toward the kitchen, arriving just in time to see Snape's swirling black robes vanish up the chimney. Slowly. Harry lowered his wand and collapsed into a nearby chair, breathing hard as he took in the damage around him. It was early morning by the time he finally fell into bed, exhausted after cleaning up as much as he could. Some marks still scarred the walls, damage he couldn't repair with magic, but that hardly seemed important now. Snape had made one thing clear. Something terrible was about to happen, something that might be prevented if Bellatrix were captured. What Harry couldn't understand was why Snape had chosen to share that information with him. Why would Snape undermine a mission ordered by his own master? Could Bellatrix be acting independently? And Snape had somehow learned of it. No, Harry couldn't see why Snape wouldn't simply eliminate her himself if that were the case. So, why come to him? Then a possibility struck him. Snape wanted Bellatrix out of the way because she was a rival just as ruthless and dangerous as he was. Harry remembered how the Death Eaters had recoiled from Snape on the Astronomy Tower. Clearly, he was someone they feared, and Bellatrix had once described herself, back at the Ministry of Magic, as Voldemort's most loyal servant. It made sense Snape had tipped Harry off because he wanted Bellatrix removed from the equation. The thought brought Harry a grim sense of satisfaction. If they were turning against his faction, if they were turning against each other, it could only help. Still, there remained the chance that this was all an elaborate trap. He couldn't risk opening the scroll early, but neither could he ignore the possibility that Snape was telling the truth, not if Hogwarts was in danger. As dawn light crept into the room, Snape's words echoed relentlessly in Harry's mind. He knew now how crucial occlumency was. He was guarding a secret too dangerous to be exposed if Voldemort learned that one Horcrux, the ring, had already been destroyed, and that the locket was now in Harry's possession. He would tighten his defences around the rest, making them nearly impossible to reach. Worse, he would hunt Harry down with renewed determination. It stung to admit that Snape had been right. Harry didn't possess Voldemort's power. Luck had carried him through before. Even now, he struggled with the basics, like casting spells non-verbally, turning over in bed, trying to block out the growing light. Harry made a decision. Once the locket was destroyed, he would return to Hogwarts and train relentlessly, become the wizard everyone believed him to be. Over the next few days, Harry kept in touch with Ron and Hermione through the enchanted message log. Their exchanges were deliberately vague, in case the books fell into the wrong hands. Since finding the locket, Harry had little to report, and as the days passed, his notes grew shorter and more impatient. By the fourth morning, he wrote only a single line. Nothing had changed. Hermione's messages, however, were far more detailed. It seemed that she and Ron had begun teaching defense against the dark arts under McGonagall's orders, but they were finding it difficult to maintain control over such a large group of students. In fact, after returning from a 2-hour session on Harry's third day at Grimmauld Place, Hermione had sounded quite overwhelmed, admitting they were only continuing because McGonagall refused to let them stop. As for the shared common room, Hermione mentioned that things had worsened since Harry's departure, with Blaise Zabini in particular becoming increasingly hostile. Harry felt a flicker of sympathy for his two best friends, but he had little time to dwell on events at Hogwarts. His entire focus was on figuring out what to do next. He had tried everything to force the locket open and failed completely, even going so far as to throw it into the fire in the hope it might respond somehow. Nothing worked. and with each passing day, his frustration and impatience deepened. Members of the Order occasionally stopped by during their guard shifts to check on him, but none of them would explain why Lupin hadn't returned. Harry began to suspect that Lupin had once again gone undercover among the werewolves, an incredibly dangerous move, especially after being involved in the fight against the Death Eaters at Hogwarts. Harry resolved to confront him about it as soon as he came back. Another thought weighed heavily on him. Snape had seen Ginny in his mind during the intrusion. It was exactly what Harry had feared most. Yet his lack of control and his growing feelings for her had made it unavoidable. The more he dwelled on it, the darker his thoughts became. His unease and frustration built steadily, making sleep harder to come by with each passing night. On the fourth day, Harry sat in the kitchen as he had every day, staring blankly at the locket resting on the table, feeling completely helpless. Suddenly, the portrait of Sirius's mother burst into furious shouting. Startled, Harry grabbed the locket and shoved it into his pocket, then hunched over his cold, half-finished mug of tea. Footsteps echoed down the stairs, and as they approached, Harry silently hoped whoever it was would drink their tea quickly and leave. He didn't look up when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Mrs. Black's voice still ranted in the background as the person crossed the room and approached the table. Then Harry felt a light, slender hand rest on his shoulder. He glanced up, expecting Tonks, but instead found himself staring into Fleur's slightly tearful eyes. It was a meeting he had quietly dreaded ever since the morning after her wedding to Bill. Even though he knew he wasn't truly responsible for what had happened to Gabriel, he couldn't shake the feeling that it might never have occurred if not for him. A part of him had even wondered whether Fleur would ever want to see him again, and deep down, he had almost hoped she wouldn't. She leaned down and gently kissed his cheek. "It has been too long." "Harry," she said softly, her voice heavy with emotion. Though she smiled, it didn't quite reach her eyes. Chapter 11. A lead and a familiar face. Harry's eyes slowly fluttered open. His body was soaked with sweat, and his head spun as he weakly lifted it from the pillow, struggling to understand where he was. In the dim glow of the night, he recognized the familiar, hazy outline of the Hogwarts hospital wing. He didn't need to wonder how he had ended up there. During the hours he'd been unconscious, the moment the locket opened had replayed again and again in his dreams. He was burning, always burning. Sometimes the searing light left him horribly disfigured, his body scarred beyond recognition like Mad-Eye Moody. Other times, Voldemort himself emerged from the locket, unleashing a flash of green light as he hissed menacingly. The room tilted unpleasantly as Harry tried to sit up, the damp sheets sticking uncomfortably to his skin. He fought down a wave of nausea as he reached for his glasses and slipped them on. At the foot of the bed sat Socks, watching him with her wide green eyes, her tail flicking gently. Without thinking, Harry reached down and stroked her head. She immediately leaned into his touch, purring loudly, then padded up the bed and settled in his lap, rubbing against him. He scratched behind her ears, grateful for the comfort her presence brought. It felt like he had been there for days, his body stiff and heavy, as though he had slept far too long. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm and licked his dry, cracked lips. A faint light appeared in the hallway outside, growing brighter as it approached. Socks slipped out of his grasp, leaping from the bed and disappearing into the shadows. "You're finally awake, Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey entered, holding a candle, her face pale but clearly relieved. She hurried over, placing a hand on Harry's forehead. "Thank goodness!" she exclaimed before moving briskly to a cabinet and gathering several potions. As she measured and mixed them, Harry managed to speak. "How long have I been here?" he croaked. "Not very long," she replied softly, "considering the state you were in." Harry looked down at his hands, the skin still raw, avoiding any thought of his face. "Will the burns heal?" She paused briefly and turned to him. Harry studied her expression, bracing himself. "From what Bill Weasley told me, the entire room you were in was completely burned out," she said. Harry lowered his gaze, wishing Socks was still beside him. "All I can say is that you must have reacted incredibly fast, and your shield charm must have been remarkably strong." She gave him an approving look before handing him a cup filled with a mustard-coloured potion. "Your burns have already improved significantly. The redness will fade within a week. Drink this. It will ease the dryness in your throat and help you sleep." Harry pushed the cup away. "I've slept enough, it certainly feels like it. How long have I been here?" Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow. "Just over a week." "A week?" Harry echoed in disbelief. "You were brought in last Friday." "What day is it now?" "Early Sunday morning," she replied, pulling back his blankets. "Why wasn't I taken to St. Mungo's?" "You were brought here on Professor McGonagall's orders." She paused, clasping her hands together. "Whatever you were doing, Mr. Potter, you're extremely fortunate to be alive. I strongly advise you not to attempt such a spell again." "I didn't cast a spell," Harry said quietly. "Rooms don't explode on their own," she said firmly, removing his pillows. "You'll have quite a bit to explain when you see the headmistress." Not wanting to discuss it further, Harry stayed silent until she finished changing the bed, then asked about Ron and Hermione. "They've been here whenever they could manage, and probably more than they should," she said. "No other students know you're here. That was the headmistress's decision." She fetched a clean set of pajamas, then helped Harry to his feet, supporting him under the arm. He was surprised by how weak he felt, but she steadied him as they made their way to the bathroom. Standing under the shower, Harry let the cool water run over his sensitive skin. He had destroyed the Horcrux. He remembered seeing the locket lying open and scorched before he lost consciousness. But what would he tell everyone when they asked what had happened? When he returned to his freshly made bed, he drank the mustard-coloured potion and slid beneath the crisp sheets. Exhaustion quickly overtook him, and he drifted off this time without dreams of the locket. When he woke again, he heard Ron and Hermione arguing nearby. "He has a right to know, Hermione." "Yes, but now isn't the time to tell him," Hermione insisted. "He's already dealing with enough. Ron, let him recover first." Keeping his eyes closed, Harry listened. "He'd want to know now," Ron argued. "What difference would it make?" Hermione replied. "He can't do anything about it, and it'll only worry him." Harry's heart skipped as he opened his eyes. "Know what?" he asked hoarsely. Ron, who had been pacing at the foot of the bed, stopped abruptly, guilt flashing across his face. Hermione, seated beside Harry, shot Ron an accusing look. Harry slowly pushed himself upright. and Hermione stood to adjust his pillows so he could lean back. "What's going on?" Harry asked, focusing on Ron. "It's probably nothing," Ron began hesitantly, but the orders lost track of Lupin. "What do you mean? Lost track?" Harry's stomach tightened. Ron glanced at Hermione before continuing. "He didn't show up last Saturday, and no one's seen or heard from him for over a week." Harry's mouth went dry as he stared down at the sheets. "He's gone back to the werewolves." "How can you be sure?" Hermione asked. "No one's said anything." "They don't need to," Harry replied darkly, lifting his gaze to Ron. "What did Bill say?" "Not much," Ron admitted. "He kind of let it slip when he and Fleur came to check on you yesterday." Harry shook his head. How could he go back there? If Greyback finds him? He trailed off, unable to finish. He didn't need to. Ron and Hermione understood. Ron sat down at the edge of the bed while Hermione settled into her chair. "Lupin's clever, Harry," Hermione said, though her frown remained. "He knows how to handle himself." They fell into a brief silence before Ron broke it. "So, how did you end up looking like you'd been roasted?" Harry recounted everything that had happened, watching their expressions grow increasingly serious. "We figured it was the Horcrux," Ron said. "So you managed to open it?" "Yeah, but it was accidental." "Well, you destroyed it, mate. Accident or not, you did it." Hermione hadn't spoken. She sat staring at the floor, her face tense and troubled. "What?" Harry asked, suddenly uneasy. Had he been wrong about destroying it? "It nearly killed you," she said, her eyes filling with tears as she looked up at him. "And there are still 3 more out there that you have to destroy." Harry had already thought the same thing in the shower, but seeing Hermione so shaken made him try to brush it off. "Yeah, well, I'm still here, aren't I?" he said, attempting a smile that didn't quite form. "Barely," Ron said seriously. "I don't think you should be doing this alone." "Ron's right," Hermione added, wiping her eyes. "Next time, we're coming with you." "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "Absolutely not. We stayed behind this time because you asked us to, and you almost got yourself killed." "There was nothing either of you could have done," Harry interrupted firmly. "If you'd been there, you might not have made it, and then I'd have no help at all." An uneasy silence followed, signalling the end of the argument for the rest of the morning. Harry listened as they filled him in on everything happening at Hogwarts. After venting about how chaotic their attempts had been to manage younger students in defense against the dark arts sessions, Ron and Hermione moved on to describing their own lessons, something that puzzled Harry. Apparently, the new teacher refused to be called Professor and had a particularly bad temper, though Ron admitted the man clearly knew what he was doing. Neither of them knew his name, as he had never introduced himself. Hermione mentioned she felt certain she had seen him before somewhere. When she had asked McGonagall, the headmistress had simply said he was from Hogsmeade, and that Hermione had likely seen him around, adding that addressing him as Sir would be sufficient, offering no further explanation. Madame Pomfrey kept Harry supplied with a steady stream of potions throughout the day. That night, his last in the hospital wing, Socks quietly slipped in and jumped onto his bed in the early hours. Harry absent-mindedly stroked her soft fur, comforted by her presence, though his thoughts kept drifting back to her owner. Now that he was back at Hogwarts, he knew he had to focus, learn everything he could to prepare for the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. At least throwing himself into training would keep his mind from dwelling on the things he couldn't have, and that, in its own way, was a relief. Something like that, Harry replied. He felt a quiet sense of satisfaction at his less-than-impressive potion. When Slughorn approached his cauldron clearly expecting something delightful, his enthusiasm quickly faded at the sight of the thick, khaki-coloured sludge wobbling dangerously as large bubbles rose sluggishly to the surface. He stepped back at once. After class, the three of them headed down to the Great Hall for lunch. Ron loaded his plate with sausages and mashed potatoes, while Harry only took a small portion, picking at it without interest. He ignored the curious looks drawn by the lingering redness of his skin. Neville sat down across from him, glancing nervously between Harry and his plate, clearly eager but hesitant to ask what everyone else was wondering. "It's not what you think, Neville," Harry said. The surrounding chatter dropped almost instantly, though people tried to act as if they weren't listening. "I wasn't attacked by anyone," he added truthfully. Neville nodded, offering an awkward smile. When Harry said nothing more, the noise in the hall gradually returned. Harry followed Hermione's gaze toward the staff table. "Have you seen Hagrid?" he asked, noticing the empty seat. "No," Hermione replied. "We asked McGonagall. She said there won't be any care of magical creatures lessons this year." "You don't think it's because of that giant attack in Trowbridge, do you?" Ron asked. "And no one's seen Grawp either, have they?" Harry frowned. "I don't think so," Hermione said, her expression mirroring his concern. Just then, Ginny walked over and sat a short distance from Ron. Harry caught her eye briefly before she began serving herself, chatting animatedly with another Gryffindor 6th year. She seemed unusually lively, so much so that people nearby were starting to notice Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched as she absent-mindedly kept piling mashed potatoes onto her plate, forming what was becoming a rather impressive mound. It grew higher and higher until the girl she was talking to finally pointed it out. Ginny glanced down. "Oh," she said, softly, her expression shifting, still holding the serving spoon. She stared at it for a long moment, her cheeks flushing as if she couldn't quite bring herself to look away. Harry almost stood to go to her, but then a hand landed on her shoulder. Ginny looked up blankly to see Dean. "Come on," he said, nodding toward the door. Harry drew in a slow breath, forcing himself not to call out as he watched her stand. Dean placed an arm around her shoulders as they left the hall together. Once they were gone, Harry lowered his gaze to his plate, aware of the sympathetic look Hermione was likely giving him. Later, Harry arrived outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom at the time McGonagall had specified. He was relieved to find the corridor empty of curious students. He knocked firmly, then grasped the large iron ring handle, pushing the heavy wooden door open and stepping inside. Harry had just started to close the door behind him when a sudden prickle ran down the back of his neck. Before he could react, a flash of light shot toward him, knocking him off his feet. He slammed into the stone wall and slid down it, breath knocked from his lungs. A rough grunt echoed through the room as Harry's pulse quickened, his wand already in his hand. "You're dead," a gruff voice declared bluntly. A hand seized his arm and hauled him upright. It's a wonder you're still alive, wandering around like that. Once steady on his feet, Harry took in the sight of the speaker, a scruffy, older man with a thick beard, dressed in grey flannel robes, his face set in a permanent scowl. As the man turned and strode toward the front of the room, Harry recognized him immediately. The barman from the Hog's Head. "I wasn't ready," Harry began. "Exactly my point," the man snapped, turning sharply as he perched on the edge of the desk. "There's no use me wasting time teaching you if you're going to walk around with your head stuck up your well." He fixed Harry with a hard stare as he stepped closer. Harry's stomach sank. Snape's words echoed in his mind. He swallowed. "I know. You're right," Harry admitted slowly. "Luck's the only reason I'm still alive." There was bitterness in his voice. "Luck," the man repeated, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. "You think you're lucky, do you?" "That's not what I meant." "Oh, feeling sorry for yourself, then?" Harry was beginning to realize nothing he said would satisfy him. "No, I just—" "What? Want to be left alone?" "No. Wish it would all just disappear," the man pressed. "No!" Harry snapped. Frustration building. "I want people to realize you're not as capable as they think." "No," Harry shouted. "I just want to be ready." The man leaned back slightly, folding his arms. A crooked smile tugged beneath his beard as he regarded Harry with a look of approval. Harry stood there, chest rising and falling, irritation boiling over. "Right then," the man said. "Let's begin. First lesson." He stepped forward to face Harry directly. "You need to learn control." Ugh. 2 hours later, Harry left for the Great Hall completely exhausted. The entire session had been relentless, filled with strange remarks, sharp criticism, and continuous dueling. Every time his temper slipped, he found himself flat on the floor. Most of the students were already eating dinner, but Ron and Hermione were nowhere to be seen. Harry sat beside Neville, who was hurriedly finishing a bowl of chicken soup. "Have you seen Ron and Hermione?" Harry asked. Neville shook his head. "No. They were in the common room a minute ago, talking to Ernie, and then suddenly they just rushed out." He looked concerned. "Are you okay?" Harry stared at his spoon as soup dripped from it. "Yeah, just tired." He managed a few bites before nearly dozing off into the bowl, giving up. He headed back to Gryffindor Tower, finding Ron and Hermione still absent. He went straight to bed. "Hey!" Sometime later, he was shaken awake in the darkness. "Harry, wake up," Ron whispered urgently. "Harry!" "What?" Harry mumbled, barely able to rouse himself. "Come on," Ron urged, tugging at his arm. "What is it?" Harry groaned, pulling his arm free, in no mood to get up. "Just get moving and come downstairs," Ron said seriously before disappearing behind Harry's bed curtains. Harry groaned, throwing off the covers and planting his feet on the floor. He sat there for a moment, running a hand through his messy hair, trying to shake off the fog in his head. "Come on," Ron called from the doorway. Sighing, Harry stood, slipped on his trainers, and pulled on his dressing gown. The curtains around the other beds were drawn, but Ron's bed looked untouched, as though he hadn't slept at all. The low rumble of someone snoring filled the room as Harry shuffled toward the stairs. He made his way down to the common room, where Ron and Hermione were sitting alone by the fire. "You look awful," Hermione said, frowning as Harry dragged himself over. "Thanks." "Well, go on then," Ron urged, nodding toward Hermione. She continued to study Harry but didn't speak. Harry stood there, hands shoved into his pockets, glancing between them before settling on Hermione. "What?" he asked, growing more alert the longer they hesitated. "I think I might know where to start looking for the cup," she said uncertainly. Despite his exhaustion, Harry felt a jolt of attention. What? How? "We were talking to Ernie earlier," Ron began. "He kept going on about your burns," Hermione added quickly. "He said he'd never had sunburn himself, but that Zacharias once had a terrible case years ago while on holiday in Italy. Apparently, it happened just 2 days into the trip, and Ernie said it was even worse than yours." She winced slightly. "He said Zacharias spent the rest of the holiday stuck inside their hotel." "Idiot," Ron muttered. "You remember Zacharias, don't you? From the DA?" Hermione asked. "Yeah," Harry replied. He remembered Zacharias all too well, an unpleasant sort who had managed to irritate nearly everyone at their first meeting in the Hog's Head. "Well, it turns out his family and Ernie's are quite close," Hermione continued. "They've known each other for years, old wizarding families, both mostly Hufflepuff, that sort of thing. They attend each other's dinners and celebrations, even go on holiday together, like that trip to Italy." "What does any of this have to do with the cup?" Harry interrupted, not entirely pleased to have been dragged out of bed for this. Hermione's fingers played nervously with the edges of a large tan book resting in her lap. "Do you remember the name of the woman Tom Riddle killed to get the cup?" she asked quietly. "Yes, Hepzibah. Hepzibah Smith." "Why?" The memory from the pensieve was still vivid. "You remember she said she was descended from Hufflepuff. That's how she had the cup in the first place." "Yes." "Zacharias is a Smith too," Ron added. "Exactly," Hermione said. "But there must be hundreds of people named Smith in the wizarding world," Harry said skeptically. "There are," Hermione replied slowly. "Right. So how does that help us?" Harry asked, growing frustrated at still not understanding. Ron leaned forward. Hermione remembered reading something about the Hogwarts founders in Hogwarts. Hogwarts. A history. Yeah. I know. Harry cut in impatiently. She probably knows that book by heart by now. I just don't see what you're getting at. He turned to Hermione, who looked slightly hurt and avoided his gaze. Ron stiffened, frowning at Harry. "Maybe you should just let her finish." "Mate," Ron said firmly. A tense silence followed as Harry met Ron's eyes. He realized he'd snapped unfairly. Taking a breath, he forced his irritation down. "Sorry, I didn't mean it like that," he said quietly. "I'm just tired." Hermione nodded, still watching him with concern, then continued. "I thought it might be worth tracing the Smith family line. There wasn't anything recent enough in Hogwarts, a history. So Ron and I spent hours searching. When the library closed, we brought books back here to keep going. And it turns out, Zacharias's family is connected to the Smiths, who are direct descendants of Hufflepuff. She lifted the large tan book and showed him the cover. I found a reference with a bit of help from Ernie and Harry. They're the only Smith family left from that line. Harry glanced down. The Hufflepuffers. A look at graduates. Volume 12 was printed in bold grey letters above the familiar badger emblem. I still don't get it, Harry said. Even if he is related, the cup was taken by Voldemort. His family wouldn't still have it. Harry, when Voldemort made the Horcruxes, he chose objects that meant something trophies, Hermione explained. Dumbledore said that himself. Remember. Yes, Harry said, rubbing his temple as his patience wore thin. But that doesn't tell us where it is. He could have hidden it anywhere. Just let her finish, Ron interrupted, raising a hand. Harry swallowed, unsure why his irritation kept rising. Think about where Dumbledore found the ring, Hermione said sharply, her own frustration starting to show. He took it from Marvellow's house. Riddle hid it at his grandfather's place, Harry said slowly. Exactly, Hermione replied. He chose that location because it had meaning. The ring was a Slytherin heirloom, so he hid it in the last known Slytherin home. Harry narrowed his eyes as the idea began to click. So, the cup is probably hidden somewhere tied to Hufflepuff, Ron finished. And that's where Zacharias comes in, Hermione added. There's a chance, maybe a small one, that his family is connected to a place where Voldemort hid the Horcrux. Not very likely, I admit, but possible. She gripped the book more tightly. He could help us identify properties his family owns, and maybe even learn from his parents if there are any places of importance tied to their history. How are we supposed to pull that off? Harry asked, shrugging. He's not exactly a friend, and he hasn't even come back to school this year. And he's ridiculously nosy, Ron added. He'll want to know exactly why we're asking. Hermione stared down at the book in her lap, clearly thinking hard. I might be able to get him to show me, she said slowly, without him asking too many questions. How? Ron asked. Hermione looked uncomfortable as she spoke. It's just an idea, but I could use a love potion on him. What? Why? Ron's face twisted in disbelief. Well, if he thinks he's in love with me, he'll be much more willing to show me whatever I ask, won't he? She replied. Ron opened his mouth to respond, but couldn't find the words. No, Hermione, that's not a good idea, Harry said, frowning. You didn't see Ron last year after he ate those chocolate cauldrons Romilda spiked. If you have a better plan, I'd love to hear it, Hermione said, raising an eyebrow. We could just ask him. That won't work. Harry. Hermione cut in, shaking her head. You know what he's like. He'd bombard us with questions, and even then he'd probably refuse. No, she said firmly. There isn't another way. You're not doing it, Ron finally snapped. I'll make sure the potion is fresh from Fred and George, so it won't be too strong, Hermione continued, ignoring him, and I'll give it to him gradually, so it won't seem suspicious. Harry thought hard, searching for another approach, but no matter how he looked at it, Hermione's plan seemed the most effective. I'm just not comfortable with this, Harry said. What if something goes wrong? I'll be careful, Hermione assured him. I won't let things get out of hand. What if he gets weird? Ron muttered darkly. Hermione rolled her eyes. I can handle Zacharias Smith. She stood, still holding the book. Anyway, it'll be morning soon, and we've got defense classes to teach. I'm going to get some sleep, and you two should as well. She paused at the foot of the stairs, looking back at Harry. Especially you. You look awful. After studying him for a moment, she turned and headed upstairs, stifling a yawn. I don't like this, Ron said flatly. What a shock, Harry replied dryly. I mean it, remember what Slughorn said about obsessive love. It's dangerous. Yeah, but if anyone can pull this off, it's Hermione, Harry said as they headed upstairs. She knows what she's doing. I don't like it either, but we don't have a choice. We have to find that cup, and this is the best lead we've got, the only lead. The next day, as Harry entered the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione to begin their first defense lesson with the younger students, he had to resist the urge to turn around and leave. The room itself was arranged neatly, with desks set up exactly as Hermione had planned. The students, however, were another matter entirely. A few nervous-looking first years sat quietly at their desks, but most of the room was filled with clusters of noisy students, grouped by house, chatting loudly and throwing occasional insults at one another. Harry paused just inside the doorway. I don't think they've noticed us yet, Ron muttered, leaning toward him. Want to make a run for it? Coward, Hermione said, though she looked faintly amused. Tempting as it was. Harry forced himself forward, heading straight for the teacher's table. As he pushed through the crowd, Ron and Hermione following behind, students began to notice, one by one. Heads turned. It was almost as if silence followed him. The noise gradually faded behind him, spreading across the hall until, by the time he reached the raised platform, the entire room had gone quiet. Harry turned to face them and was met with complete silence. Being the chosen one does have its perks, doesn't it? Ron muttered under his breath as he and Hermione stepped up beside Harry. Harry barely heard him. His nerves were far worse than he'd expected, and he couldn't quite understand how McGonagall had managed to put him in charge of this. He straightened, lifted his chin, and took a steady breath. Right, he murmured to Hermione. You can start. Hermione stared at him in disbelief for a second before snapping into head girl mode. Ron struggled not to laugh as she began issuing instructions in an unusually high-pitched voice, while the students continued watching Harry, gradually settling into their seats. See, there's something to be said for reputation, Ron whispered, clearly amused. Hermione shot him a glare. Oh, be quiet. Then she turned back to Harry. You can't just stand there looking impressive. This is your class. She stepped aside, leaving Harry alone in front of a room full of expectant faces. As he looked out at them, wondering how he'd ended up in this position, something clicked. McGonagall hadn't chosen him because he was the most knowledgeable or even the best teacher. She'd chosen him because the students would listen, because they believed in him. The weight of that realization settled heavily on his shoulders. Harry glanced down at the parchment in his hand, filled with Hermione's carefully planned lesson structure, then crumpled it slightly in his grip. Third, fourth, and fifth years will be working on the shield charm, he announced. A ripple of excited murmurs spread through the room. Pair up mixed ages and houses and practice. Students began shifting around, talking quietly as they found partners. First and second years will start with basic defensive hexes, Harry continued, the kind you can use if you're in trouble. That earned an even more enthusiastic response from the younger students. Bracing himself for Hermione's disapproval, Harry turned only to find her smiling. "I'll take the first and second years until you can join us," she said, already ushering them towards the back of the hall. "She took that better than expected," Ron said with a smirk. The lesson went fairly well overall, though not without a few hiccups. There was the usual arguing over partners at the start, and more than a few students got carried away with their spells once practice began. One boy in particular, Hunter, made no effort to hide his irritation at being near Harry again, just as he had on the Hogwarts Express weeks earlier. Harry ignored the boy's muttered comments and subtle attempts to discourage others from being too comfortable around him. That is, until Harry overheard Hunter telling a freckled, curly-haired boy named Peter Taffet that being near Harry was more dangerous than facing Voldemort himself. That crossed the line. Harry leaned in calmly and said in a low voice that next time Voldemort showed up, he'd make sure to personally introduce him. Hunter didn't say another word for the rest of the lesson. Later, back in the common room, Harry sat flipping through Snape's old potions book, searching for spells he might have overlooked the previous year. Nearby, Ron and Hermione slumped into chairs, continuing their quiet argument about Hermione's plan to use a love potion on Zacharias. At dinner, Harry barely touched his food, pushing his beef casserole around his plate before giving up after a few minutes. He left early and headed straight for the owlery. He hadn't seen Hedwig since returning to Hogwarts, and guilt began to creep in. He also needed to order a new potions book from Flourish and Blots, and figured Hedwig would appreciate having something to do. As he climbed the stairs, his thoughts drifted to Lupin. For someone as careful and intelligent as Lupin, it seemed strange that he had gone completely silent for so long, especially now. When the Order depended on him for leadership, Harry wished he could simply send an owl. But he knew it was too dangerous. Anything he wrote could put Lupin at risk if intercepted. Instead, he decided he would go to the Burrow the following night and speak with Mr. Weasley to find out what was being done. At first, Hedwig ignored him, turning her back and lifting her beak in clear annoyance. Only when Harry pretended to leave did she finally glide down and land on his arm. He stroked her soft feathers, moving toward one of the open windows and looking out over the dark grounds. Hagrid's hut was still unlit. A familiar knot tightened in Harry's chest. He had no idea where Lupin or Hagrid were, what they were doing, whether they were safe or even alive. Still, he forced himself to believe they were. He felt certain he would somehow know if they weren't. A faint noise from the stairwell made him turn. A moment later, Ginny appeared, carrying a small bag of owl treats. Harry felt a sharp jolt in his chest as his heartbeat quickened. Ginny, who had been looking down, slowly raised her eyes. When they met his, she gave a small, awkward smile. Hedwig immediately flew from Harry's arm to Ginny's, landing gracefully. Pig swooped down as well, settling eagerly nearby. Ginny gently shooed them off. "How are you feeling?" "I mean," she gestured vaguely toward his face, clearly referring to his burns. "It's really good," Harry said. instantly realizing how ridiculous that sounded. I mean, it's better. Ginny nodded, though her eyes seemed to glisten slightly. "I've been coming to see her," she said, indicating Hedwig. "I thought she might be lonely." She hesitated, frowning a little. "Thanks," Harry said quietly. "I haven't had much time." "I know." An uncomfortable silence settled between them as Ginny looked down at the floor. "So, how's Dean?" Harry blurted out before he could stop himself. Ginny looked up sharply, then closed her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them again, she avoided his gaze, shaking her head faintly. "I'm sorry," Harry said quickly. "I shouldn't have asked. That was none of my business." A sick feeling twisted in his stomach as he saw a tear slip down her cheek. "I can't believe you'd ask me that," she said, her voice tight. "Ginny, I'm sorry, that was stupid of me." "He told me you'd do this. He warned me," Ginny said, her voice trembling. "But I didn't believe him. I didn't think you were like that." Harry had never seen her so upset. Guilt hit him hard, and he cursed himself for losing control. He couldn't think of anything to say, no excuse, no explanation, so he just stood there, completely helpless. Without another word, Ginny turned and hurried away. Harry left the owlery and made his way back to the common room, his anger and frustration building with every step. The corridors were empty as he stormed through them. Climbing through the portrait hole, he headed straight for the dormitory. When he got there, he didn't bother turning on the lights. Instead, he sat on his bed in the dark and waited. After a while, the door creaked open. Harry watched as Seamus entered, lighting a lamp and crossing the room. Unaware of Harry sitting in the shadows, he began rummaging through his trunk, tossing clothes around. A minute later, Dean came in. "Have you found?" Before he could finish, Harry lunged forward, grabbing Dean by the front of his robes and slamming him against the wall. "What the hell?" Dean gasped. "Harry!" Seamus shouted in shock. "What did you say to her?" Harry roared. "What?" Dean stammered, clearly frightened. "Ginny!" Harry shoved him harder against the wall. "What have you been telling her?" Seamus tried to pull Harry away. "Harry! Stop it!" Harry snapped his head toward him. "Stay out of it, Seamus." Seamus hesitated, stepping back. "What are you talking about?" Dean asked urgently. "Don't act like you don't know," Harry shot back. "All I did was ask her if things were okay between you two, and she completely broke down. I want to know what's going on." Dean let his head fall back against the wall, understanding dawning on his face. "She's upset with you, not me," he said. "Calmer now." "Why? What have you been saying to her?" "Harry." Ron burst into the room. "Think about what you're doing." Both Harry and Dean were breathing heavily. Harry slowly loosened his grip and stepped back, though his eyes stayed fixed on Dean. "What's happening?" Ron asked, looking between them.
"I knew this would happen," Dean said, avoiding Harry's gaze. "Mate, you've got the wrong idea. Ginny's upset because I told her something like this might happen and she didn't believe me."
"What are you talking about?" Harry demanded. Dean sighed in frustration. "I warned her you might think she and I were back together. I told her you wouldn't handle it well. But she said you'd never think that you'd never believe she could be with." He hesitated, then finished quietly. "Someone else." Chapter 12. Draco's Return. Harry listened as Dean explained everything. At first, he didn't want to believe it. Guilt over his own jealousy flooded him so strongly that he almost hoped Dean was lying. But as Dean continued, it became painfully clear Harry had made a serious mistake. Ginny hadn't been getting back together with Dean at all. She'd simply been helping him study the ministry's employee guidelines. Dean was hoping to work in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office after finishing his new teaser position left open since Mr. Weasley's promotion. He doubted himself because he came from a non-magical background, but Ginny had encouraged him to stay on at Hogwarts and pursue it, even sharing everything she knew about her father's old job. Ron and Seamus lingered awkwardly for a moment, listening, before Ron suggested they leave, giving Harry and Dean some space. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. Dean sat down heavily on Neville's bed, still shaken from the confrontation. After a while, Harry spoke. "I'm sorry. Dean, I had no right to go at you like that," he said quietly. Dean had always been a good friend, standing by him even when others doubted Voldemort's return. Harry realized now how much his jealousy had clouded his judgment. Instead of trusting Dean, he had assumed the worst. "I don't know why I did it, I do," Dean replied calmly. "Honestly, I might have done the same if I were you." Harry could tell the Dean still cared about Ginny, but this time it didn't bother him. "Ginny and I are just friends," Dean continued, "good friends, and I want it to stay that way." He paused, watching Harry. "If you're unsure how she feels, think about yesterday at lunch, the way she reacted when she saw you. Even Ron couldn't have eaten that much mashed potato," he added with a small grin. "She's strong, Harry, but while you were in the hospital, she was a mess." Harry frowned. He thought only Ron and Hermione knew about that. "Ginny got it out of Hermione the day you were brought in," Dean explained. "She knew something was wrong. And honestly, none of us could have kept it from her anyway. We've all known each other too long." Seeing Harry's concern deepen, Dean raised a hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, only 7 of us know you were there. What actually happened is still a mystery, though." He gave a slight smile. "7?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Dean nodded. "Me, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Seamus, and Ginny." He counted them off. "Just the usual group." "Luna too," Harry said, oddly pleased. "Yeah," Dean said with a sheepish grin. "Where would we be without her? Unique perspective." He stood up and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, guiding him toward the door. "Not my place to say," Dean added, "but I reckon Ginny's probably expecting an apology." Harry paused as Dean opened the door. "Thanks, and I'm sorry." "Forget it," Dean said with a nod. Before leaving, Harry knew Dean was right. He had acted thoughtlessly, and Ginny had every reason to be angry with him, determined to fix things. He went to his trunk and pulled out the Marauder's map. He had to find her. He couldn't leave things like this. Unfolding the parchment, he scanned it carefully. He checked Gryffindor Tower first, then the girls' bathroom, but her name wasn't there. Frowning, he searched the library and the Great Hall. Still nothing. A flicker of worry crept in. He began scanning classrooms and corridors, his eyes moving faster, his heartbeat picking up. Ginny was nowhere to be found. Then he shifted his focus to the grounds, and suddenly he saw her. Relief washed over him as her name appeared inside Hagrid's hut, but just as quickly, that relief vanished. There was another name in the room with her. Harry felt sick as panic surged through him. The map slipped from his hand as he bolted from the dormitory, racing down the stairs 2 and 3 at a time. His mind locked onto a single thought: Ginny. He charged through the common room, barely noticing the startled faces turning toward him as he pushed past anyone in his way. He scrambled through the portrait hole, Ron calling after him. But Harry didn't stop. He shouted Ginny's name over his shoulder and kept running. Cutting through every shortcut he knew, he sped down the marble staircase and burst out through the great oak doors into the dark, moonless night. What if I'm too late? The cold air whipped around him as he sprinted across the grounds, heading straight for the faint light glowing in Hagrid's window. He bounded up the steps in a single leap and flung the door open. Breathing hard, wand raised, Harry scanned the room. A single candle flickered on the table, its light wavering in the draught from the open door. Ginny sat there, her tear-streaked face illuminated by the soft glow. She turned at the sudden intrusion, staring at him in shock. "Where is he?" Harry demanded, stepping inside. "What?" Ginny said, confused. "Malfoy." Harry's eyes darted around the room as he moved toward her, wand ready. "I saw him on the map, he's here." Ginny's reaction made it clear she had thought she was alone. Harry grabbed her arm, pulling her to her feet. She quickly drew her wand, turning to scan the room with him. Shadows clung to every corner, the dim light doing little to reveal anything. "Where is he?" she asked, urgently. They stood back to back, slowly turning, searching every dark space. "He must be hiding himself with the magic," Harry said. "Don't move." He held his breath, listening. For a moment there was nothing. Then a faint noise. Something shifted. The basket of walking sticks by the door tipped over. "Harry, the door!" Ginny shouted. The door still stood wide open, just as Harry had left it. He swore under his breath, pulling Ginny with him as they edged cautiously toward it. As they reached the entrance and blocked it off, voices began to drift across the lawns. A surge of frustration hit him too late. He shoved Ginny behind him and turned back to face the darkened room. "Ginny!" Ron came racing toward them, his voice urgent. "Luna! Ernie!" And Neville skidded to a halt in front of Dean and Seamus, all with their wands raised. "What is it?" Dean panted, his robes whipping in the strong wind. "Malfoy," Ginny spat, her voice full of hatred. "Get the map." "I left it upstairs," Harry shouted over his shoulder. Neville turned instantly and sprinted back toward the castle, vanishing into the darkness. "Watch the grounds. I think he's slipped past us." "Where is he?" Hermione gasped as she reached the bottom of the steps, her eyes scanning the area with the others. "I don't know. He must be using an invisibility cloak or something," Harry said quickly. "Ginny, get down the steps." "No," she said sharply. "Ginny." Ron grabbed her arm and pulled her down, stepping in behind Harry to help block the doorway. Time seemed to drag endlessly. Harry could feel Malfoy slipping further away with every passing second. At last, Neville returned, panting hard, and handed the map over Ron's shoulder. I looked. Harry. I couldn't see him. Harry hadn't even closed the map. The entire layout of Hogwarts still sprawled across the parchment. He scanned Hagrid's hut, then the surrounding grounds. Nothing. No sign of Draco, only the dots of Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt, moving quickly toward the cluster by the hut. Harry shoved the map into his pocket. "Don't say anything," he said sharply. "What?" Seamus asked, all of them turning toward him. "Just let me handle it." "What's going on?" Tonks appeared out of the darkness, stopping at the foot of the steps, slightly out of breath. "Uh, I thought I saw someone from my window," Harry said, pointing toward Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing. "A Death Eater going into Hagrid's." "What happened? Is everyone okay?" Kingsley asked as he came into view. Tonks frowned. A Death Eater in Hagrid's hut. "Yeah." "Alone?" she asked flatly. "Maybe. I don't know. They're not here now. I must have been mistaken." Harry could feel his friends' eyes on him, puzzled, but none of them spoke. "Are you all right, Harry?" Tonks asked, studying him closely. "Yeah, I'm fine," he stammered. He was dreaming. Ron suddenly cut in. Everyone turned at once to stare at Ron, even Harry. "He fell asleep," Ron continued awkwardly, "and when he woke up, he ran off, so we, followed him." He gestured vaguely at the group, who all wore strained, uncertain expressions. Tonks and Kingsley exchanged a glance. "He was sleepwalking," Ginny added quickly. "It's dangerous to wake someone like that, so we followed him." She gave a small shrug. "I've never seen anyone sleep run before," Luna said thoughtfully, earning a gentle nudge from Dean. "Is everything all right, Harry?" Kingsley asked. "Yeah. Sorry," Harry said, wincing slightly. Tonks was still watching him with narrowed eyes. "You were sleepwalking," she said flatly, in a tone that made it clear she didn't believe a word of it. Right." "He does it all the time in the dorm," Ernie chimed in enthusiastically. "Woke me up the other night trying to climb into Riley's bed." Harry raised an eyebrow at him. The brief flicker of gratitude he'd felt vanished instantly. "Scared the poor bloke half to death," Ernie added, seeming oddly pleased with himself. "Right, thanks," Harry said, shooting him a sharp look. "Well, we'll have a look around before we go, just in case," Tonks said, still frowning at Harry. "Quite right, can't be too careful." Kingsley nodded and moved off around one side of the hut, while Tonks circled the other. "What was that about?" Dean whispered hoarsely as they all edged closer to Harry. "I climbed into Riley's bed," Harry shot at Ernie. "Best I could do on short notice," Ernie said, still smiling. "Thought you might need the help." "What's going on, then?" "I'll explain later," Harry sighed. "For now, just keep it to yourselves. Don't tell anyone what happened." "I think we should head back," Hermione said quietly. "There's not much we can do if he's gone." "What was he doing here?" Neville asked, looking at Harry. "I don't know," Harry said darkly, "but whatever it was, we interrupted him." Ron stepped down beside Hermione and slipped an arm around her shoulders briefly. "Come on," he said, nodding to Harry. "I'll be up later," Harry replied, his gaze dropping to Ginny as he remembered why he'd come looking for her in the first place. She seemed to expect it. She waited until the others had gone, then climbed the steps and followed him back into the hut, out of the cold wind. Harry pulled the map from his pocket and spread it open on the table. He doubted Draco would return after nearly being caught, but he would watch anyway. "It's freezing." Ginny shivered. She moved to the fireplace and pointed her wand at the logs. Incendio. Flames burst to life, orange and bright, quickly filling the room with warmth. Harry watched the firelight flicker across her face as she stared into the dancing flames. "I was wrong about you and Dean," he said carefully. "Yes, you were," she replied, not looking at him. Harry took a slow breath and stepped closer, stopping just behind her. He wanted to reach out, but didn't dare. "I just don't think straight when it comes to you," he admitted. "I saw that photo of you and him at Sirius's. You looked so happy." "He's one of my best friends, Harry," she said quietly, still watching the fire. "And I was happy that day, but not because of him." The closeness between them made Harry's chest tighten. "And you've been spending so much time with him," he added, needing to justify himself. "I've been helping him," she said simply. "I know," Harry said quietly. "I know now, and I'm sorry." Silence stretched between them. The fire crackled and hissed, filling the room as neither of them spoke. At last, Harry broke it, his voice low and heavy. "The worst part about all of this is that I should have been happy for you." Ginny turned to face him. "I promised myself I'd let go," he continued, his voice strained. "I knew it was for the best. He exhaled slowly. "I'm finding it so hard." A faint, awkward smile touched her lips. "I thought if I spent time with Dean, everyone would assume we were together." She hesitated. "Not you, though. I thought you'd understand what I was doing. I suppose Dean was right. I expected too much." She paused, then added more softly, "I was hoping it would take some of the pressure off you so you wouldn't keep worrying about me." Harry looked into her glistening green eyes. "The night Gabriel was killed," he said, his voice tightening, "when you came to me and I snapped at you to leave, I hated myself." He swallowed hard. "I hated myself because a girl had just died, and all I could think was, what if it had been you?" Tears welled in Ginny's eyes as she lifted a hand to his face. "You have to stop feeling responsible for me all the time," she said gently. "I can take care of myself." Her thumb brushed lightly across his cheek before her hand fell away. "You're making yourself ill, Harry. You hardly eat. You look exhausted all the time." Her expression was full of concern. "You can't keep going like this. You have to stop worrying about everyone else and think about yourself for once." Harry lowered his gaze. "I'm fine," he muttered. "I've just got a lot on my mind." "Let me help you," she pleaded softly. "I can still be there for you without you driving yourself crazy. Especially if I keep this up with Dean, no one has to know." He looked back at her. "You don't have to push me away," she went on, her voice thick with emotion. "You don't have to be this unhappy. You don't have to be so alone." She took a breath, then added quietly, "But you do need me, Harry." A tear slipped down her cheek. Harry's breathing grew uneven, the ache in his chest tightening painfully. It would have been so easy to let go, to pull her into his arms, to forget everything and lose himself in her warmth. Every part of him wanted it. He longed to escape the pain, to find that fragile sense of peace only she could give him. His body trembled as he fought the urge. He couldn't forget why he had walked away in the first place. If anything happened to her, if he were the reason she was hurt, or worse, he would never forgive himself. He had already risked too much once. He wouldn't do it again. He took a small step back, afraid of his own resolve breaking. "I can do this alone. Gin," he said quietly, "I have to do this alone." She looked at him, then not with anger, but something closer to sorrow as tears ran freely down her cheeks. "You need to let go too, at least for now. When it's all over, maybe then, if you still want to." She cut him off, suddenly stepping forward and wrapping her arms around him. Harry's body stayed rigid, held together by sheer resolve, though he returned the embrace for a brief moment. Then, gently, he pulled her away. His face was carefully blank, stripped of emotion. Ginny searched his eyes, but Harry forced himself to give nothing back, burying everything inside him for one final attempt to end it. "It's time we grew up," he said quietly. "There are more important things we need to deal with." Even he was surprised by how cold his voice sounded. Ginny's reddened eyes dropped. She nodded, but didn't speak. Without looking at him again, she walked past, opened the door, and stepped out into the night. Harry wanted to call after her, wanted her to turn back, just once, but he said nothing. He stood there, watching the door close behind her. After a moment, he moved to the table and glanced down at the map, making sure she was heading safely back toward the castle. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught movement, a tiny dot, close to his own. His gaze snapped to it. "I think I'm going to be sick." Harry's heart jolted. He recognized that cold, mocking drawl instantly, even before the name fully registered. Slowly, he turned his head, already certain Draco had his wand trained on him. Malfoy hadn't been on the map moments ago, and there was no way he could have entered without Harry noticing. "How did you do it?" Harry asked darkly. Malfoy gave a thin, smug scoff. "You'd be surprised what people you despise are capable of. But then, you only ever believed in Dumbledore, didn't you?" he sneered. "That pathetic little map of yours won't help you anymore. I won't appear unless I want to be seen." Outside, the wind rose, howling through the thatched roof. "Still doing your master's bidding? Then," Harry said bitterly, "I don't need to ask how well that's going for you." The last time Harry had seen him, Draco had looked pale. Now he looked worse, drawn, hollow, almost sick. "Already slipping," Harry went on coolly, shaking his head, "hoping Snape will come save you again, like last time." "Watch your mouth," Draco snapped, his body trembling. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward his wand. Draco's eyes flicked to it. "Don't move!" Draco shouted, voice cracking. He looked unsteady, like he was standing on the edge of something unseen. His wand shook violently in his grip. Harry slowly let his hand fall away as the wind battered the windows. "You make me sick," Draco spat. "All that pathetic love talk between you two." Harry stiffened. Malfoy had seen everything. Heat rushed to his face. "You think anyone cares about your tragic little romance?" Draco's voice rose, sharp and unstable. "You think you're suffering because you can't be with your precious girlfriend?" His voice climbed higher, almost breaking. "You think you know what suffering is? Do you? You think you know what it's like to lose, really lose someone you. His words faltered. His breathing hitched. His eyes were wide, glassy, on the verge of breaking. And suddenly, watching him, Harry understood. "He killed your family." Harry breathed, horrified. Didn't he? Draco's face twisted. The wind howled around the hut, rattling the walls. "My mother," he said, his voice breaking. "He warned me. I failed him. He was right to take her." His hands trembled. "He could have killed my father and me as well." His eyes looked distant, almost unhinged. "He showed us mercy." A surge of sympathy hit Harry, this broken version of the boy he had hated for so long, but it wasn't enough to hide his anger at Draco's blind loyalty. "Mercy!" Harry snapped. "He doesn't care about you, your mother, or your father. The only reason your dad is still alive is because he's in prison." Rain lashed violently against the windows. "I've been given a chance to make things right," Draco said, his voice tight with desperation, "and this time I won't fail." "You can only make things right if you turn away from Voldemort before you hurt anyone else," Harry shot back. For a moment, Draco just stared at him. Then, suddenly, he burst out laughing, a harsh, unsteady sound, his wand wavering. "You're unbelievable," he sneered. "Always the hero, aren't you? Think you can save me, turn me to the good side." His laughter faded, and his expression hardened as he steadied his wand again. There was something dangerous in the way he held himself, unpredictable. "No," Draco said coldly. "My path was set a long time ago, same as yours." "What are you doing at Hogwarts?" Harry demanded, giving up on reasoning with him. "Like I'd tell you," Draco snapped. But then his expression faltered slightly, as though searching Harry's face. "I'm not here to hurt anyone." For the first time, there was no sarcasm in his voice. "Just stay out of my way." "Right," Harry said bitterly, "because I can trust you." Draco studied him over the tip of his wand. "You destroyed the vanishing cabinet, didn't you?" Harry gave a slight nod. "How inconvenient," Draco sneered. "I was hoping to use it again." "Then I'm glad I destroyed it," Harry replied. The door rattled violently as the wind battered the hut. "It doesn't matter," Draco went on, a faint edge of smugness returning. "I found a better way in and out. Shame you don't get to gloat." "I won't let you hurt anyone." "Draco." That seemed to strike a nerve. Draco's composure cracked again. "I already told you I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm Lou." He cut himself off abruptly, breathing hard. "Looking," Harry pressed. "For what?" "Enough," Draco snapped. "I'm done talking. Turn around." "Not a chance," Harry said, his hand drifting toward his wand. "Just do it," Draco demanded. "I'm not turning my back on you." They stared each other down, tension thick in the air. Harry watched for the slightest movement, ready. Outside, the storm intensified, wind howling, hail now hammering against the walls and windows. Then suddenly, a loud crash sounded behind him. Harry spun around. The door swung wide open, just as Harry had left it. He swore under his breath and pulled Ginny along with him, moving cautiously towards the entrance. Voices began to carry across the lawns as they reached the doorway and blocked it, but Harry knew, with a surge of frustration, that it was probably too late. He pushed Ginny behind him and turned back into the room, wand raised. "Ginny!" Ron shouted as he sprinted toward them. "Luna! Ernie!" And Neville followed close behind Dean and Seamus, all with their wands drawn. What? Is it? Dean panted, his robes whipping in the wind. Malfoy, Ginny spat. Get the map. I left it upstairs, Harry shouted over his shoulder. Neville didn't hesitate. He spun around and vanished into the darkness, racing back toward the castle. Watch the grounds. I think he slipped past us. Where is he? Hermione called, breathless as she reached the bottom of the steps, scanning the area with the others. I don't know, he must be using an invisibility cloak or something, Harry said sharply. Ginny, get down the steps. No, she shot back. Ginny! Ron grabbed her arm and pulled her down, then moved up beside Harry to help block the doorway. The wait for Neville felt endless. Harry's frustration grew with every second, knowing Malfoy was likely already escaping. At last, Neville returned, gasping for breath, and shoved the map over Ron's shoulder into Harry's hands. I looked. Harry. I couldn't see him. Harry unfolded the map without even thinking to close it first. Hogwarts and everyone inside it sprawled across the parchment. He searched the hut, then the surrounding grounds, but there was no sign of Draco. Only two familiar dots, Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt, were moving swiftly toward them. Harry stuffed the map into his pocket. Don't say anything, he muttered urgently. What? Seamus asked, confused. Just let me do the talking. What's going on? Tonks appeared out of the darkness, stopping at the foot of the steps, slightly out of breath. I thought I saw someone, Harry said quickly, pointing back toward the Gryffindor Tower as his mind raced, a Death Eater heading into Hagrid's. What happened? Is everyone okay? Kingsley asked as he came into view. Tonks frowned. A Death Eater? In Hagrid's? Yeah. Alone? She asked flatly. Maybe. I don't know. They're not here now. I must have been mistaken. Harry could feel the curious looks from his friends, but no one contradicted him. Are you all right, Harry? Tonks asked, studying him closely. Yeah, He was dreaming, Ron blurted suddenly. Everyone turned to stare at him, including Harry. He fell asleep, Ron went on awkwardly, and when he woke up, he ran off. So we followed him. He gestured vaguely at the group, all of whom looked deeply unconvinced. Tonks and Kingsley exchanged a glance. He was sleepwalking, Ginny added quickly. You're not supposed to wake someone like that. So we followed him. She shrugged. I've never seen anyone sleep run before, Luna said thoughtfully, earning a light nudge from Dean. Everything okay, Harry? Kingsley asked again. Yeah, sorry, Harry said, wincing. You were sleepwalking, Tonks repeated, clearly unconvinced. Right. Happens all the time in the dorm, Ernie chimed in eagerly. Woke me up the other night. He tried to climb into Riley's bed. Scared the poor bloke half to death. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. The brief flash of gratitude he'd felt vanished instantly. Right, thanks, Harry said flatly, shooting him a sharp look. Well, we'll take a look around before we go, just in case, Tonks said, still eyeing Harry suspiciously. Can't be too careful, Kingsley agreed, heading around the hut while Tonks circled the opposite side. What was that about? Dean whispered, once they'd moved closer together. I climbed into Riley's bed, Harry said incredulously. Best I could do on short notice, Ernie replied with a grin. Thought you might need the help. What's actually going on? He added. I'll explain later, Harry sighed. For now, just keep quiet. Don't tell anyone what happened. I think we should head back, Hermione said softly. There's nothing we can do if he's gone. What was he doing here? Neville asked nervously. I don't know, Harry said darkly, but whatever it was, we interrupted him. Ron slipped an arm around Hermione's shoulders. Come on, he said, nodding toward the castle. I'll be up in a bit, Harry replied, his eyes drifting to Ginny, remembering why he'd come in the first place. She seemed to understand and waited until the others had left before climbing the steps and following him back into the hut, away from the biting wind. Whatever he's doing. I don't like it, Ron said darkly. The idea of him wandering around the castle whenever he feels like it. He trailed off, glancing at Harry. Neither do I, Harry replied. Then, after a pause, he added, but I believe him when he says he's not here to harm anyone. Ron and Neville both looked at him skeptically. At least, not directly. Let's be realistic. Harry, Hermione said, frowning. If he's here on Voldemort's order, it's hardly going to end well for any of us, is it? Harry dropped into the armchair beside Ron and began tapping his fingers against the armrest. We need to figure out what Voldemort has sent him here to do, Hermione continued matter-of-factly. The fact that he chose Draco of all people, I don't understand it. It reminds me of before, with Dumbledore. It almost feels like Voldemort wants him to fail. Or maybe there's another angle, Harry said quietly. Draco's desperate enough to believe he still matters to Voldemort. He'll do anything to prove himself, anything to keep what's left of his family alive. And Voldemort knows he doesn't have it in him to kill. Harry frowned thoughtfully. He might have sent him here for something only Draco can do. I just can't imagine what. A heavy silence settled over them before Neville suddenly spoke, his voice firm with unexpected resolve. I think we should get as many of the old DA members back together as possible. He looked at Hermione. Can you make more of those coins for the ones who lost theirs or left them behind? Hermione hesitated, then gave a small shrug. I suppose so. How many and how long? Harry asked, leaning forward. Hermione considered for a moment, clearly thinking it through. I'll need to figure out who's still around and who wants to rejoin. After that, about a week to prepare the coins, charm them, and distribute them. That's a start, Harry said. Then he paused, frowning slightly. Hermione, do you think you could brew a batch of Felix Felicis? She blinked at him. I don't know, Harry. It takes an incredibly long time. Even if we start now, it wouldn't be ready until March. I'll lend you Snape's book, Harry said quickly. Follow his instructions, it'll turn out better than ever. Hermione still looked uncertain. Some of the ingredients will be very difficult to get. We'll borrow them from Slughorn's storeroom, Harry replied without hesitation. Hermione sighed. All right. I'll look into it tomorrow. Good. Harry stood and stretched, heading toward the stairs. I'm going to bed. I've got another session with Sir tomorrow. Oh, and Harry, Hermione called after him, be careful. He paused and looked back. Myrtle overheard Crabbe and Goyle planning some sort of revenge on you, she added. Something about hexing you after what happened with Ernie and Justin. Harry sighed tiredly. Tonight. I don't know, Hermione said, her tone turning unmistakably like Mrs. Weasley's. Just be careful. Chapter 14. Neville's Return of the DA. As Harry passed Great Hall, the clang of cutlery and the roar of breakfast conversation spilled through the open doors. He kept his invisibility cloak wrapped tightly around him until he reached the portrait of the fat lady, then pulled it off in one swift motion. She gave a shriek. "Oh!" she gasped, clutching dramatically at her chest. "Must you do that? I swear I lose flakes of paint every time you appear out of nowhere." "Sorry," Harry muttered. She drew herself up and let out several exaggerated breaths, milking the moment for all it was worth. At last, when she seemed satisfied she had regained her dignity, she smoothed her dress and peered down at him. "That was quite the speech you gave last night," she said, her voice dripping with lofty approval. Harry hesitated. "What happened after I left?" A knowing smile curled across her painted lips. "I've been hanging on this wall longer than I care to remember," she said airily, "and in that time, I've witnessed quite a great deal." She lowered her voice, fixing him with a shrewd look. "One thing I've learned: never underestimate a teenager's remarkable talent for ignoring uncomfortable truths." Harry blinked. She sniffed. "What you said was precisely what they needed to hear," she went on, "whether they appreciate it yet or not." Harry sighed and rubbed at his eyes. "Lobalug." She blinked. "That's not the password." Harry frowned. "What? It was when I left last night." "Indeed," she said primly, folding her hands. "That was then." Harry stared. She said nothing. "Well," he demanded. She arched one painted eyebrow. "Well, what?" Harry let out an irritated breath and spun on his heel. "Fine. I'll go find someone who actually knows it." "Where are you going?" she cried indignantly. "To the Great Hall," Harry snapped over his shoulder, "to ask someone the new password." "Poppycock." Harry stopped and turned back. "Sorry." "The password," she said with exaggerated patience. "It's Poppycock, chosen by one of the 6th-year Slytherin prefects." Harry stared at her. "Poppycock." The portrait swung open. "Exactly," she said smugly as he stepped through. "A perfect example of ignorance triumphing over wisdom." The Gryffindor common room was nearly deserted. Only Neville Longbottom and Colin Creevey sat hunched over one of the tables beneath the window, whispering urgently over a piece of parchment. Their faces were so tense and absorbed that they didn't even notice Harry crossing the room. He climbed the stairs quickly to his dormitory. The moment he reached it, he knelt beside his trunk and carefully tucked the scroll deep at the bottom beneath a pile of robes. His backpack he shoved under the bed. Then he pulled out fresh clothes and changed. For the first time in hours, Harry found himself almost grateful for the long day of lessons ahead. Anything to keep his mind from dwelling on tonight. That evening hung over him like a storm cloud. When he finally caught up with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger outside Charm's classroom, both looked exhausted. Ron's hair was sticking up at odd angles, and Hermione's expression was pinched with irritation and lack of sleep. Harry was quietly relieved they didn't immediately start on him for vanishing and leaving them to deal with the fallout from his speech. Even so, guilt twisted in his stomach. He began filling them in on his conversation with Remus Lupin as they waited for class. It was harder than he expected. Neville Longbottom, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas kept drifting closer, pretending not to listen while obviously hoping Harry might finally let them in on more of what was happening. But he couldn't. Not this. Every time he caught Neville's hopeful expression or Dean's curiosity, the guilt worsened. Eventually, they seemed to understand. One by one, they drifted away. Harry watched them go with a heavy feeling in his chest. He made another decision then. He wouldn't tell anyone about Lupin's attack. Not Ron. Not Hermione. No one. Lupin had looked shaken enough by what had happened. Even if the dead man had been a Death Eater, Lupin had taken no pride in it. Harry understood that. And he was certain Lupin would want as few people as possible to ever know. Charm's classroom seemed endless. Every minute dragged. The ordinary rhythm of lessons, wand movements, muttered incantations. The scrape of chairs felt unbearable against the storm raging in Harry's mind, and the normality of it all scraped at his nerves until he found himself snapping at anyone who spoke too loudly or brushed against his desk. He had waited weeks for this chance. Weeks. And now that the moment was finally close enough to touch, these last few hours felt impossible to endure. He wanted Bellatrix Lestrange caught. He wanted her dragged in and made to answer for every life she had ruined. But the fact that it was Severus Snape who had handed him the opportunity made his stomach churn. Something about it felt wrong. Deeply wrong. Harry couldn't explain it, but the whole thing sat like poison in his gut. Still, what alternative was there? Bellatrix was chaos in human form. Cruel. Violent. Merciless. She destroyed lives without hesitation and valued almost nothing beyond her own survival. Harry clenched his jaw. If this was the chance he'd been given, then he had to take it. At lunch, Harry followed the others into the great hall. The long tables groaned under platters of hot food, golden roast potatoes, steaming vegetables, thick cuts of meat, rich gravies, fresh bread. Normally, the smell alone would have made him hungry. Today it turned his stomach. He sat down heavily and stared blankly at the food, while everyone around him piled their plates high. Beside him, Hermione Granger calmly began spooning peas and sweet corn onto his plate. Harry frowned. "Don't bother. I'm not hungry." She didn't stop. Instead, she fixed him with a narrow-eyed stare. "What's going on, Harry?" "Nothing." "Oh, come off it," said Ron Weasley from across the table. "We know that look. Out with it." Harry forced a shrug. "I'm saving room for the Halloween feast tonight." Technically true. Hermione's eyes narrowed further. "Oh, really?" she said, her voice dripping with disbelief. "I'm sure you'll eat loads then." "That's right," Harry muttered, irritation creeping into his tone. Before Hermione could argue again, a voice interrupted. "Hey!" Neville Longbottom slid onto the bench opposite Harry and handed Hermione a folded scrap of parchment. "This is everyone so far," he said. "They're ready when needed." Hermione unfolded it quickly and scanned the names. Her brow furrowed. "I was hoping there'd be more." Neville shrugged. "There will be—" Then he smiled at Harry. Harry held out a hand. "What is it?" Hermione passed him the parchment. "It's a list of everyone in the DA." Harry looked down. 12 names. His, Hermione's, Ron's, Neville, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, then Ginny. Harry's stomach tightened involuntarily. He forced himself to keep reading. Luna Lovegood, Ernie, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, and finally, Colin Creevey. "No surprises there," Ron said, leaning over Harry's shoulder to read. Harry looked up at Hermione. "I haven't exactly seen you organizing all this." Hermione smiled and nodded toward Neville. "That's because I haven't." Neville's ears immediately began to redden. "All I did was enchant a few more coins." Harry turned to Neville, surprised. Neville ducked his head, embarrassed but pleased. Harry couldn't help smiling. This year, Neville had changed. There was a new determination in him, a confidence Harry had never seen before, and it suited him. Harry tapped the parchment thoughtfully against the table. "Actually," he said slowly. Everyone looked at him. "I think we need someone coordinating all this." Neville blinked. Harry continued. "Someone to keep everyone updated, make sure no one misses anything." He glanced around the table. "Someone in charge." He looked directly at Neville. "What do you think?" Neville blinked, clearly caught off guard. I thought that was what you three did," he said uncertainly, glancing between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Harry's right," Hermione Granger said at once. "We've got far too much on already with the defense classes and everything else." She smiled encouragingly. "You'd be brilliant at it." Neville flushed scarlet. "Well, I suppose—" "Brilliant!" Ron Weasley cut in before he could lose his nerve. He clapped his hands together. "That's sorted." He reached for a roast potato. "Now can we eat?" Hermione turned immediately to Harry and jabbed a finger at his plate. "All of us." Her tone left no room for argument. For once, Harry didn't feel like fighting. Maybe it was the look of pride still lingering on Neville's face. Maybe it was sheer exhaustion. Whatever the reason, he picked up his fork, speared a piece of cauliflower dripping in cheese sauce, and under Hermione's hawk-like stare, shoved the entire thing into his mouth with deliberate defiance. Hermione raised one eyebrow. Harry chewed. To his surprise, it wasn't nearly as impossible as he'd expected. He swallowed and reached for the Brussels sprouts next. The afternoon ahead suddenly felt long. Neville bolted down the rest of his lunch in record time, then sprang up and hurried off before anyone could stop him. Harry set his own fork down a few minutes later, still half a plate of beefsteak and mushrooms untouched. His eyes drifted toward the staff table. Minerva McGonagall was scanning the hall. Without thinking, Harry followed her gaze. Everywhere he looked, students laughed, talked, and ate as though it were any ordinary day. The sight made something twist inside him. They looked so vulnerable. This year, more than ever before, Harry knew their faces. Sharing Gryffindor Tower with the older students. Teaching the younger ones in defense against the dark arts. He had come to know them, recognize them, care about them. The thought struck him hard. So much had changed. Too much. And for the first time, Harry found himself wondering whether Hogwarts could ever truly feel the same again. His thoughts were broken by the sudden rush of wings overhead. A flock of owls swooped in through the high windows, circling beneath the enchanted ceiling. Brown. Grey. Speckled. Barn owls and screech owls weaving through the rafters. Harry barely looked up. He had all but stopped expecting post. No letters. No news. No Hedwig. Then a large shadow swept down in front of Hermione. Harry stared. A magnificent tawny frogmouth owl landed on the table with regal precision. Its feathers were sleek and immaculately groomed, soft grey and brown, streaked with blue-black flecks around its face and wings. It lifted one claw and tipped its beak upward in such an exaggeratedly dignified pose that it looked almost rehearsed. Hermione quickly untied the scroll from its leg. The owl launched itself upward again with an enormous sweep of its wings and glided silently back out through the window. Ron scowled. Bloody show-off. He had one hand clamped around Pigwidgeon, who was dancing excitedly through his mashed potatoes and leaving tiny, muddy prints everywhere. With his free hand, Ron untied a note from Molly Weasley from Pig's leg. Beside him, Hermione broke the ornate blue wax seal on her own scroll and unrolled it. She began reading, then abruptly shot to her feet. Her face had gone bright red. Harry and Ron exchanged a look. She tried climbing over the bench. Ron caught her wrist immediately. "Read it here." His tone had changed. Serious now. Harry had already guessed the same thing. He grabbed a fistful of Hermione's robes and tugged her back down between them. Hermione sat reluctantly, clutching the scroll. She opened it again with visible dread. Ron leaned closer. "What does it say?" Harry had never heard Ron Weasley speak to Hermione Granger in such a serious tone when she was clearly mortified. Usually, he would have leapt at the chance to make her blush even harder. The fact that he wasn't joking now made Harry's stomach tighten. Something was wrong. Both Harry and Ron leaned closer as Hermione unfolded the letter again, angling it so no one nearby could overhear. Hermione took a deep breath. Her face was scarlet. "Dearest Hermione," she began in a strained, squeaky voice. She faltered almost immediately. Her eyes skimmed ahead, widening in horror. "No," she muttered, shaking her head. "I can't." She thrust the parchment outward so Harry and Ron could read over her arms. Harry leaned in. The handwriting was elaborate and self-important. I was rather surprised, and yet somewhat delighted, to hear from you. I had always suspected there was a little spark between us. You were frequently attentive to me during our DA lessons together, I confess. Of course, I noticed you as well, though I must admit your abrupt manner was occasionally a trifle discouraging. Prat, Ron muttered darkly. He folded his arms. Never worked out you were only abrupt with him, did he? Harry fought the urge to laugh. Hermione looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her. Harry kept reading. You did seem eager to catch my eye on several occasions last year, though I had been under the impression your affections were directed elsewhere. Still, one should never presume to understand the heart of a woman in love. Git! Ron snapped, glaring at the parchment as though it had personally insulted him. Hermione made a strangled noise. Harry read on. Friends of my family are hosting a champagne and lobster dinner next week. There will be a number of highly suitable young men and women in attendance, and while I am considered one of the more desirable bachelors at these gatherings, I have yet to secure an escort. Ron made a choking sound. Hermione covered her face. I am willing to extend the invitation to you. Naturally, we move in rather refined circles, so your attire and conversational standards would need to reflect that. Hermione lowered her hands and glared at the letter. What an insufferable snob! Harry continued, I await your response, though I would advise haste. I am unlikely to remain unattached for long before being claimed by some other lovely young witch. Yours most sincerely, Zacharias Smith. There was a beat of silence. Then Ron snorted. Well, he said, covering a smirk with his hand, doesn't exactly sound like he's madly in love. He raised an eyebrow. Maybe you haven't brewed the potion strong enough. Hermione rounded on him at once. I haven't even used it yet. Ron blinked. Hermione jabbed a finger at the letter. This is entirely his own ridiculous imagination. Ron's smirk vanished. His ears began turning pink. Wait. He stared at her. You mean he likes you already? Hermione folded her arms. Is that really so shocking? Ron opened his mouth, closed it. Harry watched him flush deeper. Well, no, Ron said awkwardly. It's just... He ran a hand through his hair. We didn't plan for that. Hermione frowned. Ron gestured helplessly toward the parchment. If he already fancies you, won't the potion make it worse? Harry could see where Ron's thoughts were heading. And when you're done with him, Ron asked, voice tightening, what happens then? Hermione's expression faltered slightly. Ron leaned in. He might not leave you alone. The tips of his ears were now bright red. What are you going to do if he won't let go? Harry looked between them. Ron's concern seemed almost too intense. Too personal. And judging by the flicker in Hermione's face, she'd noticed too. It's only a potion. Ron, Hermione Granger said impatiently, rolling her eyes. Once it wears off, he'll go back to normal. She paused, then added dryly, "Well, normal for him." Ron looked unconvinced. "Yeah, but he already likes you," he argued, frowning, "and from the sound of that letter, the only reason he's never done anything about it is because you treat him like the pompous idiot he is." Hermione waved a dismissive hand. "It won't matter. He's far too in love with himself to spend long mooning over me once the effects fade." "I'm not sure," Harry said quietly. Hermione turned on him at once. "Oh, honestly, not you too." Harry raised both hands slightly. "I'm just saying, it might complicate things." He chose his words carefully. "Love potions are usually used on people who don't already have feelings, aren't they?" Hermione's mouth tightened. "If he already has some genuine interest," Harry continued cautiously, "wouldn't the potion make it stronger?" Hermione sighed dramatically. "Perhaps while it lasts," she admitted, "but it's temporary." She looked between both boys. "Stop worrying." Ron didn't look reassured in the slightest. Harry couldn't blame him. Zachariah Smith was arrogant, self-important, and about as subtle as a troll with a trumpet. He was also the sort of person who wasn't used to hearing the word no. Harry found himself wondering, not for the first time, whether he would have allowed Ginny Weasley to take Hermione's place in this plan. The thought made his chest tighten. And that was when he realized he hadn't seen Ginny. Harry looked up sharply and scanned the hall. Lunch was nearly over. Students were already beginning to rise. The platters were half empty. "Where's Ginny?" he asked suddenly, louder than he intended. A voice nearby answered. "I saw her in the common room before I came down." Lavender Brown leaned over from the next table. "I asked if she was coming. But she said she and Luna had something to do." Harry frowned. A strange feeling prickled at the back of his neck. He couldn't explain it. But Ginny's absence felt deliberate. Suspicious. Like she was planning something. Before he could dwell on it, the plates vanished from the tables. The last few students drifted out of the great hall. Harry headed toward his private lesson with Sir. Ron returned to the Gryffindor common room to study, and Hermione disappeared toward arithmancy. As Harry walked the corridor toward the classroom, he braced himself. He had learned over the past few weeks to expect anything. An ambush! A curse! A trap! A lecture! Anything. Still. A strange sensation crept over him. He almost laughed at himself for being paranoid. Then, crack. The faintest sound behind him. Harry reacted before conscious thought caught up. He dropped flat to the floor and rolled onto his back, wand already in both hands. A streak of light shot over him. It slammed into a suit of armor behind him with a deafening metallic crash. Harry's heart pounded as he scrambled upright, breathing hard. He spun in circles, wand raised. Nothing. No one. Walked right past me. The voice made Harry jump. Could have hit you at point-blank range. Harry kept turning until the air ahead of him shimmered. Then Sir slowly emerged, as though peeling himself out of the stone wall. The disillusionment charm faded. Harry glared. How am I supposed to fight something I can't even see? He shoved his wand back into his robes, still breathing hard. Sir barely looked at him. If you can't work that out, he said gruffly, unlocking the classroom door, you won't survive long. Harry followed him inside, muttering darkly under his breath. You're asking the impossible. The impossible. Sir stopped so abruptly that Harry nearly walked into him. He turned sharply, eyes hard. What exactly do you think we've been doing in here, Potter? Harry stiffened. He recognized the tone. One of those questions, the kind Sir asked when he already knew the answer and knew Harry's would be wrong. Harry hesitated. You've been teaching me to duel and... Wrong. The word cracked through the room like a whip. Harry flinched. You already know how to duel, Sir snapped. You've proven that often enough. He stalked past Harry and into the open practice space in front of the desk. Do you think Minerva McGonagall would entrust younger students to your defense classes if you didn't know how to teach them to protect themselves? Harry stayed where he was. Heat rose in his face. Sir had a way of making him feel hopelessly foolish. Young. Inexperienced. Sir turned back. What did you feel walking down that corridor? Harry frowned. What? Your instinct, Sir said sharply. What did it tell you? Harry looked down. Reluctantly, he answered. I felt like someone was watching me. Sir's eyes narrowed. And you ignored it. Harry clenched his jaw. Yes. Why? Harry stared at the floor between them. I thought I was imagining it. His voice came out quieter than he intended. Sir jabbed a finger toward him. Trust that feeling. Harry looked up. It's one of the main reasons you're still alive. Harry swallowed. He took a step closer. How am I supposed to know when it's real? Sir held his gaze. You feel it. He tapped his own temple. I was under a disillusionment charm. Harry blinked. Sir continued. And even that leaves traces. He swept one hand through the air. Magic leaves marks. Harry froze. Suddenly, his thoughts flashed backward. That night in the cave with Albus Dumbledore. The way Dumbledore had sensed hidden enchantments with impossible precision. The way he had identified spells Harry hadn't even noticed. And years before that, Harry's invisibility cloak. Dumbledore had always seemed to know. Even when Harry had been certain he was hidden, Sir was watching him carefully now. Harry looked up. Can you teach me to sense magic? Even saying it sounded absurd. Impossible. Sir's expression didn't change. You already do. Harry blinked. Sir folded his arms. You simply don't trust yourself enough to listen. He stepped closer. You've got a long way to go before it becomes useful. Harry nodded slowly. Then another thought struck him. A more urgent one. Can you teach me occlumency? The room seemed to sharpen. Sir's eyes fixed on him. Learning to sense magic, he said slowly, is one of the best ways to detect someone trying to enter your mind. Harry's pulse quickened. You can feel it before they breach your defenses. Harry shook his head. But that's the problem. His voice was strained now. I can't stop it. He swallowed. I've tried. Sir studied him in silence. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he exhaled through his nose. First things first. Harry straightened. If you intend to stay alive long enough to worry about people reading your thoughts. Sir turned toward the door. You need more training. He opened it. Cold air swept in from outside. Sir glanced back. It's time we moved outdoors. The rest of the lesson was brutal. They moved to the edge of the forbidden forest, where the shadows thickened beneath the trees, and every rustle of leaves sounded like a threat. Harry spent the next hour weaving through the undergrowth, wand clenched in his hand, every nerve straining. Waiting. Listening. Expecting. At any second. Sir would strike. It was the hardest session yet. Sometimes Harry waited what felt like forever. 10 minutes. 15. Nearly 20. The silence itself became a weapon. The longer he stood there in a constant state of alertness, the harder it became to hold on to it. His mind wandered. His muscles cramped. His concentration slipped. And somehow, Sir always seemed to know the exact moment Harry's guard wavered. The first time, Harry reacted on instinct. He threw up a shield charm just in time. The spell slammed into it with enough force to send sparks showering into the darkness. But Harry had already cast the same shield several times before that false alarms. Everyone. The second time. He was too slow. Exhaustion dulled him. The stunning spell hit him squarely in the chest and hurled him backward into a tree trunk. The impact knocked the breath from him. Then everything went black. When he came around, Sir was standing over him. Harry sucked in air sharply as the enervating charm jolted him awake. Humiliation burned through him. He was furious with himself. Furious that he'd let it happen. Again. By the time the session ended, every inch of Harry ached. His limbs felt heavy. His body stretched beyond its limits. He trudged back toward Gryffindor Common Room, barely able to keep his eyes open. When he climbed through the portrait hole, conversation faltered. Students looked up. Several stared openly. Harry knew he looked dreadful. Sweaty. Pale. Bruised. And judging by the cautious looks, they were also worried he might explode into another speech if someone said the wrong thing. Across the room, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger sat with most of the DA. Only Ginny Weasley was missing. Again, everyone turned to look at him. Hermione frowned deeply. What is he doing to you? Her voice carried the same concern written across the others' faces. Harry shrugged. Preparing me. His voice came out flat and dull. He turned toward the boys' staircase. I'm going to sleep. He looked at Ron. Chapter 16. Julie. Wanting a drink, Sir muttered, his rough voice carrying a strange sort of comfort through the dim room. Harry forced himself upright against the pillows, though the moment he moved, the room lurched violently, his vision split in two, the walls drifting apart like ghosts. He squeezed his eyes shut, swallowing against the nausea. Easy now, Sir said, pouring a generous amount from the squat glass decanter into a chipped cup, slow and steady. He pressed the cup into Harry's trembling hand. Harry barely hesitated. He raised it to his lips and drank greedily, the liquid flooding his dry mouth. For one blissful second it felt cool, then it hit. A fierce burn tore down his throat like swallowed fire, hot enough to sting tears into his eyes. He coughed and gasped, clutching the blankets as Sir took the cup, already filling it again. Gasped, clutching the blankets as Sir took the cup, already filling it again. That'll put some hair on your chest, Sir grunted. Then, after a pause, and a few places you'd rather it didn't, if you have enough. Harry let out a weak splutter that might have been a laugh and took the second cup. This time he braced himself and swallowed hard, welcoming the warmth as it spread through his chest and into the hollow ache in his stomach. The heat unfurled inside him, pushing back the cold emptiness that had lodged itself somewhere beneath his ribs. He shouldn't be drinking that. Aberforth, he's not nearly well enough. The blonde girl had woken. She was sitting upright on the couch now, the salmon-coloured blanket pooled around her waist as she glared at them. Sir rolled his eyes dramatically and refilled the cup to the brim. Won't do him any harm, he muttered, handing it back. Then, louder, over his shoulder. Fire whiskey's one of the oldest medicines there is. Then, louder, over his shoulder. Fire whiskey's one of the oldest medicines there is. He snorted. Healers, all the same. When it comes to some things, yes, she said sharply. She crossed the room and took the jug firmly from Sir's hand before he could pour again. Then she plucked the cup from Harry's fingers and set both on the bedside table. Up close, Harry could see her properly. She was young, early 20s, perhaps, with pale skin dusted in freckles across the bridge of her nose. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was tousled from sleep, and her deep brown eyes were almost unnervingly soulful. There was something familiar about her face, something he couldn't quite place through the fog in his head. She studied him for a long moment. You don't remember anything, do you? She asked quietly. Harry blinked at her. That depends. Sir folded his arms. Depends on what? Harry's lips twitched into a crooked grin he couldn't quite control. On what I'm supposed to have forgotten. The fire whiskey was working fast. The cold shaking in his limbs was fading, replaced by a loose, floaty warmth. His thoughts no longer felt so heavy. In fact, his head seemed strangely light, almost disconnected from the rest of him. The blonde woman sighed and rubbed her temples. You've never had fire whiskey before, have you? Harry grinned wider. Nope. She shot Aberforth an exasperated look. Honestly, you can't just pour alcohol into him like pumpkin juice. I'd wager the strongest thing he's ever had is butterbeer. So, what if it is? Harry said, more offended than he meant to sound. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, Merlin! Sir barked out a laugh. He'll live. Harry leaned back against the pillows, the warmth curling through him like liquid courage, and squinted at the girl. I know you. She hesitated. Do you? Harry frowned deeply, trying to focus. You were... He pointed vaguely at her, running and shouting. Her expression faltered. Something dark flickered in those deep brown eyes. And suddenly Harry's grin faded, because in the hollow space in his mind, something moved. I didn't mean it like that, she said quickly, glancing at him before turning to Sir. He has to remember. The longer we leave it, the worse it'll be. She sounded far too serious. A knot tightened in Harry's stomach. Come on, Julie, Sir muttered. He's better off like this for a minute, something to soften the blow. What blow? The words came out sharper than Harry intended. Both of them turned to look at him. Julie let out a slow breath of bed. Sir dragged the old wooden chair from beside the wall and spun it around, straddling it backwards with his arms folded across the backrest. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Aberforth's face hardened. 2 nights ago, he began gravely, you used a spell. Harry frowned. A dangerous spell, Aberforth continued. Old magic, ancient magic, the sort barely anyone alive has seen cast. It saved a lot of people from dying, but it came with a price. Harry's gaze dropped to the floorboards. They seemed to sway beneath him, rolling gently like water. Something about them felt familiar. Everything in this room felt familiar. And yet when he reached for the memory, there was only emptiness. You should have been all right, Julie said softly, leaning toward him. Your friends were exhausted. Yes, but they'd recover after sleep. You would have too, if that had been all. Harry lifted his eyes to hers. But you were already ill. The stupid warmth of the fire whiskey faltered. What? Julie swallowed. You just didn't know it yet. You were already fighting something physically. Then you called on that much power. She hesitated. Magic like that doesn't come from nowhere. It takes from the caster, from your own strength. Harry stared at her blankly. The spell drained what little you had left, she whispered, and it nearly killed you. And it nearly killed you. The grin still clinging stupidly to his mouth felt wrong now. His face didn't seem to understand what the rest of him was beginning to feel. A coldness was creeping back in beneath the warmth. We need to help you remember, Julie continued, all of it, the whole night. Harry's stomach twisted. Remember what? She hesitated. Your mind's suppressing parts of it. Suppressing, Harry repeated thickly. Julie nodded. If I can bring it back in one piece, all at once, you'll be able to make sense of it, face it properly. Her fingers twisted nervously in her lap. But if we leave it... She drew in a breath. Memories like these don't stay. They come back broken, twisted, in fragments, and your mind fills in the gaps with fear. Her voice lowered. Trust me, that's worse. Harry swallowed hard. The room was too warm, or maybe too cold. His heartbeat thudded heavily in his ears. Julie licked her lips nervously. There's a chance, she began. A chance I won't get it all the first time. Sir shifted beside them but said nothing. Julie kept talking. It might be too deeply buried or too painful. She frowned, searching for the right words. And if I fail, it's harder to get in again. Why? She looked away. Because you'll fight me. Harry laughed weakly, though it sounded hollow. I'm not exactly in fighting shape. She didn't smile. No, she said quietly, not like that. Harry's eyelids were growing heavy again. The fire whiskey fogged his thoughts, but beneath it something dark churned restlessly. Something waiting. Just do it, he said. Julie blinked. Harry lifted his head. Do it. But if I can't reach all of it? It doesn't matter. His voice sounded dull even to himself. If it's worse to wait, he murmured, then it's better to know now. He felt hollow, like there was a hole somewhere inside him, and he couldn't bear it. He needed to know what had happened, needed to know why he was here, needed to know what he'd lost. Julie studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. All right. She stood and gently took his arm. Sit here. Harry slid awkwardly to the edge of the bed, his body heavy and slow, while Sir watched in grim silence from the chair. Julie knelt in front of him. Her impossibly dark eyes locked onto his. Look at me, she whispered. Harry obeyed. She raised a hand and placed two cool fingers lightly against his temple, and the force of a curse. His body jerked violently in the chair, his hands gripping the armrests so hard his knuckles blanched white. A strangled cry tore from his throat as the green flash burned behind his eyes, searing itself into his mind with merciless clarity. Neville falling. Neville collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. Neville dead. No! Harry's scream ripped through the room. He lurched forward so suddenly the chair scraped violently across the wooden floorboards. Julie gasped as the connection snapped like a broken thread. Her wand arm flung aside. Harry hit the floor on his knees, retching hard, though there was nothing in his stomach to bring up. The world spun. His lungs burned. His heart hammered so hard it felt ready to burst through his ribs. No, 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 no. He choked. His hands were shaking uncontrollably as he clutched at his hair, fingers tangling in the black strands. The images kept coming anyway, fractured now, wild and jagged. Neville screaming. Bellatrix laughing. Green light. Neville falling. Julie crying. Neville not moving. Harry let out a broken sound somewhere between a sob and a gasp. Abe was beside him in an instant, gripping his shoulders to stop him pitching face first onto the floor. "Easy, lad. He's dead." Harry's voice cracked on the words. The room fell silent. Julie's face had gone deathly pale. Harry twisted violently in Abe's grip, wild-eyed and drenched in sweat. "He's dead," he shouted again, his voice raw with disbelief. "Neville's dead. He was there and then." His breath hitched. He couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. The emptiness inside him wasn't empty anymore. It was agony. A black, yawning pit of guilt and horror. Harry doubled over, clutching at his ribs as pain ripped through him. His body shook with silent sobs he couldn't stop. "It's my fault," he whispered. Abe's grip tightened. Harry barely heard him. "It's my fault," he said again, louder this time. "I told him not to come. I told him to stay back." His voice rose hysterically. Why didn't he listen? Julie swallowed hard and crouched beside him. "Harry, I killed him." The words echoed off the walls. Julie flinched. Harry's glasses slipped crookedly down his nose as tears blurred his vision. He ripped them off and threw them blindly across the room. "I killed him," he whispered hoarsely. Abe's weathered face hardened. "You listen to me?" Harry's red-rimmed eyes lifted. Abe gripped his chin roughly and forced him to meet his gaze. Harry shook his head violently. "You don't know." "I know enough." Abe's voice was iron. "You were half dead on your feet. You saved a whole bloody town. You fought monsters, Death Eaters, and Bellatrix Lestrange herself." Harry's chest heaved. "And Neville chose to go." Harry squeezed his eyes shut. He could still see it. That green flash. That awful collapse. Julie's voice trembled when she spoke. "There's more." Harry froze. Abe turned sharply to her. "Julie, he hasn't seen the end." Harry stared at her. Cold dread crept over him. "No." Julie's lip trembled. The memory didn't stop there. Harry backed away from her on the floor, shaking his head. "No." She reached for him. "Harry." "No." He scrambled backward until his spine hit the side of the bed. His breathing was ragged, panicked, terrified, because somewhere deep down, beneath the grief, beneath the guilt, he already knew. Neville falling hadn't been the end, and whatever came next was worse. Harry tore himself free of Julie's mind with a ragged gasp. The connection snapped so violently, its breath sharp and shallow as if the air itself had turned to glass. His entire body ached beneath the crushing weight of what he had seen. His stomach rolled sickeningly. He thought he might vomit. He lifted his head just enough to look at Julie. Tears streaked her pale cheeks. Her deep brown eyes were red-rimmed and shining. She had seen it too. Lived it again. Through him. Harry dropped his face into his hands. His shoulders shook. For a long moment there was only the sound of his broken breathing. Then Sir's rough voice cut through the silence. It worked then. Julie swallowed hard. Yes. Her voice was strained and thin. Silence settled again. Harry stared blankly at the warped floorboards, trying to slow the frantic hammering of his heart. Heavy footsteps crossed the room. Then the creak of the door. I'll leave you to it. The door opened, closed, and he was gone. Julie's voice came quietly through the dark. I'm sorry. Harry didn't move. I knew him too, she whispered, but not like you. Harry slowly looked up. Julie hugged the blanket tighter around herself. His grandmother, Augusta, she was a good friend of my mother's. Her voice trailed away, because the look on Harry's face made her stop, carved out of him. Without a word, Harry pushed himself upright. He swayed dangerously. Julie half rose, but he brushed past her. He crossed the room in silence and shut himself in the bathroom. The latch clicked. Harry stood staring at himself in the mirror. He barely recognized the person staring back. His face was pale beneath the fever flush. His eyes bloodshot. Haunted. He yanked a towel from the cabinet, stripped clumsily, turned the shower knob until the water ran blisteringly hot, then stepped beneath it. The scalding water hit him like punishment. Harry welcomed it. He braced both hands against the tiled wall and bowed his head beneath the punishing stream. Steam filled into the torrent. Hot water. Hotter tears. His body shook violently. From fever. From exhaustion. From grief. Neville was dead. The thought repeated endlessly. Neville was dead. Neville was dead. His breath hitched, and he let out a soundless sob. The water burned his skin raw. He didn't move. Didn't care. If anything, he wanted it hotter. Wanted something outside him to hurt as much as the inside. By the time he stumbled back out, his skin. The room tilted. Blurred. Julie was back on the couch, curled under the blanket, still as if asleep. But Harry knew she wasn't. He doubted either of them would sleep peacefully again. A small scrap of parchment sat on the bedside table beside a cup. Harry picked it up with shaking fingers. Drink this, then sleep. He stared at the cup. Potion. Of course. He hated the thought of sleep. Hated the thought of dreams. But his body had already made the choice for him. He swallowed the potion in one bitter mouthful, slid beneath the sheets, his forehead. Waiting. Eventually. Sleep dragged him under. And the nightmares came. Again. And again. And again. The same endless loop of hatred and heartbreak. Neville screaming. Bellatrix laughing. Green light. Neville falling. He relived it all. Over and over until grief became something else. He remembered stumbling toward the Hog's Head that night. Remembered the pain before his memory broke. The feeling that someone had reached inside him and torn out his insides with bare hands. Now that agony was changing. Twisting. He hated himself for being weak. For being ill. For failing. He should have stopped it. He hated Neville for coming. For ignoring him. For forcing himself into the fight. He hated himself for not dragging Neville back to Hogwarts the moment he saw him. And above all, he hated the Death Eater. The one whose curse had stolen Neville's life. A faceless shadow in his dreams. A nameless monster. The injustice burned inside him until it felt like fire in his veins. He burned in darkness. Burned with fury. With helplessness. With loss. Something cool touched his forehead. Harry jerked awake with a sharp breath. The room was dim. Grey morning light seeped weak in her hand. She pressed it gently against his burning skin. Her eyes were soft. Sympathetic. Tired. She had been crying again. Harry stared up at her through fever-blurred vision, and for one long moment, neither of them spoke. Harry's fevered mind drifted somewhere between waking and dreams as Julie's cool fingers brushed the damp strands of hair from his forehead. Her touch was gentle, almost impossibly soft, against the fire raging beneath his skin. He blinked up at her through the haze, his vision blurred and unsteady, and heard her voice as if from a great distance low, soothing, and filled with a tenderness he hadn't known he needed. "It'll be okay," she whispered. The words were meant to comfort him, but they cracked something open inside him. The grief, the fury, the unbearable emptiness Neville's death had carved into him all surged at once, wild and desperate. When Julie leaned down and pressed her lips lightly to the patch of skin she had cooled, Harry's breath caught painfully in his throat. She moved to pull away, but his hand shot out, fingers curling tightly around her wrist. He couldn't bear for her to leave. Not now. Not when the darkness was waiting to swallow him whole. Julie looked down at him, her deep brown eyes full of sympathy, too much sympathy. Brown eyes full of sympathy, too much sympathy. Pity. Harry felt it like a slap. She pities me. The thought burned through the whiskey-clouded ache in his head, igniting something reckless and raw inside him. Before he could stop himself, before he could think, Harry pushed himself upright and caught her mouth with his. The kiss was clumsy, urgent, desperate. For a heartbeat, Julie froze beneath him, her lips firm and unmoving, resisting the storm he brought to her. Then, slowly, almost cautiously, her mouth softened. Her lips parted, just enough to answer him, to soothe rather than reject. And the fleeting warmth of her response sent a shudder through him. But just as quickly, she pulled back. Harry dropped onto the bed again, breathless and frustrated, throwing an arm over his eyes as shame and anger twisted together in his chest. He stared blindly toward the dark window, jaw clenched tight enough to hurt. He had wanted comfort. Needed it. Needed something, anything to drown out the image of Neville bathed in that terrible green light. He heard the rustle of fabric and felt the mattress dip again. Harry turned. Julie was slipping beneath the covers beside him. She had shed her outer clothes, her pale skin glowing softly in the flickering firelight, clad now only in simple white undergarments. Her expression was unreadable gentle, sad, understanding in a way that made his chest gentle, sad, understanding in a way that made his chest ache. She climbed over him slowly, straddling him, and Harry's breath faltered. He reached for her without thinking, his hands settling on the warmth of her thighs, sliding upward to the curve of her hips. Her skin was impossibly soft beneath his trembling fingers, and the feel of her grounded him, anchoring him to something real, something warm, something alive. Julie bent and kissed him again. This time there was no desperation, no frantic need, only warmth, only comfort. Her lips moved against his, slowly, tenderly, and Harry closed his eyes, letting the grief sink beneath the surface for the first time since Neville had fallen. The fire inside him, the ache, the anger, the loneliness didn't vanish, but it dulled beneath her touch. She pulled away only long enough to reach behind her back and unclasp her bra, letting it fall carelessly to the floor. Harry's breath hitched. He pushed himself up just enough to drag his t-shirt over his head and tossed it aside, his eyes tracing the soft lines of her body in the amber glow of the room. She pressed herself against him again, skin to skin now, and the contact sent warmth flooding through his chilled, aching body. Harry rolled her gently beneath him. He kissed her throat, slow and lingering, his lips brushing the delicate skin there before trailing her throat. Slow and lingering, his lips brushing the delicate skin there before trailing lower. Julie's breath caught softly beneath him, and the sound sent a deep, aching pulse through his body. For the first time in what felt like forever, Harry wasn't thinking. Not about death, not about guilt, not about Bellatrix or Voldemort or the war. Only this. Only her. His hand moved carefully along the curve of her thigh, and she arched beneath him with a quiet gasp. Her fingers tangled in his hair as he kissed her again, deeper this time, hungrier, but still wrapped in something achingly tender. Their mouths met in slow, fevered rhythm. Her body moved beneath his. His grief faded further into the shadows. For these stolen moments, there was no prophecy, no war, no pain. Only heat, only skin, only breathless, desperate comfort in the arms of someone who understood brokenness. Julie's fingers found the fastening of his jeans and fumbled with it, her lips never leaving his. Harry groaned softly against her mouth as he pulled away just long enough to kick them free, then settled over her once more, his body fitting against hers as though searching for shelter. He kissed her deeply. She answered him with equal need. And for one fragile moment in the quiet orange glow of the firelight, Harry allowed himself to forget everything except the warmth of her body beneath his and the comfort of being wanted when he felt most alone. Her hands roamed freely across his back, her fingertips tracing slow, soothing paths over fevered skin and making every nerve beneath her touch spark to life. Harry shivered under her hands despite the heat burning through him, and the aching need that had been building inside him deepened into something stronger, something urgent. He kissed her harder. Julie answered him with the same quiet hunger. His hand slipped lower, trembling only slightly. His hand slipped lower, trembling only slightly, as his fingers caught the edge of her underwear and eased it slowly down her thighs. He broke their kiss only long enough to press his lips to her skin as he guided the fabric from her legs and tossed it aside. Then there was nothing left between them. Harry paused for the briefest second, his breath mingling with hers in the warm darkness, their eyes meeting hers soft and steady, his clouded with grief, want, and desperation. And then he came to her, carefully, intimately, as though she were something fragile and sacred, and he was afraid of breaking the only comfort he had left. Julie gasped softly. He had left. Julie gasped softly, her nails biting into his shoulders as he buried his face in the curve of her neck. Harry moved against her slowly at first, reverently, seeking not just pleasure, but escape solace from the crushing grief and rage that had hollowed him out. Every breath, every touch, every whispered sound, it all blurred together until the ache inside him began to unravel. He poured his pain into her kisses, buried his sorrow in the warmth of her skin. And when release finally came, it tore through him, with a force that left him breathless and shaking, his forehead pressed to hers as he clung to her in the aftermath. For the first time since Neville had fallen, Harry felt empty in a way that didn't hurt. They lay tangled together in the dark afterward, the fire burning low in the grate and throwing soft orange shadows across the room. Neither of them seemed willing to sleep. So, they talked. Quietly. Softly. As though the darkness around them might steal the words if they spoke too loud. It didn't take Harry long to realize he liked Julie. Really liked her. She was kind in a way that wasn't suffocating. Strong without needing to prove it. Independent and wild-hearted, with a careless, haphazard streak that made him smile despite everything. She laughed softly when she examined his ribs and pronounced them mostly healed. The bruising faded beneath her careful hands. "Still sore," she whispered. "A bit." "You'll live," she said lightly, though her fingers lingered there with concern. She told him the fever would likely stay another day or two, and warned him sternly that if he didn't start eating properly and resting, his body would collapse again. "You're running on fumes," she muttered, "and if you keep it up, one day you'll simply stop." Harry didn't argue. He was too tired. Too warm. Too strangely at peace. Eventually, exhaustion claimed him, and for the first time he slept without dreams. Morning came pale and cold. Harry woke to weak winter sunlight spilling through the curtains and the steady sound of Julie's breathing beside him. She lay curled beneath the blankets, blonde hair spread across the pillow, her face peaceful in sleep. For a moment, Harry just watched her. Then reality returned. Neville. Ron. Hermione. The weight slammed back into him. He dressed quietly, moving stiffly, his body still weak and slick with fever sweat. Every muscle ached, his chest drove him onward. Julie had said Ron and Hermione would have slept off the effects of the spell. But Harry needed to see them. Needed proof. Needed to know he hadn't destroyed them too. Neville's death was already too much. Another loss would break him. He grabbed his invisibility cloak and slipped downstairs. The Hog's Head was silent. The grimy bar sat empty beneath the dim morning light filtering through frost-covered windows. Aberforth was nowhere to be seen.